Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
An uninvited emotion. Long Aotian. Li Qingxue waved her small hand, greeting the person who appeared outside the classroom. As Long Aotian entered the classroom, he saw Li Qingxue waving at him. Smiling, he walked over. What a coincidence, you're in this class too. Yeah, where's your seat? Li Qingxue asked, completely oblivious to the stunned expression on Wang Rue's face beside her. Wang Rue first glanced at Long Aotian, then quickly looked away, turning her gaze to the cheerful Li Qingxue, unable to help but feel anxious for her. Over there, Long Aotian pointed to the window seat at the very back of the classroom. It feels like you have a special connection with that seat. Li Qingxue's playful nature couldn't resist making a joke. After all, in Class 7, Long Aotian had occupied that very same seat. Long Aotian shrugged. Who knows? By the way, did you eat breakfast? Li Qingxue said, taking out a sandwich and milk from her backpack. Here, have this. The last time Long Aotian had talked to her and consoled her, he hadn't taken her milk. Today, she wanted to make up for it. Thank you, but I've already eaten at the cafeteria. As the two chatted and laughed as if they were old friends, Wang Rue shook her head in disbelief. She couldn't understand how Li Qingxue knew Long Aotian. At school, she had always been by Li Qingxue's side, going to the toilet together, eating lunch together in the cafeteria. She had never seen Li Qingxue interact with Long Aotian, but the sight before her made it clear that Li Qingxue and Long Aotian were quite familiar with each other. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Fortunately, it was the end of the month, and there was a mock exam. The two didn't chat for long before Long Aotian headed to the last row. Once Long Aotian left, Wang Rue leaned closer to Li Qingxue and whispered, Qingxue, that's Long Aotian. How do you know him? Has he been bothering you? Li Qingxue chuckled upon hearing this, looking at Wang Rue. Actually, he's quite a nice person. Nice. Wang Rue subconsciously shook her head. Her roommate had said Long Aotian was the school's tough guy, the leader of the troublemakers. Without some serious skill, how could he have earned the respect of the other bad students and become their leader? Moreover, she had heard from her roommate that he had once punched someone so hard that their head bled. How could someone like that be associated with the word nice? If he could be considered nice, why would her roommate have such a negative opinion of Long Aotian? She had even advised everyone in the dorm to pretend not to see him and to quickly walk away if they encountered him. Qingxue, you really shouldn't get too close to Long Aotian. Wang Rue sincerely advised Li Qingxue. Thanks for reading on Mana Novel. If one person called Long Aotian a bad guy, it might just be because that person had a personal grudge against him. But if 10 people all said Long Aotian wasn't a good person, it could only mean that Long Aotian really wasn't someone to be trusted. So Wang Rue chose to believe the latter. Li Qingxue didn't know how to explain it to Wang Rue. She turned back to glance at Long Aotian, a person who liked to watch the scenery, listen to running water, and feel the breeze. A gentle and refined conversationalist. Someone who could console her and listen to her pour out her heart like a tree-hole confidant. At least in Li Qingxue's eyes, he was not a bad person. On the contrary, being friends with someone like him made Li Qingxue quite happy. But seeing how nervous and concerned Wang Rue was, Li Qingxue smiled and comforted her. All right, don't worry. I know which friends I should have and which I shouldn't. At that moment, the homeroom teacher of Class 6 walked in with a stack of test papers. As the teacher entered the classroom, the room immediately quieted down. The preparatory bell rang. The teacher distributed the test papers to the students in the front row, who then passed them back. The second bell rang. The entire classroom fell silent, with only the faint sound of pens gliding across the paper. It was a mock college entrance exam, and everyone was incredibly focused. 2 periods passed. The bell rang again, signaling the collection of the test papers, followed by a break before the next exam. Qingxue, want to go to the bathroom together? Wang Rui stretched and asked. No, you go ahead, Li Qingxue said with a smile after tidying up her desk. All right then. After Wang Rui left, Li Qingxue turned to look at the last row where Long Aotian sat. After a moment of thought, she decided to approach him. Long Aotian, how do you feel? Not too bad, Long Aotian said, scratching his hair. The liberal arts subjects weren't too stressful for him. How about you? Li Qingxue's bright eyes sparkled like a vigilant young deer. Same here. The youthful energy Li Qingxue exuded felt like an uncharted world, one filled with positivity. Her charm was distinct from that of Hu Yueying. Such a girl would likely easily become the white moonlight, pure, idealized love, in the hearts of many young, naive boys. How's your friend doing now? Long Aotian asked casually. Before this, he hadn't known that this vibrant girl in front of him would become the male protagonist's white moonlight, the purest, unattainable love. He also wasn't sure if the things he had said to her would affect the overall storyline. Hu Yueying was beyond help. Long Aotian didn't consider himself a pure-hearted good person, but he couldn't stand by and watch a girl being bullied. Perhaps it was a difference in mindset. In his original world, Long Aotian had often seen incidents of school bullying on social media. Just watching those videos made him feel uncomfortable. And now that it was happening right in front of him, he couldn't just look away. Moreover, Long Aotian didn't believe that the female lead had to endure bullying to advance the plot between her and the male lead. Based on his experience reading novels, the male and female leads were like the opposite poles of a magnet. As long as they met, they would naturally attract each other. That was the law governing the relationship between protagonists. Oh, don't mention him, Li Qingxue said, clearly not in the mood to discuss it further. Seeing her response, Long Aotian decided not to press the issue. After all, things had already reached this point. It was better to avoid the topic in the future. Long Aotian would just treat Li Qingxue as a friend. After all, in a short while, they would be going their separate ways, and chances were they would never see each other again. Long go, brother Long. A voice called out. Long Aotian looked towards the back door of the classroom and smiled. Li Qingxue also turned to look at the door. Hu Yueying's smile froze as soon as she saw Li Qingxue. Long Aotian got up and walked out to the corridor outside the classroom. For some reason, Hu Yueying suddenly felt a pang of sadness, a strange emotion that had crept up on her. It was a strong feeling that she hadn't experienced even when she was being bullied. As Long Aotian and Li Qingxue approached, Hu Yueying instinctively took a step back. This inexplicable emotional turmoil was overwhelming. Created. Have a bit of understanding of her. When Hu Yueying didn't speak, Long Aotian asked softly, "What's wrong?" Hu Yueying still didn't respond, only shaking her head with downcast eyes. Long Aotian frowned slightly. Now, Hu Yueying gave him the same feeling as when they first met. A girl burdened by self-doubt, trapped in the image of a gloomy girl. Look up. Long Aotian's voice became a bit louder. Truthfully, Long Aotian usually sounded gentle when he spoke. Such a tone, not to mention Hu Yueying, even Li Qingxue couldn't help but shrink her neck. Hearing Long Aotian's voice, Hu Yueying tightly gripped the hem of her shirt, a small habit when she felt nervous. But she still obediently raised her head. I really can't stand you being self-deprecating and gloomy like this. It feels like you're a person who has experienced all the sorrows of the world. A sad person. In his original world, he too had climbed up from the bottom, endured life's hardships, and been beaten down by society. He had borne the pressure and suffered the blows of society, yet he had still managed to survive. There's nothing in this world that can't be overcome. If there is, then find a way to get past it. Hardships are fixed, but people are flexible. There's always a solution. Long Aotian didn't deny the suffering Hu Yueying had experienced in the first half of her life, so she should embrace the beauty of life even more. She should love herself more than anyone else, unwaveringly. He looked at Hu Yueying with annoyance and gently tapped her head. You look great when you smile. Now give me a smile. Hui Wing stared at Long Aotian blankly, momentarily caught off guard. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. What are you looking at? Sometimes I really want to punch you. Hui Wing smiled, a genuine smile that could brighten the mood of those around her. Li Qingxue blinked her beautiful eyes, somewhat confused. She couldn't understand. He's threatening to punch you, and yet you're still smiling? Though she didn't realize it herself, the slight upward curve of her lips was also quite captivating. So, what's really going on? Long Aotian asked. Hui Wing lowered her eyes, lacking confidence as she said, "It's nothing, just that I feel like I didn't perform as well as I could have." At this, Long Aotian sighed. "I thought it was something serious. Just this once, though. If you mess up in future tests, watch out. I'll punish you." "Got it, Long brother, you too, keep it up." SSS. A hissing sound rang out. "Thanks for reading on Man and Novel." Long Aotian looked up and saw a chubby boy being dragged into the restroom. He didn't recognize him, so he averted his gaze. But Li Qingxue, who also saw the boy, had a flicker of doubt in her eyes. That chubby boy, she recognized him. It was Gao Quan. "All right, let's head back. Wait for me at the classroom door at lunchtime. I'll come find you." This seemingly casual piece of concern unexpectedly soothed Hui Weiying's mind. "Remember, you my little follower, my little teacher. I'll protect you. Don't ever put on that gloomy, old lady act again. I want to see you smile every time I look at you, now and in the future." Watching Hui Weiying return to Class 1, Li Qingxue whispered, "Are you really going to punch her?" Long Aotian, "Don't bully the girls." Long Aotian glanced at Li Qingxue. "How about I punch you instead?" Li Qingxue turned her head, a smile emerging from her eyes. "Liar, I can tell you wouldn't really punch a girl. On the contrary, you're quite nice to Hui Weiying." Long Aotian didn't deny it, just staring in the direction Hui Weiying had left, his voice calm, but carrying a feeling Li Qingxue didn't quite grasp. "Because I understand her a little." "What?" Li Qingxue asked instinctively. "Sadness." This feeling was something Li Qingxue couldn't fully comprehend yet. Only after entering university, stepping into the real world, experiencing betrayal, and being beaten down by society, would she understand the meaning of Long Aotian's words at this moment. Sadness. "Understanding her is a sad thing," Long Aotian muttered, his voice so soft that Li Qingxue didn't hear it. On the other side, in the restroom, Gao Quan grimaced as he rubbed his hand, which had a distinct tooth mark on it. "Qinggu, why'd you bite my hand?" Yu Yangshan leaned against the restroom wall, gazing up at the ceiling as if desperately trying to hide his inner sorrow. What had he just seen? He saw Li Qingxue standing by Long Aotian's side. He saw Long Aotian hit Hui Weiying's head hard. It hurt, a pain that was hard to describe. It felt like his heart had been shredded into countless pieces in an instant. So, he couldn't restrain himself and wanted to rush up and beat Long Aotian to protect Hui Weiying. But he couldn't, because his early appearance had made Long Aotian feel threatened, triggering his malicious possessiveness. That's what led to Long Aotian forcing himself on Hui Weiying. If Long Aotian saw him going to help Hui Weiying, how would he treat her? First of all, Yu Liangchun wasn't really afraid of Long Aotian. Although this body was still 17, having been reborn, he had the soul of a 28-year-old. How could a 28-year-old truly fear Long Aotian? It wasn't that he wasn't afraid, but Hui Weiying was afraid. He didn't want to make things worse for Hui Weiying because of himself. "It's nothing, Quan, don't ask. I just need a moment of silence." Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He patted Gao Quan's shoulder. "Sorry, I lost control for a moment back there." Gao Quan was a bit upset at first, but hearing Yu Liangshan's apology, he could only ask helplessly, "Why did you bite me?" "It really hurts." "I know, because I'm also afraid of pain." After saying this, Yu Liangshan peeked out into the hallway. Since class was about to start, there weren't many people left in the corridor. "Let's go, we should head back," Yu Liangshan said and led the way out of the restroom. Passing by Class 6, Yu Liangshan looked through the window at Li Qingxue. "Things are starting to get interesting. I don't know if you're trying to provoke me by involving Long Aotian or what. But one day, when you find out Long Aotian is a garbage man filled with violence at his core, I'll wait for you to cry and come seeking me. Don't blame me for not warning you. Quietly saying this, Liangchun glared at Long Aotian through the window. Just you wait. After this exam, it's the moment fate brings me and the treasure girl together. But this time, I've decided to stop being kind. I won't just make you lose face. I'll make you suffer, humiliate you to the point where you can neither live nor die. Want to compete with me? Don't forget, I'm a reborn man, and I have resources you can't even imagine. Created a girl's intuition. Throughout the morning, only 2 subject tests were completed. As the bell rang to signal the end of class, students flooded out of the classrooms, some returning to their own rooms to find their friends to discuss the difficulty of the exams. Others headed straight to the cafeteria to meet up. Hu Yueying stood obediently by the corridor outside Class 1, quietly waiting. Soon, she saw Long Aotian emerge from Class 6. Hu Yueying's eyes sparkled with joy as she stepped forward. Long bro, what happened to your hair? His formerly stylish hairstyle had now turned into a messy mop. Li Qingxue, overhearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. She knew what happened. After finishing her tests early and doing a thorough check, she glanced at Long Aotian a couple of times. She saw him stick a pen up his nose, occasionally scratching his head, looking quite troubled, and eventually started throwing pieces of paper around, presumably for multiple-choice questions. By the end of the 2 classes, his hair had turned into a disheveled mess. It's nothing, just overthinking, Long Aotian explained to Hu Yueying. Oh, Hu Yueying glanced at his messy hair again, suppressing a laugh as she nodded. Li Qingxue was about to approach when her arm was suddenly grabbed by Wang Rue. Qingxue, my stomach hurts a bit. Let's go to the bathroom first? All right. After a glance at the departing duo, Li Qingxue shrugged helplessly and decided to accompany Wang Rue to the restroom first. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Ouch, I almost peed my pants. I should have known not to drink so much water. Wang Rue, after finishing her business, felt much relieved. Being good friends with Li Qingxue, Wang Rue had a candid personality, especially in front of friends, with no filter whatsoever. Let's hurry up. If we're late, we might not get the good stuff, Li Qingxue reminded her. Right. We gotta rush. Today, the cafeteria will be packed. If we dawdle, we might not even find a seat. Upon reaching the cafeteria, the place was indeed bustling. Li Qingxue and Wang Rue, holding their trays, searched for a spot. Ugh, should have grabbed a seat first before going to the bathroom. Wang Rue lamented. Li Qingxue didn't respond but looked around, her pretty eyes curving into crescents. Let's share a table. Before Wang Rue could react, Li Qingxue had already made her way toward an occupied table. Wang Rue hesitated but didn't stop her. Thanks for reading on Mana Novel. Upon seeing who was sitting at the table, Wang Rue froze. She was about to call out to Li Qingxue, suggesting they find another table, when Li Qingxue beat her to it. Excuse me, can we share this table? Li Qingxue asked with a smile. Long Aotian, who had been mid-bite with a chicken leg, noticed it was Li Qingxue and pointed to the empty seat beside him. Go ahead, sit. Thank you. Li Qingxue set down her tray, then motioned to Wang Rue. Come on, sit here. Wang Rue's mouth twitched. Upon seeing Long Aotian, mouth full of chicken, glance at her, she quickly lowered her head and huddled next to Hu Yueying. Long Aotian chewed the chicken, puzzled by Wang Rue's reaction, unsure why she was so intimidated. First, he didn't think he was unattractive. Second, though he did eat rather messily, he didn't think it warranted such a reaction. Shaking his head, he continued eating. Looking at Long Aotian, now wolfing down his food, Li Qingxue couldn't help but recall his earlier antics in the classroom. Sticking a pen up his nose, scratching his head, even throwing scraps of paper around. The contrast between then and now was amusing. Unable to hold back her laughter, she quickly covered her mouth. Sorry, I just thought of something funny. Wang Rue internally panicked for Li Qingxue, fearing Long Aotian might suddenly lash out and kick her 10 meters away. Sure enough, The next second, she heard Long Aotian's voice. What's so funny? Tell me, so I can have a laugh too. Li Qingxue cautiously pointed to Long Aotian's hair. Long Aotian felt his hair. Unable to see, he was unsure what Li Qingxue was referring to. Li Qingxue pulled out her small mirror and aimed it at Long Aotian. In the mirror, Long Aotian saw that a strand of his hair was sticking up, resembling the antenna of Teletubbies. Probably from all the hair scratching during his test. It wasn't a big deal. Boys often had messy hair. But upon closer inspection, it was indeed somewhat funny. As Long Aotian reached up to flatten the strand, he noticed, through the mirror, a slender finger slowly rising and finally resting on the rogue hair. He paused, then looked up to see Li Qingxue leaning across the table, her body tilted toward him. Upon sensing Long Aotian's gaze, Hu Yueying paused, biting her lip as her breathing quickened momentarily. Taking a deep breath, her curled fingers relaxed, and she withdrew her hand, returning to her seat. Li Qingxue, witnessing this, blinked a few times, then glanced at Long Aotian. Long Aotian, holding the mirror, hesitated, unsure what to do with his hand. Feigning composure, he pretended to adjust his bangs, sneaking a glance at Hu Yueying, relieved to see her demeanor unchanged. Rapidly recovering his usual casual demeanor, he handed the mirror back to Li Qingxue. Here, your mirror. Accepting the mirror, Li Qingxue stashed it back in her pocket, her sidelong glances occasionally snagging on Hu Yueying. Intuition told her something remarkable was brewing, and she wasn't wrong. Li Qingxue was sharp, especially with her memory. She distinctly recalled Long Aotian mentioning in the corridor earlier. I think I understand her a little. Long bro, I'm done eating, Hu Yueying said. Oh, all right then, let's go. Long Aotian stood up, glancing at Li Qingxue, who was still eating. We'll leave first. Sure. See you in class. Li Qingxue, having arrived late, ate slowly and thus wasn't finished. With Long Aotian and Hu Yueying's departure, Wang Rui finally dared to lift her head. Qingxue, you scared me. If I had known you were talking about sharing a table with Long Aotian, I'd rather stand and eat with my tray. Li Qingxue chuckled. You're such a scaredy cat. You've never even talked to Long Aotian. Why so intimidated? Besides, he's not some evil overlord. Wang Rui was about to say more when a figure stopped by their side. A deep, magnetic voice spoke softly. Sometimes appearances can be deceiving. Evil never wears its mark on its sleeve. Yi Liangshun delivered this line, forcing a smile at Li Qingxue before departing. Yi Liangshun, who had been observing closely, was nearly biting his lip to the point of drawing blood. Mark of death. Mark. Long Aotian, you've walked the path of certain doom. Long Aotian gets carried away. Walking behind Long Aotian, Hu Yueying's curled fingertips tightened slightly, her heart skipping a beat as a shy glimmer flickered in the corner of her eyes, tender and graceful. Just moments ago, she didn't know what had come over her. Watching Li Qingxue interact with Long Aotian, she felt as if she had lost her soul. By the time she regained her senses, her hand was already resting on Long Aotian's head. Now, just thinking about her actions in the cafeteria, Hu Yueying's palm tingled slightly, a strange, indescribable physiological reaction. Clenching her small hand, she took a deep breath and quickened her pace to catch up to Long Aotian. She tried to control her erratic breathing and stole a glance at him. Seeing that Long Aotian looked as calm as ever, she couldn't help but let out a small sigh of relief. Still, a hint of unease lingered in her heart. Would her actions seem too forward in Long Aotian's eyes? A girl shouldn't casually touch a boy's head, just as a boy shouldn't casually grab a girl's hair. Lost in her thoughts, she became somewhat absent-minded. Soon, Hu Yueying felt herself bump into something warm and slightly firm. Startled, she quickly snapped back to reality. What are you thinking about? You're so distracted, Long Aotian chuckled. He had noticed Hu Yueying's absent-mindedness earlier. She hadn't even noticed the campus streetlights ahead. Long Aotian had been curious to see if she would actually walk into one, and sure enough, she nearly did. If he hadn't shielded her with his hand, she would have definitely ended up with a bump on her forehead. And nothing. Hu Yuing touched her forehead, feeling a little awkward and embarrassed. If Long Aotian hadn't protected her, her forehead would have hurt from the impact. But when she saw the smile on Long Aotian's face, she couldn't help but smile too. Silly girl, you need to take care of yourself, little scatterbrain. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Hu Yuing stubbornly shook her head. Over the time she had spent by Long Aotian's side, her personality had subtly changed. Now, she even dared to joke with him. I'm not scatterbrained. I was just testing whether you'd protect me in time. Oh, you've learned to argue back now, huh? Not bad. Long Aotian replied, clearly pleased. In the past, Hu Yuing would have just accepted whatever others said without a word of protest. At least now, she could argue back a little. That was progress. As for what had happened in the cafeteria, Long Aotian simply treated it as a minor incident. After all, Hu Yuing was his little sidekick. Wasn't it only natural for her to help out her big brother? The 3 days of exams passed quickly. The urgency of senior year wasn't just felt by the students. The teachers were equally pressed for time. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. After invigilating the exams, they had to rush back to their offices to grade the papers. By the afternoon of the third day, just before school ended, the results of the monthly exams were already out. Long Aotian was among the first to check the results, dragging Hu Yuing along with him. Thanks to the intimidating impression Long Aotian had left on others, no one dared to compete with him for a spot at the front. Wow, double first place. Hu Yuing and Li Qingshua's names were tied for first place, standing out prominently. This outcome was somewhat unexpected for Long Aotian, yet also made sense. In the original novel, Hu Yuing had always been a good student, but after transferring schools, she had been bullied by Long Aotian, which had affected her studies. Now that he had taken over, not only had he stopped bullying her, but he had also protected her. With her solid foundation, it was no surprise she had scored so high. As for Li Qingxue, Long Aotian swore he hadn't known she was the white moonlight female lead in the original story. After accidentally giving her some advice, she had temporarily set aside her distractions and focused on her studies. Perhaps that was why she had been able to concentrate and dedicate more time to her academics. Otherwise, according to the original story's progression, the white moonlight female lead would have been going through a period of regret, her studies severely affected. She definitely wouldn't have been tied for first place with Hu Yuing. Unlike Long Aotian, Hu Yuing didn't start scanning the list from the top. Instead, she began from the bottom. Long Aotian's name wasn't among the bottom 10. It wasn't in the bottom 20 either. There were 7 classes in the senior year, totaling around 420 students. Finally, she found Long Aotian's name at the 389th position, with a total score of 318. Long Aotian was about to praise Hu Yuing, encouraging her to keep up the good work so she could get into her dream university. But before he could speak, Hu Yuing turned to him, her face beaming with excitement. Long Aotian, you scored 318. That's 30 places higher than last time. What? Long Aotian's eyes widened. He had to admit, hearing Hu Yuing tell him he had improved by 30 places made him feel a little proud. Unconsciously, he straightened his back, even clasping his hands behind him. His mouth was practically splitting into a grin, but he forced himself to maintain a calm tone. Not bad, I guess. To Long Aotian, this score was something to be proud of. At least, that's what the surrounding students thought. Hu Yuing had scored first in the grade, yet she wasn't strutting around like Long Aotian, who was practically puffing out his chest and looking down his nose at everyone. How could someone who had barely scraped the bottom 30 act so smug? Hu Yuing, the top scorer, wasn't even this proud. Wasn't he overdoing it? Regardless of what others thought, Long Aotian was genuinely happy. This proved that his efforts to study with Hu Yuing had paid off, and he had made significant progress. If he kept this up until the college entrance exams, maybe he wouldn't need his father to pull strings, beg for favors, or spend years of savings to get him into university. He might actually be able to get in on his own merit. And then he could embark on a completely different path in life. A completely different path. The thought alone was enough to excite him. With a smug expression, he walked back to his seat, not directly, but by making a grand detour around the classroom. When he passed by Wang Shuo, who was stuffing books into the back of his pants, Aotian couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. It's too late for that now. You're doomed. Do you know how much I scored this time? 318. Rank 389, which is 31st from the bottom. I improved by 30 places. Can you believe it? Wang Shuo's face twitched. He had been counting on Aotian to be the bottom of the class, so he could at least tell his parents someone had done worse than him. Sure, he'd still get scolded, but it wouldn't be as bad. Now, without Aotian as the class's worst, Wang Shuo remembered how his father had whipped him with a belt after the last minor test, leaving him unable to sit properly for 3 days. And this time, it was a monthly exam. The thought made him want to cry as he stuffed 2 more books into his pants. TSK. Better stuff in a few more books. After all, I'm no longer the bottom of the class. Wang Shuo knew exactly what Aotian was doing, showing off. Yeah, you're amazing. Just stop talking, okay? Aotian struggled to suppress his grin, straightening his collar with one hand to distract himself from the overwhelming urge to smile. You know, I'm not saying this to brag about my 318 score. I just want you to know that I've improved by 30 places compared to my previous self. That's all. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back, straightened his posture, and walked off with a spring in his step, a faint smile playing on his lips. He then approached the second-to-last and third-to-last students, shaking his head and clicking his tongue, before casually mentioning that he hadn't performed well this time, scoring only 318 points and ranking 389th, 31st from the bottom. He had only improved by 30 places, and he made sure to emphasize that he wasn't saying this to boast. A moment of indulgence, a moment of emptiness. There was no evening self-study session. After announcing the class rankings, the homeroom teacher left the remaining time for the students to themselves. As the dismissal bell rang, Hu Yueying began packing up Aotian's things. Without realizing it, Hu Yueying had already internalized Aotian's words. If you're not eager to leave school, there's something wrong with your head. She quickly tidied up Aotian's desk. As they walked out of the school, Aotian suddenly stopped and turned to look at Hu Yueying, who was following behind him. Seeing Aotian stop, Hu Yueying also halted her steps. What's wrong, Brother Long? Aotian didn't speak, just looked at Hu Yueying intently. Feeling his gaze, Hu Yueying's heart skipped a beat, and her face began to feel warm. In Aotian's eyes, she caught a fleeting glimpse of affection, brief but undeniable. Her heartbeat began to quicken involuntarily, a strange sensation she had never experienced before. She didn't know what was happening to her, why her heart was racing so fast, as if a little deer were gently leaping inside her chest. Silly, Aotian said, gently tapping Hu Yueying's head. He then took a deep breath and chuckled softly. Brother Long has something to do today. Go home by yourself. Hu Yueying looked at Aotian, instinctively wanting to ask what he had to do, but she felt it wouldn't be appropriate to ask. After all, Aotian had his own matters to attend to. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. So she nodded obediently. Okay, Brother Long. Take that way. It's closer to home. All right. Watching Hu Yueying's retreating figure, Aotian opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something more. But seeing her back, he just scratched his head helplessly and turned to walk in the opposite direction. As she walked, Hu Yueying felt a sudden emptiness in her heart. She couldn't help but glance back. Watching Aotian's figure disappear into the crowd, she finally looked away. Whether it was her intuition as a girl or not, Hu Yueying felt a hint of loneliness as she watched Aotian vanish into the sea of people. She turned back and continued walking home. Before she had acknowledged Aotian as her big brother, she had walked this path many times, but this time, her mood felt different. Thanks for reading on Mananovel. As she passed the train track unloading platform, Hu Yueying wasn't in a hurry to go home. Instead, she sat on the platform, picking up nearby pebbles and tossing them toward the train tracks. Her mind was filled with the image of Aotian tapping her head, his gaze inadvertently revealing a hint of affection. The heavy feeling in her heart seemed to lighten with each pebble she threw, as if she were tossing away her inner turmoil. Quan, how do I look? Yu Yangchun was a bit nervous. After coming out of the restroom, he had changed out of his school uniform into a white shirt and black jeans. This outfit made him look even more handsome. Even so, Yu Yangchun was still excited, constantly adjusting his hair in the mirror he held. Brother Chun, what's gotten into you today? Gao Quan asked, watching Yu Yangchun fuss over his hair in the mirror. Instead of going home after school, Yu Yangchun had gone into the restroom to change clothes and check himself out in the mirror. Gao Quan couldn't understand it. He really couldn't. Don't worry about that. How do I look today? Handsome, right? Yu Yangchun didn't look up from the mirror as he spoke. Handsome. But why did you part your hair in the middle? It looks kind of weird. Gao Quan's mouth twitched as he watched Yu Yangchun wet his hair and then part it down the middle. The style reminded him of characters from anti-Japanese war dramas. Yu Yangchun chuckled. You don't get it. This hairstyle will be all the rage in a few years. Lots of celebrities will be wearing it. Your brother Chun here is just ahead of the curve. It's called fashion, you know? Fashion. Too bad I don't have a hairdryer, or I'd puff it up a bit more. Then you'd really see how fashion it is. Yu Yangchun was in a good mood today, so he decided to share a bit more with Gao Quan. But seeing Gao Quan's clueless expression, he knew his friend still didn't get it. But that didn't matter. As long as he looked out for Gao Quan, everything would be fine. With that thought, Yu Yangchun took a deep breath. All right, you head home first. Brother Chun has something to take care of today. What is it? Gao Quan couldn't help but ask. Don't worry about it. I'll surprise you later. Yu Yangchun glanced at the time and started walking out. He'd spent a bit too much time on his look today, but it was fine. He could still make it. Go home first. Wait for Brother Chen's surprise, Yu Yangchun said to Gao Quan before running downstairs. Gao Quan watched Yu Yangchun's retreating figure, his middle-parted hair bouncing up and down as he ran, resembling the flapping wings of chickens at his grandparents' farm. He quickly shook his head and followed downstairs. But Yu Yangchun was fast. From a distance, Gao Quan saw him run out of the school gate and head in the opposite direction of home. As he jogged, Yu Yangchun felt his hair flutter in the wind, and a smile slowly formed on his lips. He hadn't forgotten today's significance. He had waited far too long for this moment. My treasure girl, you've suffered these past few days, but it's okay. We're finally going to meet, get to know each other, and grow closer, just as fate intended. Even though Long Aotian has forced himself into your life, it doesn't matter. You'll always be my treasure girl. Filled with excitement, Yu Yangchun quickened his pace, running faster and faster. Catching his breath, he looked around and took a deep breath, steadying himself. He wanted to present his best self. Exhaling, he stepped forward. Who can love a heart that's been broken? No one understands the pain. This line wasn't in his dreams, but the emotions welled up, and Yu Yangchun couldn't help but express it. It perfectly captured his current state of mind. Hands in his pockets, a smile on his lips, he walked forward slowly. The place where fate had brought them together in his past life. This time, he would hold on tight. When he reached the platform, Yu Yangchun pretended not to look to the left. Instead, he tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, spread his arms, and made a gesture as if embracing the sky. This was all to elevate his cool factor and catch his treasure girl's attention. With that thought, Yu Yangchun's smile widened. He slowly lowered his arms and hugged himself instead. Opening his eyes, he feigned surprise as he looked to the left. What a coincidence! You like coming here too. Before he could finish, his feigned surprise turned into genuine shock. He quickly looked to the right. No one. Where is she? Yu Yangchun could no longer maintain his composure. He frantically scanned the area, but the train tracks and their surroundings were completely empty. No one was in sight. Actually, the redemption of your life. It shouldn't be like this. How could this happen? Yu Yangchun jumped off the train platform and jogged forward. It was clearly here in the dream. There's no way I could be wrong. Yu Yangchun was starting to panic. Had something gone wrong? In the dream, this was where fate began. There was no mistaking that. Bastard. In an instant, Yi Liangshun understood the possibility. It must be that scoundrel Long Aotian who had taken Hu Yuweiing away to a hotel. That beast was truly capable of such a thing. To get his hands on his treasure girl, his white moonlight, and his childhood sweetheart, he would stop at nothing. If he hadn't shown up in time in the dream, Long Aotian would have succeeded. At this thought, the hatred in Yi Liangshun's heart surged uncontrollably. Without a second thought, he ran past the iron gate of the train tracks and slowly came to a stop. His racing heart and trembling hands finally found a moment of relief. His gaze fixed on the figure not far away, gradually softening. Taking a deep breath, Yi Liangshun jogged to catch up. Who can a wounded heart love? No one understands the pain. Hearing the voice, Hu Yuweiing turned her head in confusion. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Then she saw Yi Liangshun, panting heavily, standing beside her. Instinctively, she took a step back, her fingers clutching her backpack, turning white from tension. Yi Liangshun tried desperately to steady his breathing, forcing a strained smile onto his face. "Are you okay?" Hu Yuweiing paused, then looked even more puzzled. "I'm fine." Yi Liangshun chuckled, took a deep breath, lowered his head, and then quickly looked up, his eyes deeply fixed on Hu Yuweiing. "Look into my eyes. Do you feel it? That soul-deep connection, like a moment that lasts an eternity." Hu Yuweiing shook her head. "No, I'm going home. Don't follow me." Hearing this, Yi Liangshun was stunned. How was that possible? Look again, carefully. He lowered his head once more, then slowly raised it, his gaze burning with intensity. "What about now? Do you feel your heart stirring?" Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. Hu Yuweiing didn't want to waste any more words on this clearly unstable person. She stepped around Yi Liangshun and prepared to leave. This can't be right. Yi Liangshun stared blankly at Hu Yuweiing's retreating figure, wondering where he had gone wrong. He quickly caught up to her. Wait. He turned his head slightly, showing only his sharp jawline, then suddenly turned back, his eyes filled with sincerity and a hint of pain. Yi Liangshun remembered now. In the dream, when he had met his treasure girl, they were both in a state of sorrow. He had been too excited earlier and hadn't shown that sadness. This time, it would surely work. "What do you see in my eyes?" Yi Liangshun asked, his voice heavy with emotion. "You got eye gunk." Hu Yuweiing replied with disgust. "Stop following me. My big brother is really tough." "Eye gunk." Yi Liangshun hastily wiped his eyes and then looked back at Hu Yuweiing, his expression still sincere and sorrowful. "What about now? Do you feel anything when you look in my eyes?" Even the most patient Hu Yuweiing had reached her limit. "I'm warning you. My big brother is really strong. He'll beat you up." She jogged away, thinking to herself that Long Aotian had been right. Stay far away from people who aren't right in the head. Yi Liangshun watched Hu Yuweiing's retreating figure, his expression shifting from disbelief to one of sheer fury. Yes, fury, because he had just heard his treasure girl threaten him, saying her big brother would come and beat him up. This was unbelievable. His treasure girl, who had once been too afraid to even step on an ant, had now learned to call on others to fight her battles. These bad habits, if he wasn't mistaken, were undoubtedly learned from Long Aotian. Long Aotian, you've really outdone yourself this time. Not only are you rotten to the core, but now you're dragging my treasure girl down with you. With the soul of a 28-year-old, Yi Liangshun knew exactly what Long Aotian's despicable intentions were. He must have realized that he couldn't get into a good university, so he was trying to corrupt his treasure girl and drag her into the mud with him. Only then could Long Aotian completely possess what should have been Yi Liangshun's treasure girl. At this thought, Yi Liangshun regretted everything. He truly regretted it. If only he hadn't pretended to know Hu Yuweiing, hadn't tried to protect her or care for her, then he wouldn't have triggered Long Aotian's sense of crisis so early. That beast wouldn't have made his move on his treasure girl so soon. It was all his fault. If he hadn't taken it upon himself to appear in front of his treasure girl, Long Aotian's twisted possessiveness wouldn't have. At this thought, a glint of determination flashed in Yi Liangshun's eyes. He ran after Hu Yuweiing. He couldn't let his treasure girl be led astray by Long Aotian. He had to save her, just like in the dream, to pull her out of the abyss and set her on the right path. Only he could be the light in her darkness. With the natural advantage of a man's stamina, Aotian quickly caught up to Hu Yuwei. He spread his arms wide, blocking her path, and looked at her solemnly. "Listen to me." But when he saw the look of wariness and disgust in Hu Yuwei's eyes, Aotian's heart ached. He clutched his chest tightly. It hurt. It felt like a knife had sliced through his heart, the pain almost unbearable. How could his treasure girl look at him like that? Honestly, Aotian couldn't accept it. But he took a deep breath and continued. "Hu Yuwei, listen to me. I'm your destined one. I exist to save you." Seeing Hu Yuwei's furrowed brow, Aotian hurriedly added, "I know this must be hard for you to accept, but it's the truth." A bitter smile appeared on Aotian's lips. "At first, I just wanted to get close to you as an ordinary person to save you quietly. But all I got in return was distance and misunderstanding. Now, I can't keep pretending. I'm laying it all out. I'm your life's salvation." Hu Yuwei frowned deeply. In all her life, she had never felt such an uncontrollable dislike for someone. "First of all, I'm fine. Second, I don't need your salvation. If you keep following me and harassing me, I'll tell my long Aotian. I'm his little follower, and he'll protect me." Even if Hu Yuwei wanted to point at Aotian's nose and curse him, she couldn't bring herself to do it. This was the harshest thing she could say. "I am who I am." Aotian, fearless in love and hate. Aotian gazed deeply at Hu Yuwei. She was still as beautiful, as lovely, and as much the treasure girl he remembered. So why was she saying such cruel words to him now? He let out a self-mocking laugh, then shook his head helplessly. "I know this might be hard for you to accept right away, but this is the truth. The long you mentioned, if I'm not mistaken, that's Long Aotian, isn't it? Do you know what kind of person he is? Do you know he's manipulating you with PUA tactics?" At this point, Aotian smiled bitterly and shook his head again. "No, you don't know. You don't know anything. You're too pure, too kind to see the darkness in people's hearts. He just wants to drag you into the mud because that's the only way he can completely possess you. Someone like him is just a playboy. Once he's had enough of you, he'll move on to someone else. And when that happens, you'll be left abandoned. Can't you see that? Can't you wake up? It's only me. Only I truly care about you, wanting to pull you out of the darkness. I'm your little son of redemption." Aotian grew more and more impassioned, unable to control himself. His fear and hatred of Long Aotian had carried over from his past life to this one. He could spend an entire day bad-mouthing Long Aotian without repeating a single insult. But he failed to notice the growing anger in Hu Yuwei's eyes. She shoved him hard. "Don't you dare talk about him like that." Even though her body trembled slightly and her eyes glistened with unshed tears, she didn't back down. She just pursed her lips and glared at Aotian, refusing to let him speak ill of Long Ge. It was strange. Hu Yuwei was the type who would endure being bullied without fighting back. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Before, when Aotian had repeatedly pestered her, she had only asked him to stop following her, to stop bothering her. The most threatening thing she had said was that she would tell Long Ge about him. But now, just hearing Aotian badmouth Long Aotian, she couldn't stop herself from pushing him. Watching Aotian stumble back 2 steps, Hu Yuwei's trembling grew more intense. She stared at her hands in shock, but she didn't regret it. Aotian could say whatever he wanted about her, but he couldn't badmouth Long Aotian. If she had the chance to do it again, she would still push him. Aotian was equally stunned. He hadn't expected, no, he truly hadn't expected, that Hu Yuwei would actually push him. "You pushed me? Do you know who you're pushing? You're pushing the one who wants to save you from your dark life." Hu Yuwei was scared. This was the first time she had ever pushed someone, and her hands and feet still felt numb. But she stood her ground and said firmly, "Don't you dare talk about Long Ge, or I'll push you again." Hearing this, Aotian staggered. "You push me for Long Aotian? Hu Yuwei, open your eyes. What's so great about Long Aotian? All he does is bully you, force you. I'm the one who's always been protecting you. Even if I haven't done it openly, my heart has always been protecting you." Don't you understand my good intentions? Thanks for reading on Man a Novel. I don't understand, but I know Long Gu treats me well, Hu Yueying said, her voice trembling like a kitten with its fur bristled. Though she was on the verge of tears, she held them back, hiding her trembling hands in her sleeves. Long Gu is the best person I've ever met. I won't let you speak badly of him. Ugh. Yi Liangchun clutched his chest, staggering back another 2 steps. He looked at Hu Yueying with sorrow and pity. How can you say that? Do you know how much it hurts me to hear you say that? Long Aotian only treats you well because he wants your body. Don't you see that? His kindness has an ulterior motive. He just wants to enjoy your body. But I'm different. I just want to treat you well. Ugh. Before he could finish, Hu Yueying pushed him again. Taking advantage of his unsteady footing, she ran past him toward her home. Her phone was at home, under the pillow on her bed. If he dared to bother her again, she would do as Long Gu had taught her. Call the police. Long Gu treated her well because she was his little follower, not because he lusted after her body. Yi Liangchun was just spouting nonsense. This time, Yi Liangchun didn't chase after her. He just stood there, staring blankly at Hu Yueying's retreating figure. A moment later, when Hu Yueying had completely disappeared from his sight, Yi Liangchun finally seemed to snap out of his daze. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with unrelenting hatred. He didn't hate his treasure girl. The real culprit wasn't the pure and lovely treasure girl. It was Long Aotian, that beast. If it weren't for that beast feeling threatened by him and forcing himself on his treasure girl, how could she have treated him like this? To think that in my past life, you targeted me, and in this life, you're still targeting me. I'm laughing. I'm really laughing now. I'll expose your true nature to my treasure girl. I'll make her see what kind of beast you really are. Not hating the treasure girl didn't mean he wasn't angry. Long Aotian had forced himself on his treasure girl. He deserved to die. He really deserved to die. Once the treasure girl saw Long Aotian for who he really was and came to her senses, he would still save her. But the love he gave her would only be a fraction of what it once was. He might even strip her of the title treasure girl. Don't blame me. Even though this situation was caused by me, you didn't believe me. You even pushed me for Long Aotian. You deserve some punishment. Can't be helped. That's just who I am. Yi Liangchun, the man who loves and hates with all his heart. With that thought, Yi Liangchun took a deep breath, regretting that one misstep had led to a series of mistakes. He had only wanted to get closer to his treasure girl earlier, but it had backfired. Perhaps this was the butterfly effect of his rebirth. But he wouldn't make the same mistake again. He exhaled slowly, took out his phone, and snapped a photo of his shadow. I don't regret meeting you, but I do feel a bit of regret. After all this time together, we never had a proper goodbye. It just hurts sometimes, the night who's about to step down. After finishing the caption, he posted it to his QQ space. Open the door, it's me, your big brother Long Aotian. After editing this message and sending it directly to his social media space, Yi Liangchun put away his phone and stared blankly in the direction Hu Yueying had left, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. This is what makes it interesting. As someone who has been reborn, I hold too many advantages. This adds a ripple to my otherwise dull life, giving me a fresh sense of excitement. Yi Liangchun had his own confidence. At the very least, he believed that Long Aotian, that obsessive and twisted freak, had nothing on him except for being slightly taller, more physically robust, and having a minor edge in looks. What else could Long Aotian possibly surpass him in? Nothing. He couldn't surpass him in anything. Can good looks put food on the table? Just think, a few years from now, when Long Aotian is still loitering around bars, working as a thug or someone's lackey, I'll already be driving luxury cars and wearing designer watches. When I show up in front of Long Aotian, then, won't the difference between us be crystal clear? This was Yi Liangchun's unique confidence. But it still hurt. It really did. His treasure, the girl he had longed for across 2 lifetimes, had been violated by that beast Long Aotian. How could his heart not ache? It's fine. I'll make you see Long Aotian's true evil nature. I'll make you understand that he's just a beast who lusts after your body. But I'm different. I genuinely like you from the bottom of my heart. I'll make you realize that only I, Yi Liangchun, can be your salvation. Everything about you should belong to me. Yi Liangchun was certain that Long Aotian would drag Hu Yueying down into the depths of base desires, ultimately ruining her future. No one understood Hu Yueying's bright future better than he did. Damn it, today was supposed to be the start of our destined meeting. Why'd it have to turn out like this? Why? This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Although Yi Liangchun tried to console himself, the thought of waiting so long only to have his hopes of meeting, knowing, and understanding his treasure girl dashed still brought a sharp pain to his heart. It hurt too much. All his expectations had crumbled in this moment, and it was hard not to feel bitter. Taking a deep breath, the light in his eyes gradually grew firmer. Yueying, I'll make you see that your choice was wrong. I'll make you understand just how disastrous it is to get close to Long Aotian. I'll make you watch with your own eyes as Long Aotian falls into hell, never to rise again. When you finally see Long Aotian for who he truly is, will you regret treating me this way? With that, Yi Liangchun turned and left without looking back. He too had his own pride. Yi Liangchun could see the entirety of Long Aotian's life at a glance. In your previous life, you died by my schemes. In this life, you still won't escape my grasp. Just wait. I'll use the advantage of my rebirth to humiliate you to death. Thanks for reading on Man a Novel. After finishing his shower, Long Aotian heard the notification sound from his phone. Drying his hair, he picked up his keypad phone. Looking at the messages that had come in, Long Aotian paused for a moment, then took the phone into his room. Hu Yueying usually sent him one message and waited for his reply before sending another. But today, she had sent several in a row. Hu Yueying, Long Ji, are you home yet? Hu Yueying, Long Ji, have you eaten? I'm about to cook. Should I make some for you too? Hu Yueying, Long Ji, are you busy? 5 minutes later. Hu Yueying, Long Ji, are you still not back? Another 5 minutes later. Hu Yueying, Long Ji, what are you doing? There were many messages, and Long Aotian couldn't shake the feeling that Hu Yueying's words carried a sense of urgency, or perhaps desperation. When you know someone well enough, you can truly sense their emotions through text, even without any explicit emotional language. What's wrong? Long Aotian replied. The moment he sent the message, he received a reply from Hu Yueying. It seemed like the girl had been holding her phone, waiting intently for his response. Seeing Long Aotian's message, Hu Yueying's inner strength crumbled instantly. She wanted to complain, to tell her Long Ji that Yi Liangchun had been bothering her again. But she held back. The college entrance exams were approaching, and she didn't want to cause Long Aotian any more trouble. If she told him, Long Aotian, who cared so much for her, would undoubtedly go after Yi Liangchun. She didn't care about Yi Liangchun, nor did she want to, but she didn't want to be the reason Long Aotian got involved in more trouble. So she replied, It's nothing. I just wanted to ask if you're coming over for dinner tonight. After sending the message, Hu Yueying sat silently on the steps in front of the main hall, curling herself into a ball and staring blankly at her phone. As time passed, Long Aotian still hadn't replied. Slowly, Hu Yueying's head drooped lower and lower until it rested on her knees. Back in middle school, Hu Yueying had attended a school in the town. When she moved to the city for high school, she had quickly grown accustomed to being alone. She had learned to find her own joy in solitude. But Long Aotian's appearance made her realize that she didn't actually like being alone. She wanted someone by her side, especially now, in this empty courtyard where she was the only one. There was no one to listen to her, no one to eat with her, not even the slightest bit of response from anyone. Without realizing it, Hu Yueying had already come to rely on Long Aotian, the person who had suddenly entered her world, as an emotional anchor. Humans are like that. When loneliness becomes a habit, you stop hoping for someone to be by your side. But once you've experienced the warmth of dependency, it's hard to go back to being alone. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of someone knocking on the iron gate startled Hu Yueying. She turned her head toward the door. Ooh, who is it? It's me, your big brother, Long Aotian. Hearing his voice, Hu Yueying quickly got up and ran to the gate. She didn't even realize how pure the smile on her face was. Opening the gate, She looked at Long Aotian standing before her. Her smile widened, but a wave of indescribable sadness also welled up in her heart. This sadness was like seeing a deeply trusted family member. It was uncontrollable. Emotions are like that. In the most ordinary moments, when you see someone who matters deeply to you, they burst forth without restraint. She tried to mask it with a smile, but the trembling corners of her lips betrayed her true feelings. I am frugal and capable. Hu Yuing bit her lower lip tightly, her eyelashes trembling slightly, as if she were a butterfly about to lose its wings and fall at any moment. Long Aotian. Long Aotian felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his body stiffening. Hu Yuing's tearful eyes inexplicably pierced his heart. The moment he saw Hu Yuing's message, he could sense that something was off with her emotions. But, seeing Hu Yuing like this in person, Long Aotian immediately felt a loss. He didn't know what to do. Acting on instinct, he raised his hand, his warm fingertips gently wiping the corner of her eye. It's okay, big bro is here. No one dares to bully you. Hearing this, the emotion she had been trying to suppress suddenly broke through. Seeing this, Long Aotian panicked. He didn't know whether to keep his hand on her cheek or pull it back. In the end, he gently ruffled her hair, trying to calm her down. What's wrong? Don't cry. Your Long Aotian can't stand seeing girls cry. When you cry, I don't know what to do. While feeling helpless, Long Aotian was also puzzled. Today was supposed to be the day the male and female leads met and got to know each other. How had his little sidekick ended up so upset? Hu Yuing shook her head. She first apologized to Long Aotian, then pursed her lips and said she was just in a bad mood, that it was really nothing. For now, Hu Yuing just wanted to focus on tutoring Long Aotian properly. Long Aotian had always been good to her, and she didn't want him to get into trouble because of her. Besides, in Hu Yuing's heart, she would probably never forget how Long Aotian had been so smug and proud in class today. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. He kept telling everyone he scored 318 on the test, clearly showing off but insisting he wasn't bragging. She still had to tutor Long Aotian, and she didn't want some unreasonable people to affect them. With the college entrance exams approaching, if Long Aotian stood up for her and confronted Liangshan, it could lead to him getting a disciplinary record, being sent home for reflection, or even having his parents called in. None of that was what Hu Yuing wanted to see. Besides, she had already pushed Liangshan today, so she hadn't lost out. Strictly speaking, she had even come out ahead. The sadness was just because Liangshan had spoken badly of Long Aotian. Now, feeling Long Aotian comforting her, she was already feeling better. Long Aotian looked at Hu Yuing. If she didn't want to talk about it, he wouldn't press her. In life, apart from life and death, everything else is trivial. As long as the sun rises tomorrow, there's no hurdle that can't be overcome. If you feel wronged and want to talk, I'll listen. No matter how harsh the world is, with me, you can just be yourself. Thanks for reading on Man a Novel. Hearing this, Hu Yuing glanced at Long Aotian secretly, then quickly averted her gaze, lightly biting her red lip. A hint of indescribable joy crept into her heart. With me, you can just be yourself. This sentence sent ripples through her heart. At the age when a girl's heart first stirs, she didn't yet understand the meaning of having a crush. She only felt her heart beating fast and a sense of happiness. It was as if, as long as this person was in front of her, all her worries and unhappiness would be kept at bay, unable to get close to her. Although Long Aotian didn't know why Hu Yuing had been in a bad mood, seeing her visibly more at ease now, he didn't press further. Instead, he changed the subject. What are we eating today? Stir-fried noodles, tomato and egg stir-fried noodles, Hu Yuing said, pulling Long Aotian into the yard. Long Aotian, go wash your hands. The noodles will be ready soon. Watching Hu Yuing bustling about, Long Aotian couldn't help but chuckle. This girl. He wandered around the yard for a bit, then went into the living room. Having come here every day recently, Long Aotian felt as comfortable as if he were at home. He poured himself a glass of water, then sprawled on the sofa, stretching lazily. Soon, Hui Weiing came in carrying bowls. Long Aotian, dinner's ready. Tomorrow, I'll take you out for something good, Long Aotian said between bites of noodles. He had promised to Hui Weiing earlier that if she made it into the top 3 of her grade, he'd treat her to something nice. That way, she wouldn't complain that he was always just sweet-talking her. Eating at home is fine. Long Aotian, what do you want to eat? I'll make it for you, Hui Weiing said softly. There's no need to go out. It's just a waste of money. To Hui Weiing, the money spent on eating out could cover several meals at home. And it wasn't any worse than eating out. If I'm treating you, just enjoy it. Seeing Hui Weiing about to argue, Long Aotian cut her off. Shut up. If you keep nitpicking, I'll really smack you. It's not worth it, Hui Weiing muttered under her breath. She really felt it wasn't worth it. For example, this stir-fried noodles. At a street vendor, a bowl would cost 7 or 8 yuan, but she had only used 2 yuan's worth of noodles, 2 tomatoes, and 3 eggs. The total cost was less than 5 yuan, and she had made so much. And if they were still hungry, there was more in the pot. Eating out was more expensive, and they might not even get full. Listening to Hui Weiing's soft muttering, Long Aotian found it both amusing and endearing. Hui Weiing was great in every way, except she was too frugal. Before his transmigration, Long Aotian thought he was quite thrifty, but this girl was even more so. I really can't with you. Whoever marries you in the future will definitely save a lot of money. Hearing this, Hui Weiing bit her lip lightly, glanced at Long Aotian shyly, and then, mustering her courage, said softly, I'm very frugal. As she spoke, her head lowered further, and her voice grew quieter, and I'm also very hard-working. After saying this, she tensed up, her feet curling slightly. But all she saw was Long Aotian holding his plate, shoveling noodles into his mouth like there was no tomorrow. Unconsciously, her body relaxed. After finishing his noodles, Long Aotian put the plate down. What did you say just now? What time should I come over tomorrow? And nothing, Hui Weiing said, poking at her noodles with a hint of embarrassment. I have something to do tomorrow morning. She still had to work her part-time job. Then we'll meet in the afternoon, Long Aotian decided without hesitation. After Hui Weiing finished eating, Long Aotian stayed for a while longer. As the sky grew darker, he got up to leave. Long Aotian, be careful on your way back, Hui Weiing said, seeing him off at the door and watching his retreating figure with concern. Go back inside, Long Aotian waved, soon disappearing at the end of the alley. It wasn't far anyway, so he treated it as a post-dinner stroll. Only when Long Aotian was completely out of sight did Hui Weiing lock the gate again. She then ran back to her room, threw herself onto the bed, and buried her face in the blanket. Would have come over earlier. How could she have said something like that? Thankfully, Long Aotian had been too busy eating to hear her, or he would have teased her again. Let Li Qingxue and Yi Liangchun sit together. Liangchun, it's time to eat. Ye's mother pushed open the door, only to see the dim glow of a phone screen illuminating Yi Liangchun's face in the dark room. She was startled and immediately turned on the light. But perhaps it would have been better to leave it off. The light flooded the room, revealing Yi Liangchun's expression. How to describe it? Listless? Aged? Or perhaps sinister? Evil? His bloodshot eyes were fixated on the phone screen with an unsettling intensity. His nose was running, but he didn't bother to wipe it. Instead, he sniffed it back, only for it to drip down again moments later. That alone might just be a matter of poor hygiene. But what was more concerning was the faint aura of melancholy that seemed to surround him. Liangchun, what's wrong? Ye's mother, worried about her son, quickly approached him. But Yi Liangchun remained motionless, still staring blankly at his phone. She took the phone from his hands and frowned as she scrolled through his social media posts. Things like, I feel so lonely, cold, and empty. If I can't keep her, maybe I should set her free. The night has stepped down, and this time, it's for good. As a mother, she knew exactly what was going on. After all, she had been through this stage herself. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Mom, my heart hurts so much, Yi Liangchun said with a bitter smile, pointing to his chest. It really hurts here. No matter how old he got, In the eyes of Father Yi and Ye's mother, he would always be their little boy. This was the unbreakable bond between a child and their parents, a dependency that had nothing to do with age. My silly child, is this about that girl, Li Qingxue? Ye's mother asked. Yi Liangchun had mentioned before that he liked a girl in his class. In the days that followed, he would often talk about how cute she was. But as he grew older, he stopped bringing her up. His parents understood that he was maturing and had his own secrets, so they never pressed him about it. But now, seeing her son in such a state, talking about heartache, it wasn't hard to figure out what had happened. My son is so wonderful. If Li Qingxue can't see that, it's her loss. My precious boy is the best, the handsomest in the world. Your father and I have always taught you that boys should be confident and bold. If there's something you want, go after it bravely. Be strong, Liangchen. Don't be afraid of difficulties. Thanks for reading On Man a Novel. Hearing his mother's words, Yu Liangchen's mood immediately brightened. Deep down, he was a 28-year-old soul, far more resilient than his peers. With the confidence his mother gave him, he nodded. Yes, Mom, I understand. I'll prove that her choice was wrong, because I'm the brave and strong Liangchun, and I'll never back down from challenges. Seeing her son in better spirits, Ye's mother smiled. All right, let's go eat. After dinner, get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, I'll give you some money to go out and have fun, to relax a bit. Okay, thank you, Mom. As Yi Liangchun left the room, the smile on Ye's mother's face vanished. She took out her phone and dialed Yu Liangchen's homeroom teacher. Yes, it's me. I want to know how you're managing your class. This is a critical time in their senior year, and yet there's someone in the class stating, affecting my son's mood. As a teacher, how could you not know about this? If my son doesn't do well because of this, can you take responsibility? What do you mean, calm down? Listen, if you don't handle this, I'll go to the school and make a scene. Best of all, have Li Qingxue sit next to my son. They've known each other for 9 years, so they're familiar with each other. Li Qingxue can even help my son with his studies. You're really something as a teacher, aren't you? TSK tisk. After hanging up, Ye's mother finally left the room. Watching Yu Liangchen eat, she chuckled affectionately. Her son was the best in the world. Anyone who didn't like her son was clearly of questionable character. She had once thought Li Qingxue was a well-behaved girl, but now, she better not even think about entering their household. If she did, Ye's mother would make sure to teach her a lesson. Who does she think she is, rejecting my precious son? Other than dating my son, who else could she possibly date? Mom, what are you saying? Come and eat, Yi Liangchen called out, noticing his mother lost in thought. Whether in the past or now, Yi Liangchen had always relied on his mother, who had always been unconditionally good to him. Coming. My son has grown up and now knows how to care for his mother. The family sat together, enjoying a warm and hearty dinner. Meanwhile, at Li Qingxue's house, her family had just sat down for dinner. Just then, the phone in the living room rang. Li Qingxue's family was relatively well off, and her parents set strict examples when it came to raising their children. No phones were allowed at the dining table, and during meals, phones were to be left elsewhere. Hearing the ringtone, Li's mother got up and went to the living room to answer the call. But as she listened, her elegant brows furrowed, and she glanced over at Li Qingxue. Li Qingxue, who was waiting for her mother to join them at the table, was curious about who would call during dinner. Her eyes met her mother's gaze. What's wrong, Mom? Who called? It was your homeroom teacher. Hearing this, Li Qingxue looked puzzled. Why would the teacher call? She said you've been dating someone in class and that it's affecting your classmates. The words hung in the air, and the dining table fell into silence. The table was filled with delicious dishes prepared to celebrate Li Qingxue's recent achievement of ranking first in her grade. But now, no one touched their food. Father Li's face darkened. As a doting father, he couldn't stand the thought of some pig trying to take his precious daughter away. The mere idea made his blood boil. Dating? Who's spreading such nonsense? As parents, they knew their child best. Li's mother was more familiar with Li Qingxue's habits than anyone. For instance, when Li Qingxue lied, she had a tendency to lower her gaze, unable to meet the other person's eyes, a sign of guilt. But now, Li Qingxue showed no such signs. Instead, she looked both angry and confused. This alone was enough for Li's mother to feel reassured. She gently smoothed Li Qingshue's long, dark hair and looked at her seriously. I believe you, sweetheart. So, tell me, have you been dating anyone at school? Has it affected your classmates? Is Hu Yuweiing not allowing you to talk to other girls? No. Who's spreading such nonsense? Li Qingshue's previously cheerful mood was now completely ruined. Li's mother looked at Li Qingxue, fully convinced of her daughter's innocence. Your homeroom teacher didn't say it outright, but she wanted me to ask if you'd be willing to sit next to Yi Liangchun as desk mates. Li Qingxue wasn't stupid. Hearing this, she immediately felt a surge of anger. No, I don't want to. I believe my daughter, your father, and I will have a proper talk with your homeroom teacher about this. Even so, Li Qingxue still felt uneasy. After hastily eating something, she retreated to her room. Sitting on her bed, she stewed in silence. She never expected Yi Liangchun to do something like this. After knowing him for so long, she now felt like she couldn't understand him at all. Why would he spread rumors about her dating someone at school? I don't want to sit next to you, she thought, picking up her phone and unfollowing Yi Liangchun. This time, Li Qingxue was truly angry. On the other side, Li's mother not only called the homeroom teacher back to clarify that Li Qingxue wasn't dating anyone in class, but also managed to get Yi Liangchun's parents' phone number from the teacher. Whatever the reason, as parents, they didn't want anyone spreading malicious rumors about their daughter at school. When Li's mother called Ye's mother, the latter answered with an impatient tone. Upon learning it was Li Qingxue's parents calling, Ye's mother reluctantly softened her tone. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. She went on and on about how well-behaved, obedient, and filial her son was, as if he were the best child in the world. But after Li's mother's explanation, Ye's mother's expression turned impatient again. All right, I get it. She hung up the phone and muttered under her breath. What's there to be so proud of? It's your daughter's good fortune that my son even noticed her. You can't even appreciate such a blessing. What kind of people are you? Yi Liangchun, who had just come out to use the bathroom, overheard this and asked what was going on. Ye's mother snapped. It was Li Qingxue's parents calling. I can't believe it. You like their daughter, and they still have the nerve to complain. Yi Liangchun frowned. Why did you even call them about this? Ye's mother sighed. Son, you're our treasure. We're your strongest support. Since it's a girl you like, of course, we want to help you. Who knew Li Qingxue's family would act like this? You're so good, so outstanding. For you to like their daughter is their good fortune. Yet they call to question us. I don't even know what there is to question. Yi Liangchun sighed helplessly. I can handle this myself. Can you please stop getting involved? I just want to help you. Seeing you sitting alone in your room, lost in thought, makes me uncomfortable. My son is so wonderful. Why should you have to suffer like this? Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. Ye's mother looked at Yi Liangchun earnestly. In my eyes, my son deserves every girl in the world. Hearing this, Yi Liangchun felt a warmth in his heart. Fine, Mom. Do you trust me? There are some things I can't say, but I can tell you this. Li Qingxue actually likes me too. She just hasn't realized her feelings for me yet. But there's one thing you're right about, Mom. Your son is indeed outstanding. I know it might sound funny, but I'll say it anyway. One day, I'll bring home 3 beautiful and talented daughters-in-law for you. This was Yi Liangchun's confidence. Once his treasure of a girl sees through Long Aotian's twisted and dark side, she'll realize that only he, Yi Liangchun, will truly care for her, love her, and protect her. When Li Qingxue finally understands her own heart, she'll remember how good I was to her, regret her actions, and come running back to me, chasing after me, and falling madly in love with me. As for my childhood sweetheart, well, let's just say it was a sunny day, flowers were in full bloom, and I was back in my rural hometown when I came across a little girl who had fallen and was crying. Good. I love seeing my son so confident. You're my precious boy, brave Liangchun. Fear no difficulties. I believe you'll bring home a beautiful and caring daughter-in-law for me. If you can bring back 3 daughters-in-law, your father and I will be laughing in our dreams. Yi Liangchun said confidently, Mom, you trust me, right? If you trust me, Then just watch. I'll make sure you and Dad laugh in your dreams. Because this is my confidence. With that, Aotian smiled confidently. The next morning, just as the sun rose, Li Qingxue kicked off her blanket and groggily sat up in bed. She ran her fingers through her messy long hair, went to the bathroom to wash up, change her clothes, and then skillfully grabbed a sandwich and milk from the fridge before heading out the door. Going to the bay every week had slowly become a habit. In her heart, she had already come to see Long Aotian as a friend. Arriving early at the riverside, she picked a spot, set down her sandwich and milk, propped her chin on her hand, and waited quietly. She glanced up at the sky. The weather was nice today. He loves basking in the sun, so he'll probably come, right? Li Qingxue thought to herself. Not long after, the sound of footsteps on the grass reached her ears. Li Qingxue turned her head and smiled. "Over here," she called out excitedly, waving her hand. "You're here early," Long Aotian said as he casually found a spot to lie down, enjoying the gentle breeze. These rare moments of leisure were truly wonderful. Li Qingxue stood up, picked up her sandwich and milk, and wanted to move closer, but the image of Hu Yuweiing suddenly flashed in her mind. So she sat down, keeping a certain distance. She only saw Long Aotian as a friend, a confidant she could talk to. "Here, this is for you," she said, placing the sandwich and milk next to Long Aotian. Then she began to pour out her frustrations and unhappiness. When she mentioned how Ye's mother had called the homeroom teacher to complain that Li Qingxue was dating someone and distracting her son from his studies, Long Aotian couldn't help but think, what the heck? People actually do this kind of thing. But he held back from saying anything. Before, he hadn't known Li Qingxue was the second female lead, the White Moonlight. Now that he knew, he figured it was best to just listen quietly. Li Qingxue was clearly the type who couldn't keep things to herself. Once she got all out, she felt much better. But after she finished, Long Aotian remained silent. She glanced at him, wondering if he'd fallen asleep because the environment was so comfortable. So she quietly reached out and lifted the leaf covering his eyes. "What are you doing? There are plenty of leaves over there. Go pick your own." "You're not asleep? I thought you were. If you're not, why aren't you talking to me?" At this, Li Qingxue's eyes sparkled mischievously, as if she'd thought of something. She chuckled softly and said, "Is it because Hu Yuweiing won't let you talk to other girls?" Hearing this, Long Aotian nearly jumped up from the ground. What are you talking about? Hu Yuweiing and I are just boss and subordinate. Don't go spreading nonsense. What kind of person am I?" Seeing Long Aotian's excitement, Li Qingxue's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Why are you so worked up?" she teased, as if she had caught on to something interesting. Squinting mischievously, she added, "I get it now. Your heart's in turmoil, isn't it?" Hearing this, Long Aotian realized he had been a little too expressive. He shifted his posture and said, "I'm Hu Yuweiing's older brother. She's a very kind person." Li Qingxue pursed her lips, her thoughts swirling. She hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, "What about me? What kind of person do you think I am?" Long Aotian glanced back at her. You're lively and spirited." Hearing his description, Li Qingxue couldn't help but smile, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. You're quite the smooth talker," she said, her earlier frustration completely forgotten. Coming here had definitely been the right decision. "You're pretty good at asking questions, too," Long Aotian remarked. "Of course," Li Qingxue replied proudly. She was naturally outgoing and talkative, what people in later years would call a social butterfly. "By the way, did you hear what I said earlier?" she asked. "I did," Long Aotian replied. "Don't you think they're being unreasonable? They accused me of dating someone at school and said it was affecting Aotian's studies. That's not true at all. I even share my study materials with him, but he didn't even use them. I didn't affect his studies at all. Why would he say something like that about me?" Li Qingxue sighed, feeling utterly helpless. "Now I realize that Aotian has changed. All he thinks about is dating, as if the college entrance exam means nothing to him. He keeps saying stuff like the knight has stepped down, and now he's making false accusations about me, worrying my parents." This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Long Aotian gave her a calm look. If you can't untie a knot, turn it into a bow. Take care of your health and emotions, and let everything else take its course. He wanted to remind Li Qingxue not to overthink things or let her emotions control her. While she was busy being upset, others might be laughing. Life is full of troubles. If you don't learn to manage your mindset, you'll spend your short life constantly angry. Sometimes, it's better to let go and go with the flow. No one's life is smooth sailing. Li Qingxue propped her chin on her hand, studying Long Aotian with curiosity. You seem so mature. Aren't young people supposed to be more impulsive? And it feels like nothing can shake your composure. Who said that? Long Aotian disagreed. The college entrance exam definitely affects my mindset. Although his grades had improved, with a score of just over 300, getting into a decent university was still a long shot. Thanks for reading On Man a Novel. Hearing this, Li Qingxue's interest was piqued again. Which university do you want to go to? She asked softly. I don't know, Long Aotian admitted. He hadn't looked into the universities in this world yet, and with his current score, it wasn't like he could just pick any school he wanted. I want to go to a university. I also want to visit the capital. I've never been there before, but I imagine it must be beautiful and grand. Li Qingxue gazed at the river, her eyes filled with longing. If it's you, I'm sure you'll make it. After all, you're the top of your grade. Li Qingxue chuckled. I'm starting to think you're teasing me, but I have no proof. Even as she said this, she felt a little happy inside. If nothing unexpected happened, she might really get into her dream school with her current grades. The college entrance exam is a crossroads in life, and university marks the beginning of a new chapter. Long Aotian had suffered from his lack of education. In society, his options were limited, and he could only take on manual labor jobs. At first, it didn't seem so bad, but as he got older, the limitations became more apparent. That's why he was now more determined than ever to go back to school, to experience life from a different angle and start anew. Ugh, physics is so hard. Long Aotian groaned at the thought, his head aching. Those formulas were downright sneaky and shameless. Seeing his frustration, Li Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. Finally, she had found something that troubled him. For some reason, seeing someone like Long Aotian struggle made her inexplicably happy. Perhaps even Li Qingxue herself hadn't realized it yet. From the start, she had come to vent to Long Aotian. But now, they were chatting about everyday trivialities, and the conversation seemed endless. This shift in mood and emotion was an uncontrollable, secret joy. Hu Yuing aced the latest test too. Couldn't she teach you? Though physics is pretty tough. She explains problems very thoroughly, Long Aotian said, a smile forming as he thought of Hu Yuing's serious expression while tutoring him. That girl. Li Qingxue noticed the smile on Long Aotian's face whenever he mentioned Hu Yuing, and for some reason, it felt a little irritating. Her own smile faded slightly. You too. Before she could finish, Long Aotian tapped her on the head. What's going on in that little brain of yours? Li Qingxue pouted, rubbing her head and acting like she wasn't going to let him off the hook. I didn't even say anything yet. You don't have to. I can tell what you're thinking just by the look on your face. Long Aotian quickly corrected himself. You don't know Hu Yuing. She's a really good person. Children who have been hurt grow up too fast. Long Aotian could see this, and it always made him feel protective. He lay back on the grass, staring straight at the clouds in the sky. Who knows? Maybe you'll be classmates someday. Li Qingxue's eyes flickered as she watched Long Aotian lying on the grass, his arm under his head as he gazed at the sky. Really, she couldn't tell if it was her imagination, but she thought she saw a hint of sadness and tenderness in Long Aotian's eyes, a sense of loneliness. Li Qingxue slowly laid down on the grass too. She could sense it, but couldn't quite understand it. A person's background and family are beyond their control. Li Qingxue couldn't fully grasp the loneliness reflected in Long Aotian's eyes. Even if she could feel it, she didn't know how to respond. This is life, differences in age and experience. Perhaps one day, when we've grown older, we'll look back and laugh at our younger selves, saying how silly we were. First time shopping. Watching Long Aotian leave, Li Qingxue took a deep breath and slowly stood up from the lawn. She patted her bottom, stretched lazily under the sunlight, feeling refreshed and happy about everything around her. Just then, her phone rang in her pocket. She glanced at the caller ID. It was her desk mate, Wang Rui. As soon as she answered, Wang Rui's anxious voice came through. Qingxue, are you okay? Hearing this, Li Qingxue was puzzled. You're the one calling me, so why are you asking if I'm okay? Shouldn't it be you who has something to talk about? So she asked, I'm fine. What's up? Really? You're okay. Wang Rui's tone sounded skeptical, but she continued. Gao Quan just called me and said you were upset, like you were crying in secret, and asked me to comfort you. What? Why would I be upset? And do I seem like the type to cry in secret? Li Qingxue was almost speechless. This had happened twice before. Is Gao Quan out of his mind? I don't know either. From what Gao Quan said, it seems like Yi Liangshan told him. Wang Rui explained honestly. Don't answer their calls anymore. They're so annoying. Li Qingxue said irritably. After what happened last night, Li Qingxue had finally managed to adjust her mood. But now, thinking about it again, her emotions were starting to spiral once more. There was no helping it. Some things were hard to let go of, at least not for a while. Li Qingxue then recounted yesterday's events to Wang Rui. After hearing the story, Wang Rui was shocked and said it was absolutely ridiculous. Since they were in the same class, Wang Rui knew that Yi Liangshan's grades had dropped significantly in the recent monthly exam. But she never expected him to shift the blame onto Li Qingxue, claiming that her supposed romantic relationship had affected him. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Besides, Li Qingxue wasn't even dating anyone. As her desk mate, Wang Rui was practically inseparable from her at school. If Li Qingxue were in a relationship, wouldn't she know? Wang Rui decided then and there to never answer Gao Quan's calls again. Back at home, Long Aotian took a shower and changed into fresh clothes. He had promised to take Hu Yueying out for a nice meal today. When going out with a girl, it was only natural to pay some attention to his appearance. Checking the time, he remembered that Hu Yueying had mentioned her part-time job would end at noon. Perfect timing for lunch. Long Aotian left the house early. Before heading out, he stopped by the bank to withdraw some cash. Lately, thanks to the foresight he gained from reading novels, Long Aotian hadn't made a fortune, but he had been earning small amounts steadily. Thanks for reading on Man a Novel. He had plenty of money on hand, just hanging there a bit longer. After graduation, I'll upgrade to a smartphone. Looking at the text notification on his keypad phone about the cash withdrawal, Long Aotian muttered to himself. The internet era had already begun, but people weren't yet accustomed to mobile payments. As the digital age progressed, mobile payments would soon become the norm. A smartphone was essential. Tucking the money into his pocket, Long Aotian headed toward Nanfone Plaza. Meanwhile, in the fourth-floor restroom of Nanfone Plaza, Hu Yueying had finished her part-time job an hour early. She hadn't forgotten that today was the day she'd be going out with Long Aotian. So, she ended her shift early to give herself time to freshen up. Before this, Hu Yueying had never felt the need to doll herself up. It wasn't because she was lazy, it just hadn't been necessary. Before meeting Long Aotian, her life had been quite monotonous. School, home, part-time work on Saturday mornings, back home in the afternoon, and then out to the market in the evening. Evening markets were the best because vegetables were heavily discounted, making them much cheaper. But today was different. It was the first time Long Aotian had invited her out, so, well, she just wanted to look her best. Last night, she had washed her long unworn canvas shoes and put on clothes she rarely wore. Though they still looked simple, they were a nice change from her usual school uniform. Standing in front of the restroom mirror, Hu Yueying took a deep breath, nervously adjusted her clothes, and then stepped out. Outside, the sunlight was warm but a bit too bright. She squinted and raised a hand to shield her eyes. Pulling out her phone, she stared at Long Aotian's QQ profile, wanting to message him but unsure how to start. A few moments later, a group of children ran out of the mall, laughing and chasing each other. As they passed by, one of the kids stumbled, and Hu Yueying quickly reached out, saying, "Careful." The child regained their balance without falling, but another kid caught them, and they all laughed and continued their game. Watching the children play, Wei couldn't help but smile. Back in her village, she used to play similar games with her friends: tag, blind man's bluff, and hide and seek. As the kids ran off, Wei turned to retreat into the shade of the building to wait for Long Aotian. But as soon as she took a step, she felt something wrong with her shoe. Looking down, she saw that the sole had come loose, separating from the heel as she walked. "What do I do now?" Wei, a voice called from behind. Wei quickly stood up and turned toward the voice. Long Aotian was wearing a white t-shirt and black casual pants, looking effortlessly cool. Long Aotian," Wei stammered, her face flushing as she glanced at her shoes. She stood frozen, not daring to move. Watching Long Aotian approach, Wei tightly clutched her clothes, feeling utterly flustered. "Are you hot? Let's go inside the mall to cool off." Seeing her red face, Long Aotian couldn't help but chuckle. Wei quickly shook her head. It wasn't that she was hot. Long Aotian held open the mall's curtain and glanced back at her. "Come on, why are you just standing there like a dazed deer?" "Oh." Wei bit her lip and shuffled awkwardly toward Long Aotian, her shoes scraping against the ground. She looked up at him, only to find him staring at her feet. Embarrassed, she turned to the side, hiding her shoes from view. Clutching her clothes tightly, she suddenly felt too ashamed to look at Long Aotian. Struggling to suppress her discomfort, she said in a barely audible voice, "Long Aotian, I don't feel like shopping today." Her voice was soft, like a feather brushing past one's ear before falling silently to the ground. Wei hung her head, knowing that her words would dampen Long Aotian's mood. But she couldn't help it. For the first time, she felt truly embarrassed, especially in front of Long Aotian. She didn't want him to see her in such an awkward state. Damn, that's so perverted. Upon hearing this and seeing the look of self-doubt on Wei's face, Long Aotian seemed to sense something and glanced at her feet. Feeling Long Aotian's gaze, Wei's insecurities grew stronger. "I am sorry, Brother Long," she murmured, biting her lip before turning to leave. Her heart ached. She had finally gotten a chance to go shopping and have a meal with Brother Long. Wei let out an involuntary gasp as she felt herself being lifted by a strong force, startling her. Long Aotian hoisted her onto his shoulder. "What are you screaming for? Daring to stand me up? You got some nerve." "And no, Brother Long, it's not like that. Please put me down." Wei, now perched on Long Aotian's shoulder, felt a mix of fear and excitement. But what she couldn't stand the most were the amused glances from the people around her. So many people were looking their way because of Brother Long's actions. It was so embarrassing. Long Aotian gave her bottom a light slap. "Quiet down." Wei's body stiffened, her cheeks instantly flushing red, her breathing becoming uneven. The sensation on her bottom, it was so humiliating. She felt too ashamed to face anyone, covering her face with her hands, but she obediently stopped struggling, letting Long Aotian carry her forward. After the slap, Long Aotian himself paused, realizing he had acted on impulse. The lingering sensation on his palm left him flustered, his body slightly stiffening. Unconsciously, his ears turned red, and even the hand that had slapped her was now slightly damp with sweat. He cleared his throat. That's what you get for not listening. It sounded like a feeble excuse for his sudden action. The basement level of the mall was the clothing district, and Long Aotian immediately took Wei to the women's clothing and shoe section. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Wei, still reeling from the slap, didn't dare to resist and let Long Aotian lead her to the clothing area. Her hands were clenched tightly in nervousness. Once they arrived, Long Aotian crouched down and set Wei on her feet. As their eyes met for a brief moment, Wei's gaze sparkled with emotion. The moment her feet touched the ground, she quickly turned away, afraid he might see her flushed face. She bit her lip, her heart pounding uncontrollably in her chest. All she could hear was the thumping of her own heartbeat. Wei felt both shy and nervous, worried that Long Aotian might hear it too. Just as Long Aotian called over a shop assistant, Hu Yueying finally snapped out of her daze. "Brother Long." "Quiet." "No, Brother Long. I have plenty at home. One more word, and I'll make sure you can't even crawl away." Thanks for reading On Man a Novel. Hu Yueying glanced at the price tag on the shoes and muttered softly, "So expensive." "My treat, you cheapskate," Long Aotian said with a chuckle. But the price on the tag still lingered in Hu Yueying's mind. "Rip off," she whispered. "What are you mumbling about? Sit down." Hu Yueying sat down on the shoe bench, her head lowered. "With this price, I could buy 2 pairs of shoes back in my hometown." Then, while the shop assistant was searching for the shoes, Hu Yueying gently tugged on Long Aotian's pants. "Maybe I should just get a pair of slippers. They're the most comfortable anyway." Summer slippers were cheap, and even in a mall like this, Hu Yueying could afford them herself. "Are you done yet? I don't want Brother Long to spend money on me," Hu Yueying said softly, her gaze shrinking back. "Still talking? Want me to hit you?" Long Aotian raised his fist, and Hu Yueying immediately sat back down on the bench, glancing at him timidly before quickly looking away. When the clerk brought over the shoes, Long Aotian looked at Hu Yueying. "Are you going to take them off yourself? Or should I do it for you?" Hu Yueying wanted to say something, but seeing Long Aotian's gaze, she relented. "I'll do it myself." The clerk couldn't help but laugh at their interaction. "Your boyfriend is buying you something. Why are you so shy?" Ever since Long Aotian had carried her over, they had attracted quite a bit of attention. Hu Yueying was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved her hands at the clerk, trying to explain. But the word boyfriend left her mind blank, unable to form a coherent thought. She opened her mouth, but all that came out was the sound of her pounding heartbeat. "We're classmates," Long Aotian explained. Hearing this, Hu Yueying glanced at Long Aotian, then looked down at her canvas shoes. "Oh, I see. You two seem really close," the shop assistant said with a light laugh. Noticing Hu Yueying's flushed face and Long Aotian's slightly reddened ears, she didn't press further. Instead, she took out the shoes from the box. "Do you like this style? It's the latest arrival. I haven't even had the chance to display them yet. What's your shoe size?" Hu Yueying glanced at Long Aotian before answering. "Size 37. Soon, the sales clerk brought over the 2 latest pairs of shoes. Hu Yueying reluctantly took off her own shoes. Her small feet were clad in black high socks, which weren't noticeable under her pants. But now, with her pants rolled up, the contrast between the black socks and the white shoes felt oddly mismatched. "Give us 2 pairs of socks, the ankle ones," Long Aotian said. The shop assistant didn't hesitate and went to fetch them, understanding the implication. "I'll take both pairs of shoes." "Do I need to change the socks too?" Hu Yueying asked softly, her cheeks still flushed. "Yeah," Long Aotian replied, and Hu Yueying didn't ask further. At least the socks were complimentary. When the clerk returned with a white and a pink pair of small socks, Hu Yueying took them and began removing her own socks. As the socks came off, Hu Yueying instinctively looked up at Long Aotian, who quickly turned his head away, pretending nothing had happened. But Hu Yueying was certain she heard him swallow hard. Long Aotian cleared his throat, his mind flashing with fleeting thoughts. "Damn it!" As Hu Yueying looked away, Long Aotian turned his head back. Feeling his gaze, Hu Yueying lowered her eyes and bit her lip, feeling utterly embarrassed. Yet, besides the shyness, there was another emotion quietly spreading in her heart. The ankle socks were small, only reaching her heels. Once she put on the shoes, the socks were neatly hidden, making her look more polished and stylish. Surprisingly good. Hu Yueying put on her shoes and took a few steps. The shoes were light, didn't tire her feet, and felt soft and comfortable as she walked. "Try on the other pair." Hu Yueying nodded, not daring to say anything more. She obediently listened to Long Aotian and was about to take off her shoes. "Wait, try on those socks first." Long Aotian reminded her with the demeanor of a gentleman. To be clear, it wasn't that Long Aotian wanted to see Hu Yueying's feet, but those pink socks looked much better. Long Aotian had always been mature and composed. How could he be compared to some pervert obsessed with feet? Oh, he couldn't help but take a couple of extra glances before taking a deep breath and looking away, satisfied. Let's take these two, Long Aotian said, taking out money from his pocket. 2 pairs of shoes would be good for switching between. Hui Weiing stood beside Long Aotian with her head down, so he couldn't see her expression. But based on Long Aotian's understanding of Hui Weiing, even without seeing her face, he could guess what she was thinking. Some things only needed to be said once or twice. Saying them more would be meaningless. Let's go. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Where to? Seeing Long Aotian carrying the bags and walking ahead, Hui Weiing hurriedly followed, wanting to help him carry the items. Don't pull and tug. It's not good if others see. Hui Weiing shot Long Aotian a resentful look. Earlier, he had carried her on his back, spanked her, and walked all the way here with so many people watching, yet he hadn't said anything about it being inappropriate. You dare glare at me? He tapped her head lightly. Though he said that, Long Aotian felt quite happy inside. At her age, she should be lively and vibrant. Being too rigid and dull wasn't good either. Where are we going? To buy clothes. I don't want any. Dream on. They're for me. Oh. Hearing this, Hui Weiing felt relieved and even walked a little faster. Thanks for reading on Man Novel. Soon, Long Aotian spotted a floral dress that looked quite nice. He led Hui Weiing into the store. Hui Weiing glanced around at the clothes, both men's and women's, without thinking much of it. Long Aotian picked up the floral dress. Go try it on. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Go change. I'll pick out the men's clothes. Flowers need leaves to set them off, so hurry up. Long Aotian coaxed and pushed her into the fitting room before she could even react. Brother Long. Hui Weiing's head barely poked out before Long Aotian pushed her back in. Stop dawdling. Waiting for a girl to change clothes was incredibly boring, even if it was Hui Weiing. Long Aotian waited and waited, eventually yawning. Brother Long. Hearing her voice, Long Aotian, who was mid-yawn, opened his mouth even wider. The floral dress was simple in design, yet it perfectly accentuated Hui Weiing's figure. As she walked, her waist swayed gently, exuding a subtle yet undeniable charm, as if there was a hidden strength within her. Her long hair, which had been tied up, now fell loosely. A few strands rested on her fair and delicate collarbone, adding a touch of sensuality to her otherwise pure appearance. Noticing Long Aotian's gaze, Hui Weiing stood timidly in place, her watery eyes flickering as she secretly glanced at him. Her face turned bright red, and her eyes sparkled like a deer's. Surprisingly good, Long Aotian said, reaching out his hand to her. Seeing his hand, Hui Weiing hesitated for a moment, then shyly placed her small hand in his. Long Aotian patted her hand away. Give me the clothes. I'll pack them up. Oh, okay. Hui Weiing was a bit slow to react, but quickly handed over the dress. Holding her clothes, Long Aotian caught a faint, unique scent of a young girl. It wasn't overpowering, just a subtle, pleasant fragrance. After packing the dress, he looked at Hui Weiing with satisfaction. Let's go. I'm starving. And just like that, Hui Weiing ended up with a new dress. Wearing the floral dress and the soft, comfortable shoes, Hui Weiing felt a newfound confidence as she walked beside Long Aotian. It was a confidence that radiated from within, making her glow. Long Aotian noticed it, and it was a good thing. A handsome man and a beautiful woman naturally drew attention wherever they went. Long Aotian and Hui Weiing were no exception. Even though they weren't holding hands or talking, just walking together made people look twice. Brother Long, this is the restaurant where I work part-time. Let's eat here, Hui Weiing suggested. She could get a discount here, and since Long Aotian had bought her clothes and shoes, she felt she should at least treat him to a meal. Besides, the place was quite affordable. Long Aotian wasn't picky about food, so he nodded. All right. Brother Yi, look at that beauty. Gao Quan excitedly patted the shoulder of the person next to him. Il Yangchun wasn't in the mood. His mom had given him some money yesterday to go out and have fun. Coincidentally, Gao Quan had texted him today to go online gaming. But gaming wasn't on his mind. He wanted to drown his sorrows at the place where his treasure girl worked, hoping she would feel sorry for him. He even planned to have Gao Quan take a photo of him drunk and post it online. Sigh, I'm not in the mood. I don't think I'll ever feel anything for a woman again. Damn, that guy looks like Long Aotian. What? Hearing this, Yi Liangchun perked up. Finally caught him. Huh? That two-timing jerk, stringing along my treasure girl while dating someone else. Then a thought struck him. If Long Aotian gets tired of my treasure girl, maybe I'll have a chance. He quickly followed Gao Quan's gaze, his lips trembling as his eyes widened. My treasure girl? How could he forget what she looked like? Even though she looked different today, something about her made him recognize her instantly. Doesn't that girl look familiar? Brother Yi, isn't she the one we saw in the cafeteria before? Gao Quan squinted, trying to place her. It's her. After Yi Liangchun confirmed it, Gao Quan gasped. It was no wonder. Hu Yuang looked completely different today. She usually wore her school uniform, her hair tied up, and followed Long Aotian silently. Though pretty, her face was often expressionless. But today, she was smiling so brightly, radiating a pure charm that was hard to describe. It was the kind of smile that made your heart skip a beat and left you feeling warm just by looking at her. The phrase "a perfect match" suddenly popped into Gao Quan's mind. So even my treasure girl can be swayed by material things. Ha! I underestimated human nature. Yi Liangchun's cold smile faded, replaced by a stern expression. Brave Liangchun, fear no hardship. Let's go. Yi Liangchun straightened his clothes. He was determined to outshine Long Aotian in every way and show his treasure girl what a high-quality man she had missed out on. Elegance never goes out of style. As Yi Liangchun walked closer to the restaurant where Hu Yueying and Long Aotian were, a growing sense of dread and helplessness began to rise within him. By the time he reached the entrance, he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Brother Liangchun, what's wrong? Did eating a meal almost cost you half your life? Don't worry, I brought money, Gao Quan said, looking at Yi Liangchun with confusion. The way Yi Liangchun was acting seemed incredibly strange to him. Yi Liangchun took a deep breath and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I'm still me, Yi Liangchun, who dares to love and hate, who isn't afraid of challenges. I'll take back everything I've lost, bit by bit, with my own hands. Indeed, Yi Liangchun was caught in a state of duality. On one hand, he truly despised Long Aotian. On the other hand, he was genuinely afraid that Long Aotian might harm him. Long Aotian was like a persistent leech. Once he set his sights on someone, there was no escaping him. Yi Liangchun could never forget the pain of Long Aotian smashing a bottle over his head. But things had already reached this point, and it was no longer a situation that could be resolved by backing down or giving in. He might not be able to defeat Long Aotian, but surely Long Aotian wouldn't attack him just out of jealousy for his excellence, right? As long as he appeared in front of the treasure girl, alongside Long Aotian, his superior qualities as a high-quality man would surely outshine Long Aotian. He would make Hu Yueying see the stark contrast between his refined self and Long Aotian's crude and vulgar demeanor, subtly drawing her attention. Thinking this, the fear in Yi Liangchun's heart began to dissipate. At the same time, he felt a growing sense of anticipation. Just imagine, Hu Yueying might still be with Long Aotian on the surface, but secretly, she'd be entangled with him. The mere thought of it was thrilling. Being arrogant is useless. Soon enough, I'll be the one cuckolding him, Yi Liangchun thought to himself. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. With this realization, Yi Liangchun's earlier timidity vanished. He straightened his clothes and hair, then walked into the restaurant with Gao Quan. Hands in his pockets, he glanced around with a smile, finally locking eyes on the table where Long Aotian and Hu Yueying were seated. He straightened his posture, confidently flicked his hair, and struck what he thought was a handsome pose as he approached. He sat down at a table right next to theirs, separated only by an aisle. At first, Yi Liangchun thought his bold approach would surely catch the attention of either Long Aotian or Hu Yueying. After all, once a girl's attention is captured, but in reality, neither of them even glanced his way. No, to be precise, their gazes never once turned toward him. Damn it! Yi Liangchun clenched his fists in frustration. How dare they ignore me? Fine, very fine. The restaurant specialized in shrimp hot pot, first eating the shrimp, then using the broth for a hot pot. Yi Liangshun and Gao Quan ordered a large pot without hesitation. Why? Because they could afford it. Before the waiter left, Yi Liangshun had a sudden thought. "Bring us 2 crates of beer," he added. "Thanks for reading on Man Novel." Though both Yi Liangshun and Gao Quan were still students, they were already of legal drinking age, so ordering alcohol wasn't out of place. "Brother Liangshun, when did you learn to drink?" "That's so badass," Gao Quan exclaimed, wide-eyed. For students, drinking was considered a bold and impressive act. At least for Gao Quan, it was. He had never even tasted alcohol before. As the 2 crates of beer were placed at their feet, Yi Liangshun confidently grabbed 2 bottles, placing one foot on the unopened crate. He used a bottle opener to pop the caps off both bottles. After taking a deep breath and flicking his hair once more, he stood up and walked over to Long Aotian's table. "Hello." Yi Liangshun greeted them with a flick of his hair, a faint smile on his lips. At this moment, Yi Liangshun exuded an air of gentlemanly charm, every movement deliberate and refined. When Hu Yueying saw Yi Liangshun, she frowned in disgust. She had never disliked someone so intensely before, and Yi Liangshun was at the top of that list. She glanced subtly at Long Aotian, feeling a sense of reassurance. "Yi Liangshun, with my big brother here today, I'm not afraid of you," she thought to herself. Hearing the name, Long Aotian took a closer look. He realized this was the same guy who had run away in fear after their encounter at the school gate. And wasn't he also the one who stood in the rain at Nanfeng Square, holding an umbrella but still getting soaked? Noticing Long Aotian's gaze, Yi Liangshun flicked his hair and smiled confidently. At least in front of Long Aotian, he had to maintain his elegance. After all, elegance never goes out of style. "My behavior last time was inappropriate. Running into you today, I wanted to apologize for what happened," Yi Liangshun said, his lips curling into what he thought was a charming smile. Seeing this crooked smile, Long Aotian couldn't help but think, what the hell? He had always found the concept of a crooked smile in novels hard to understand, but now it was being perfectly demonstrated right in front of him. Hu Yueying was a kind-hearted person. Though she despised Yi Liangshun, she didn't say much, given that he had come specifically to apologize. However, the best way to deal with someone like Yi Liangshun was to simply ignore him. Yi Liangshun maintained his crooked smile and turned his attention to Long Aotian. "Let's have a drink together," he said confidently. After all, a person's character could be judged by how they handled alcohol. Moreover, Yi Liangshun had honed his drinking skills in his past life. Getting an 18-year-old drunk would be a breeze, no pressure at all. He wanted Long Aotian to make a fool of himself in front of Hu Yueying. Meanwhile, he would stand protectively by Hu Yueying's side. With such a stark contrast, he was sure to leave a lasting impression on her. Compared to his gentle, kind, and sunny personality, Long Aotian, who often bullied her and pressured her into intimate situations, would surely lose favor in Hu Yueying's heart. Long Aotian noticed that while Yi Liangshun was speaking to him, his eyes kept darting toward Hu Yueying. Hu Yueying, on the other hand, was frowning deeply, a rare expression of genuine discomfort and disgust. Though he didn't know what had caused Yu Yueying to feel this way about Yi Liangshun, one thing was clear. As her big brother, he had to stand by her side. "Not interested. Please don't disturb our meal," Long Aotian said coldly, his eyes locking onto Yi Liangshun's. Seeing Long Aotian's piercing gaze, Yi Liangshun instinctively took a step back. He clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could smash the bottle in his hand over Long Aotian's head. But he knew he couldn't, so he forced a smile and said, "All right, I won't disturb you anymore." Isn't this a bit too ambiguous? As Yi Liangshun left, Long Aotian turned to Hu Yueying and asked, "Do you dislike him?" It was rare for him to see Hu Yueying show such an expression toward someone, so he couldn't help but ask. It was as if caring for her had become second nature to him. Hearing Long Aotian's question, Hu Yueying nodded gently. Even though Long Aotian often teased her, she still didn't want to lie to him. Long Aotian didn't press for an explanation. He simply glanced at Yi Liangshun and made up his mind about something. Hu Yuwing quickly adjusted her mood. Today, she was out shopping and dining with Long Aotian, and she wanted to stay happy. Soon, the shrimp dish they ordered arrived. Seeing this, Hu Yuwing quickly stood up, grabbed an apron from the shelf behind her, and walked over to Long Aotian. Long Aotian, put on the apron, she said. Long Aotian was momentarily stunned. To be honest, he had no idea that eating shrimp required wearing an apron. Even in his original world, Long Aotian had always dug in without any such precautions. After all, shrimp dishes were common there too. Seeing Long Aotian's confused expression, Hui Weiying's eyes curved into little crescents as she suppressed a smile. She stepped closer and draped the apron around his neck. Long Aotian, hold out your arms, she instructed. Long Aotian complied, extending his arms. Hui Weiying carefully fastened the apron, ensuring it would protect his clothes from any splatters. Being so close, Long Aotian caught the faint scent of Hu Yuweiying's perfume. It was subtle but unmistakable, making him avert his gaze uncomfortably. Hu Yuweiying's hand slowed as she adjusted the apron. This was the first time she had actively gotten so close to Long Aotian. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Her heart raced. She placed a hand over her chest, but the next moment, her breath hitched and her eyes flickered before finally settling on Long Aotian's profile. Hearing Long Aotian's heartbeat, which seemed even more frantic than her own, Hu Yuweiying felt as if a deer had just pranced across her heart. It was a mix of nervousness, warmth, and an indescribable sweetness that overwhelmed her. She tried to steady her breathing, but in that moment, it felt as though she had forgotten how to breathe normally. Is it done? Long Aotian asked, turning his head away as if casually inquiring. In truth, he was incredibly tense. His heart felt like it might burst out of his chest, and the faint fragrance lingering in the air made his palms sweat. He clenched his fists to suppress the surge of emotions. This was too close, way too close, it felt awkward. It's done, Hu Yuweiying replied softly. Long Aotian exhaled a breath he didn't realize he was holding. The atmosphere felt far too intimate. Indeed, to an outsider, the two of them looked like a couple engaged in playful flirtation. Gao Quan watched them with a dreamy expression, a wide grin plastered across his face. The interaction between Long Aotian and Hu Yuweiying was just too sweet. How could it be this sweet? Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. It wasn't until Long Aotian and Hu Yuweiying returned to their seats to eat that Gao Quan reluctantly looked away. After all, staring at people while they ate was just too awkward. But as soon as he turned back, he was startled. Yu Liangshun was also watching Long Aotian and Hu Yuweiying, a smile on his face. Yet, as he smiled, two silent tears rolled down his cheeks. Brother Liangshun, are you okay? Gao Quan asked. Yu Liangshun shook his head without a word, tilting his head back to take a swig of beer. First bottle, Yu Liangshun hiccuped, then muttered. Who can love a heart that's been broken? The taste of being alone. My love has already been buried. His voice was loud enough, as if deliberately trying to catch Long Aotian and Hu Yuweiying's attention. Hu Yuweiying, however, was too focused on peeling shrimp for Long Aotian and didn't hear him. Even if she had, she wouldn't have paid any attention. Long Aotian glanced at Yu Liangshun, his lips twitching in discomfort. He felt incredibly awkward, as if he could dig a hole in the ground with his toes. Didn't Yu Liangshun feel any embarrassment at all? The freshly cooked shrimp were drenched in sauce and still piping hot. Hu Yuweiying tried peeling one, but kept burning her fingers. Seeing her blow on her hands, Long Aotian couldn't help but chuckle. He put on a disposable glove with his left hand, picked up a shrimp with his right, and began peeling it with practiced ease, as if the heat didn't bother him at all. Soon, he placed the peeled shrimp on Hu Yuweiying's plate. Hu Yuweiying looked at the shrimp, then up at Long Aotian. What are you looking at? Eat it, he said. As she ate the shrimp, Hu Yuweiying felt a strange warmth in her chest, and a faint smile crept onto her lips. The shrimp tasted especially delicious, maybe because Long Aotian had peeled it for her. It just felt different. She decided to peel some for Long Aotian too, speeding up her movements. After happily peeling a few, she noticed that her plate now had 5 or 6 more peeled shrimp. Long Aotian, you eat too, she said. I'm eating, Long Aotian replied absent-mindedly, focused on peeling more shrimp. Long Aotian, open your mouth, Hui Weiing said, holding out a shrimp. Long Aotian complied. Long Aotian, let me wipe your sweat, Hui Weiing added. Huh? Long Aotian looked up in surprise, only to find Hui Weiing leaning in with a damp tissue. The cool touch of the tissue against his warm skin felt refreshing. As Hui Weiing leaned forward, her chest inadvertently came into Long Aotian's line of sight. Pink, pink, he muttered under his breath. What pink? Do you want to eat something pink? Hui Weiing asked, not catching his words. Long Aotian quickly shook his head. Nothing. Watching Long Aotian and Hui Weiying's interactions, Liangshan laughed through his tears, chugging his beer as if it were water. It seemed like the only way to soothe his shattered heart, especially when he saw Hui Weiing feeding Long Aotian and wiping his sweat. Liangshan felt utterly superfluous. His rationality slowly eroded by alcohol. He raised his glass and swirled the pale liquid inside. Without looking at Long Aotian or Hui Weiing, he said in a strange tone, It's our final year of high school. If you truly care for each other, you shouldn't be dating now. Studies are like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you'll fall behind. Even the top student isn't exempt. Hui Weiing, who had been feeling blissful, shot a glare at Liangshan. She wasn't stupid. She understood the implication behind his words. He was indirectly suggesting that Long Aotian was holding her back. Nonsense. Long Aotian cared for her deeply and had never once negatively affected her studies. Long Aotian didn't even glance at Liangshan. Instead, he calmly picked up a bottle of fruit beer. Seeing this, Liangshan's eyes widened. He thought Long Aotian was about to smash the bottle over his head. He instinctively ducked, preparing to protect himself. But in his drunken state, he forgot he was sitting down. As he bent forward, his face slammed into the table. Thud! Hey! Now everyone knows how to play the coquetry game. Seeing the blood, Hui Weiing was startled. Long Aotian, who had just picked up a fruit beer and poured himself a glass, frowned slightly at the sight and raised his hand to cover Hui Weiing's eyes. He whispered softly in her ear, It's okay, don't be afraid. Hearing Long Aotian's gentle voice, Hui Weiing's heart miraculously calmed down immediately. It seemed that as Long Aotian was by her side, she would become very brave, so brave that she wasn't afraid of anything. Feeling the warmth from Long Aotian's palm, Hui Weiing quietly opened her eyes. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, brushing against Long Aotian's palm, tickling him. He instinctively pulled his hand away a little, ensuring that Hui Weiying's eyelashes wouldn't brush against his palm while still blocking her view. As Long Aotian's hand moved slightly away, Hui Weiing saw that his palm was red. It was still radiating heat. She suddenly remembered how Long Aotian had used chopsticks with his right hand and peeled shrimp with his left. It must have been hot, right? Her gaze fell to her own palm. Her palm had also been burned earlier, leaving a similar red mark. Brother Long, shall we go? She reached out and grabbed Long Aotian's fingers. They had already eaten most of the food, and they could take the rest home to make a stew for dinner. She didn't want to stay here any longer, but she was afraid of dampening Long Aotian's mood. In the end, though, she had still been affected. Holding Long Aotian's fingers, feeling the warmth from his hand, Hui Weiing pressed the back of her hand against his palm, trying to cool it down. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Let's go then. Long Aotian patted Hui Weiying's hand, his tone gentle, as if soothing her. After all, in Long Aotian's mind, Hui Weiing was a timid little girl. Hearing Long Aotian agree to leave, Hui Weiing broke free from his hand and ran toward the front desk. After just 2 steps, she felt a large hand grip the back of her neck. Are you looking down on your brother, Long? Hui Weiing looked up at Long Aotian, gently shaking his arm, her big, sparkling eyes feigning a pitiful expression. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, giving her a clean and pure aura, making Long Aotian hesitate to say anything. You've really learned how to act spoiled, haven't you? Seeing that Long Aotian didn't scold her, Hu Yueying's eyes curved into a smile, her expression radiant. It was only in front of Long Aotian that she could show such happiness. Looking at Hu Yueying's smile, Long Aotian awkwardly averted his gaze, pressing a finger against her forehead and gently pushing her away. When Brother Long invites you out, it's not a woman's place to pay. Go pack up the leftovers. From beginning to end, neither of them glanced at Yi Liangchun, as if they had completely forgotten about him. This kind of disregard was more painful than any insult. Thanks for reading On Man a Novel. Yi Liangchun, covering his nose, watched the two of them leave, feeling as if he couldn't catch his breath. If Long Aotian had just cursed at him, Yi Liangchun wouldn't have felt so terrible. This feeling of being ignored was far more painful than if Long Aotian had slapped him twice. At least if Long Aotian had hit him, it would have been a sign of hostility. At least it would have made Yi Liangchun feel like he and Long Aotian were on equal footing. But being ignored like this made him feel like a clown. Clenching his fists tightly, he thought, Long Aotian, the humiliation you've brought me today, I will repay it 100-fold in the future. Brother Chun, Long Aotian didn't really do anything. You were the one who bumped your nose and made it bleed, Gao Quan reminded him softly. Yi Liangchun turned sharply to look at Gao Quan. What do you know? If Long Aotian hadn't scared me, would I have been so agitated and hit my nose? As he spoke, an idea suddenly flashed in Yi Liangchun's mind. He took out his phone. Quick, take a photo of me. While Yi Liangchun was busy striking a pose, Long Aotian and Hu Yueying had already come downstairs. Brother Long. Hu Yueying looked down at her skirt and shoes, calling out softly. Yeah, thank you for buying me clothes and shoes today. I really like them, but I want to say, give me some time, and I want to buy clothes and shoes for you too. Hu Yueying mustered up the courage to say it all at once. Even when Long Aotian treated her to a meal at the cafeteria for less than 10 yuan, Hu Yueying felt like she owed him, let alone now when he had bought her clothes and shoes worth hundreds of yuan. As Hu Yueying herself had said, she was just frugal. She actually had some savings. She had saved up this money bit by bit to pay for her university tuition. For someone like Hu Yueying, who came from the countryside, education was her only way out. Her parents were gone, and her grandparents were old. The only person she could rely on was herself. That was why, no matter how much she was bullied, she never gave up. As Li Qingxue had said, studying hard was about taking responsibility for her own life. And for Hu Yueying, studying hard was entirely about taking responsibility for herself. All right, after the college entrance exams, when you have money, you can treat Brother Long to a nice outfit. Your Brother Long is quite picky, you know. Long Aotian understood Hu Yueying's feelings very well. If he said no, it would only make Hu Yueying feel more guilty. But if he agreed, it would at least ease her mind. This strange feeling, it was like suddenly having a direction or a sense of hope. Aren't you afraid I might go back on my word after the exams and run away? Then Brother Long would lose a few hundred yuan. Hu Yueying was taken aback. It felt so good to be trusted. I'm not afraid. If you dare to run, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth and give you a good beating. Long Aotian joked. Are you scared? Hu Yueying shrank her neck. Yes, I'm scared. Then study hard and earn money to buy Brother Long a custom outfit. Okay, then let's go back and study now. Hearing this, Long Aotian stopped in his tracks. Actually, I think studying should be balanced. Taking breaks and relieving stress might make it more effective. Boys are naturally playful. As the saying goes, men remain boys at heart until they die. Long Aotian was no exception, acting a bit like a wild horse that had broken free. This kind of behavior is quite common, like when someone looks at a table full of delicious food and firmly says, I'm going to lose weight, but I'll start after this meal. Or when, after school on Friday, they want to go to an internet cafe, but see their classmates still studying hard, so they say, next week I'll definitely study hard too. No, Brother Long, you need to study hard too. Hu Yueying was very strict when it came to studying. She pulled Long Aotian toward home. At that moment, Hu Yueying was like the reins on a wild horse. No matter how unruly the horse was, once the reins were on, it had to follow her obediently. Created. Longa, you're so nosy. 10 minutes later, Hui Weiing was holding a white bunny plushie, her delicate face filled with an unrestrained smile as she nodded at Long Aotian. Long Aotian had won her over with just a small white bunny from the claw machine. She really was easy to please. But then again, she was willing to be pleased. For the next 3 hours, Hui Weiying's smile never faded. This was also the first time she had experienced these kinds of entertainment activities. Long Ji, don't bump into me, okay? Hui Weiying pleaded as she maneuvered the bumper car. But when she saw Long Aotian being bumped by others, she started steering her car to bump into them too. After a first collision, she was both excited and thrilled. Long Ji, I bumped into someone. Am I amazing? You're amazing. Hearing Long Aotian's praise, Hui Weiying suddenly felt like she really was amazing. Long Ji, look what I got. 2 cups. Hui Weiying proudly held up her trophies to show off to Long Aotian. Wow, you're better than me. I didn't get anything. Long Aotian had been aiming for the big prizes at the back, but ended up empty-handed. Hui Weiying, on the other hand, went for the easier targets in the front, and these 2 cups were her own achievements. Here, I'll give you one. You can have the yellow one, and I'll keep the pink one. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Hui Weiying generously handed one of the cups to Long Aotian. By the time they left, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. The hottest part of the day had passed, and now a gentle breeze brought a hint of coolness to the lingering heat. The most satisfied of all was Hui Weiying. She had new clothes, new shoes, a bunny, and now cups. Today had been the happiest day for her. Even now, her smile hadn't faded. Seeing the joy on Hui Weiying's face, Long Aotian ruffled her long hair. Happiness always had a way of quietly replacing worries. Back home, Hui Weiying tidied up the things they had brought back, boiled the 2 cups she had won in hot water, and then poured a glass of water for Long Aotian. All right, thanks for reading on Man and Novel. Hui Weiying admitted there was a tiny bit of showing off involved, but really just a tiny bit. Watching Long Aotian drink from the cup she had won, Hui Weiying felt a surge of pride. She went to her room to change. The dress was beautiful, but she still had to cook for Long Ji, and she didn't want to get it dirty. She changed into her other clothes and pinned up her loose hair with a claw clip. Neat and tidy. Suddenly, Hui Weiying froze. She pulled open her collar and looked at her pink bra in the mirror. Belatedly realizing something, her face instantly turned bright red. She placed her hands on her burning cheeks. Maybe I'm overthinking it? Long Ji isn't that kind of person, right? At this thought, Hui Weiying was so embarrassed she couldn't lift her head. Her mind flashed back to what Yi Liangshan had told her. Long Aotian just wants to play with your body. She quickly shook her head. It was such a strange feeling. Hearing Yi Liangshan say those words had made her furious. But why, as she thought about it now? Did she not feel angry, but instead so shy and flustered? She instinctively touched her bottom. Even though it had been hours since Long Ji had spanked her, why did she still feel a faint tingle when she thought about it? Her heart started racing inexplicably, just like it had when she had helped Long Ji tie his scarf. She opened the door, just a crack, and peeked out at Long Aotian. The sound of the door made Long Aotian instinctively look toward the bedroom. Their eyes met through the crack. What are you doing, sneaking around like that? Hui Weiying jumped and quickly closed the door again, leaning against it, feeling completely at a loss. After a while, Long Aotian had almost finished his water when Hui Weiying finally opened the door and came out. What's wrong with you? Hui Weiying avoided his gaze, standing still, her voice soft and small. I. Before she could finish, she felt a warm touch on her forehead. You're not running a fever, so why is your face so red? Looking up at Long Aotian, his words only made her feel her face heating up even more. Long Aotian watched as a blush spread from her face down to her fair neck, utterly amazed. Are you a chameleon or something? I'm just really hot, Hui Weiying said, lowering her head like a shy kitten, nimbly slipping past Long Aotian and quickly heading outside. Hot. Long Aotian watched her retreating figure. This girl is acting so strange. Hui Weiying hid in the kitchen, finally able to catch her breath. Her little head was a mess. She even started wondering, what if Long Ji really did want her body? What would she do then? It was all Aotian's fault for always bad-mouthing Long Ji in front of her, making her start imagining things. She touched her forehead, then placed her hand on her chest. Long Ji's heart sometimes races too. What are you mumbling about? The sudden voice startled Hu Yueying. She turned around nervously. In nothing. She wasn't sure if Long Ji had heard her. You're acting weird, Long Aotian said, squinting as he looked her up and down, trying to figure out what was going on. I'm not acting weird. Hu Yueying, already nervous, felt even more flustered under Long Aotian's gaze. She quickly turned away to avoid his scrutiny. Luckily, Long Aotian wasn't the type to push for answers. Hu Yueying secretly sighed in relief. There really was a strange feeling in her heart, but she didn't know how to express it to Long Aotian. After reviewing some material with Long Aotian, Hu Yueying started cooking. With the ingredients on hand, she decided to make a big stew. After dinner, it was already quite late. Since they had spent 3 hours playing in the afternoon, they couldn't finish the study goal she had set for Long Aotian today. They would have to start earlier tomorrow. As she walked Long Aotian to the door, Long Aotian suddenly stopped. So, what were you muttering about in the kitchen this afternoon? Long Ji, Hu Yueying remembered something, her face turning red as she stomped her foot in mock annoyance. It's nothing, Long Ji. You're so nosy. Oh ho, and now you're blushing too, Long Aotian teased. For minute read time. Like a fool. Hu Yueying felt a little embarrassed by what was said. Long Aotian, you're so mean. Always teasing me. She turned back into the house and closed the door behind her. The key was that Hu Yueying had a face that looked easy to bully, so people couldn't help but want to tease her. Such a little girl, so easily flustered. Leaning back against the door, she quietly listened to Long Aotian's voice. A faint smile lingered at the corners of her lips. In the silence of the night, the sound of her heartbeat seemed amplified countless times. She quietly opened the door, but there was no one outside. Walking out to the alley, she only saw Long Aotian's retreating figure. Looking at Long Aotian's back, Hu Yueying couldn't help but twist her hands together. By Long Aotian. I had such a good time today. As soon as the words left her mouth, she saw Long Aotian start to turn around. Quick as a flash, Hu Yueying hid under the eaves, her delicate face already tinged with a faint blush. After waiting for a moment, she peeked out, only to see that Long Aotian's figure had already disappeared into the alley. Only when she could no longer see him did Hu Yueying lock the door and return to her room. Looking at the little white rabbit plushie on her bedside and the pink water cup on the stool, Hu Yueying skipped over and threw herself onto the bed. Wrapped in her blanket, she rolled around on the bed, then stopped in front of the rabbit plushie, poking it with a finger and giggling to herself. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. If you asked her why she was so happy, she would seriously shake her head and reply, I don't know, but I just feel happy in my heart. Happiness doesn't need a reason. Just like sadness, it will eventually pass. As soon as Long Aotian reached his apartment, the button phone in his pocket buzzed with a notification. Hu Yueying, Long Aotian, are you home yet? Just got back, Long Aotian replied, amused that the girl had even calculated the time it took for him to get home. I had a great time today, too, he added after a moment's thought. Earlier, he had heard Hu Yueying's voice, but when he turned around, the little girl was already gone. Hu Yueying, grinning face, thanks for reading on Mananovel. Long Aotian quickly sent back a sticker of a pot, lid hitting someone's head. Then he put away his phone and walked into the bathroom. Meanwhile, Hu Yueying lay on her bed, typing and deleting messages on her phone, suddenly unsure of what to send. Even though there were so many things in her heart, she found it hard to express them in words. It seemed she still wasn't very good at chatting with people. Looking back, every time she was with Long Aotian, it was always him who casually brought up a topic and kept the conversation going. After all this time by Long Aotian's side, I haven't improved at all. If Long Aotian heard this, he would probably tap her head again. On this point, Long Aotian was the most qualified to speak. Hu Yueying's changes over this period had been quite remarkable. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were unexpected. From a shy, gloomy girl to now, well, maybe not exactly cheerful, but at least she smiled more and had gained a lot of confidence. These were all visible changes. It was just that Hu Yueying herself hadn't realized it yet. Suddenly, Hu Yueying's eyes lit up. She quickly typed on her phone and sent the message without hesitation. After sending it, she sat cross-legged on the bed, waiting obediently for Long Aotian's reply. 20 minutes later, her phone vibrated, and Hu Yueying hurriedly picked it up to check. Seeing Long Aotian's reply, she happily flopped back onto the bed. Then I'll make you egg drop soup tomorrow. We ate a lot of salty stuff today, so something light in the morning would be good. Yes, the only topic Hu Yueying could think of was discussing what delicious food she would make for Long Aotian the next day. Long Aotian wasn't picky. He happily ate whatever she made. As they say in her rural hometown, he was easy to feed. The easy-to-feed Long Aotian had already dried his hair and was lying in bed. Looking at the chat interface with Hu Yueying, he was about to exit and play a round of Snake before going to sleep. But before he could close the app, a friend request notification popped up. Since it was a button phone, all he could see was a username, Sweet and Sourly G, requesting to add him. He casually accepted. Sweet and Sourly G. Guess who I am? Long Aotian. Yurli Qingxue? Sweet and Sourly G. You guessed it. Here's a reward for you. With that, a file was sent through the QQ chat interface. Opening it, Long Aotian found it was full of physics study notes. Li Qingxue leaned back against her headboard, watching the file transfer complete, and proudly lifted her chin. Since you cheered me up earlier, consider this my way of repaying you. That morning, seeing Long Aotian's headache over physics had made her want to laugh. So, this guy actually had something he struggled with too. Since she had some free time and could review physics at the same time, she decided to compile some notes for him. Even though she knew Hu Yueying was also helping him study, everyone had their own learning style and problem-solving approach. Maybe her notes could help too. Then, out of habit, she clicked into Long Aotian's QQ space. Apart from a few game screenshots, the rest were all essays about fitness. Boring. She quickly exited. Just as she closed it, she received a message from Gao Quan. She casually opened it, but after just one glance, she almost threw her phone away. What the hell? Sending these pictures at night? Li Qingxue closed her eyes and immediately deleted all of Gao Quan's messages. She had only glanced at the pictures, but she recognized the person in them. Yi Liangshan. It was a photo of Yi Liangshan, his mouth full of blood, drinking. At night, it was really terrifying. As for the caption, she hadn't even bothered to read it. Frustrated, she vented to Long Aotian. Is he an idiot? Does he even have a brain? Based on Li Qingxue's rant, Long Aotian remembered that he had also seen Yi Liangshan earlier that day. The guy had smirked, confidently flipped his hair, said some awkward nonsense, and then managed to hit himself hard enough to bleed. All of it gave off a really cringy vibe. What's more, he had noticed the look of disgust in Hu Yueying's eyes when she saw Yi Liangshan. Instinctively, he didn't like the guy either. Sweet and Sourly G. He wasn't like this before. I can't believe how much he's changed. It's unbelievable. Once the floodgates of emotion opened, the conversation didn't stop. Li Qingxue knew that talking about someone behind their back wasn't a good thing, but she just couldn't help it. She wasn't the type to keep things bottled up, and she couldn't understand how Yi Liangshan had turned out this way. Looking at the constant stream of messages on his phone, Long Aotian could almost picture Li Qingxue's pouty face. The passive skill of Long Aotian. The next morning, Hu Yueying woke up early. After freshening up, she tied up her long hair and headed into the kitchen. She poured water into the flour, stirring it until it reached a smooth, slightly thick consistency. Then, she cracked an egg into the mixture and continued stirring. She was making egg pancakes. Just having egg soup for breakfast wouldn't be enough. After spending so much time together, Hu Yueying knew Long Aotian's appetite well. It was huge, but that was because Long Aotian was still growing, so he needed to eat a lot. Humming a tune, she started frying the pancakes. These things were easy to make, and she finished quickly. By the time the pancakes were done, the water had come to a boil. She turned off the heat. Stepping out of the kitchen, she sat quietly on the steps under the eaves, holding her phone. She was waiting for Long Aotian, which seemed to have become another routine in her life besides her daily studies. The process might be a little boring, but for Hu Yueying, it was worth it. Like now, when there was a knock on the door, she smiled, a sweet and joyful grin spreading across her face. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. She opened the door. Long Aotian, you're here. Yeah, sorry to trouble you. It's no trouble at all, Hu Yueying said, then hurried back into the kitchen. She turned on the heat and waited for the water to boil. Long Aotian, have some pancakes first. They might not look great, but they'll taste good. Some of the pancakes have been accidentally torn by the spatula while flipping, so they didn't look very neat. Long Aotian watched quietly, realizing that at Hu Yueying's place, he didn't need to do anything. To be more precise, Hu Yueying could take care of everything for him, and he didn't even need to help. Let's eat together later. Sure. Hu Yueying nodded, then, seeing the water boiling, began stirring it with chopsticks until a small whirlpool formed. She then poured the already mixed egg mixture into the swirling water. Thanks for reading on Man Novel. As she stirred, a beautiful egg flower formed in the water. Not bad, Hu Yueying. That egg flower is really well done, Long Aotian said, genuinely impressed. Being praised by Long Aotian again made Hu Yueying incredibly happy. But she had learned to control her facial expressions. She pursed her lips, trying to suppress the smile, but her eyes had already curved into little crescents, like a silly little fool. Seeing the smile on Hu Yueying's face, Long Aotian felt satisfied. Making this little girl happy had become a passive skill of his. It seemed to be triggered naturally all the time whenever they were together. After breakfast, Hu Yueying transformed into a strict little teacher, scolding Long Aotian for playing around yesterday and not finishing the homework she had assigned. Today, you'll have to do extra, she said. I wonder who it was yesterday who said she was so happy, Long Aotian whispered teasingly into Hu Yueying's ear. That single sentence made the strict little teacher's ears turn red. Life and studies should be balanced. You're just too tired and need some proper rest. We'll make up for what you didn't finish yesterday today. Taking Hu Yueying out yesterday wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. Hu Yueying's lifestyle made Long Aotian, a man with the soul of a 28-year-old, just 2 years shy of middle age, feel exhausted just watching her. At school, she studied and assigned herself exercises. At home, she still studied and assigned herself exercises. Apart from eating and sleeping, it seemed like her life revolved entirely around studying. Long Aotian didn't think this was necessarily bad. He just wanted to add a little spice to her monotonous life, something within his control to help her relax. Work hard, but also have fun. After lunch, the rest of the day was spent doing exercises. Back in the classroom, a new cycle began. Long Aotian thought the afternoon would pass uneventfully, but someone had to throw a curveball at him. The self-study bell rang. The homeroom teacher, with a dark expression, called Long Aotian out of the classroom. Anyone who saw the teacher's face could tell something was off today. Hu Yueying was also puzzled. Why did the teacher look so angry when calling out Long Aotian? Long Aotian's grades had improved, and his behavior had been exemplary. Even Long Aotian himself didn't know why he was being called out. He thought he had been doing well recently. Study hard. I'll be back soon. Long Aotian reassured Hu Yueying before heading to the classroom door. Looking at Long Aotian, the teacher couldn't hide his frustration. You've only been behaving for a few days, and now you're causing trouble again? Since they were right by the classroom door, the teacher's words inevitably reached the ears of the other students. Everyone started whispering, wondering what Long Aotian had done this time. Ever since Hu Yueying transferred to the school, Long Aotian had seemed like a completely different person. No more cursing, no more fighting. In the eyes of his classmates, he spent every day quietly studying by Hu Yueying's side. Long Aotian frowned slightly. Don't get angry yet. What exactly happened? How can I not be angry? You've been doing so well recently, and the teachers thought you'd finally turn over a new leaf and started focusing on your studies. But then you go and get into a fight outside of school, and now the other kids' parents are here complaining. A fight? Is there another Long Aotian at this school? You still have a nerve to joke around? The teacher glared at Long Aotian, exasperated. Just come with me. He led Long Aotian away. As the teacher and Long Aotian left the vicinity of Class 7, the students' whispers grew louder. The high school senior year was already stressful and monotonous. Things like this were like a dash of seasoning in their otherwise bland academic lives. A few girls, including Li Qian, seeing that Long Aotian had been taken away by the teacher, dared to approach Hu Yueying. They shared their speculations with her, trying to explain what might have happened. Hu Yueying listened to their detailed analysis, but shook her head in disbelief. No, there must be some misunderstanding. You don't know, but Long Aotian used to do this kind of thing all the time. Fighting outside of school was as normal for him as eating or drinking. Hu Yueying shook her head again. She didn't know about the past, but she knew that this time, at least this time, Long Aotian must have been wrongfully accused. Because on Saturday, they had been together until 8:30 p.m. when Long Aotian went home. And on Sunday, which was today, he had arrived at her place at 7 a.m. There was no way he could have gone out to fight someone. Thinking this, Hu Yueying suddenly stood up, startling the girls around her who had been bad-mouthing Long Aotian. Yueying, what are you doing? There must be a misunderstanding. I need to go explain things to the teacher, Hu Yueying said. She couldn't let Long Aotian, who had been so good to her, be wrongfully accused. As everyone knows, I have a heart for justice. Long Aotian had no choice but to follow the homeroom teacher forward. Before they even reached the office door, a sharp, unreasonable, and domineering voice of accusation could be heard. Long Aotian turned his head and saw a woman he didn't recognize, but the boy she was shielding behind her was none other than Yiliangshan. Although Yiliangshan had a white bandage over his nose, Long Aotian recognized him at a glance. At this moment, Yiliangshan's mother naturally noticed Long Aotian trailing behind the female teacher. Tall and robust, Long Aotian's stature made Yiliangshan's mother, who was shorter, have to look up at him. As an adult and a mother, she showed no fear. Instead, she directly confronted him. Was it you who hit my son? Long Aotian was stunned, but instead of defending himself, he turned his gaze to Yiliangshan. Did you say I hit you? Feeling Long Aotian's gaze, Yiliangshan's eyes flickered, and he subtly hid further behind his mother. There was no helping it. The image of Hu Yueying personally tying an apron for Long Aotian had deeply wounded him, especially since, in the end, even though he had been hurt because of Long Aotian, Hu Yueying still didn't show any concern for him. Instead, she left with Long Aotian. This had caused unprecedented damage to Yi Liangshan's heart. Afterward, he stumbled home drunk, the bloodstains on his clothes and the dried blood under his nose not escaping his parents' notice. No parent could remain indifferent seeing their child in such a state. Yi Liangshan's parents were no exception. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Already emotionally wounded because of his treasure girl, the concern and care from his parents touched the most vulnerable part of his heart, and he couldn't hold back his tears. Aided by the alcohol, his emotions exploded, and he vented bitterly about Long Aotian. He accused Long Aotian of stealing the girl who was supposed to be his, and of humiliating him repeatedly. These were the grievances he had been holding inside. But these words, combined with his son's pitiful state, crying and making a scene, led his parents to immediately conclude that he had been beaten. They were determined to seek justice for their son. After sobering up, Yi Liangshan regretted drinking and causing trouble, but deep down, he also felt a small sense of anticipation. If his parents went to the school to make a scene, Long Aotian's misdeeds would be exposed to everyone. It would also indirectly show everyone, including Long Aotian, that he had his parents' backing. In his past life, he had been too young and naive. Thanks for reading On Man and Novel. Back then, when he was bullied by Long Aotian at school, he never dared to tell his parents. But now, having been reborn, his mindset had undergone a dramatic change. Using influence was also a means of self-protection. There was nothing shameful about it. As long as he could achieve the desired outcome, wasn't it all worth it? So Yi Liangshan chose to remain silent, letting the situation unfold as it would. Noticing her son hiding fearfully behind her, Yulianshan's mother felt a pang of heartache and immediately glared at Long Aotian. Look at how scared you've made my son. And this is in front of us, his parents, and his teacher. Who knows how much worse you'd be if we weren't here to see it. Faced with Yulianshan's mother's scolding, the homeroom teacher frowned slightly. This is a school. We can resolve any issues calmly and peacefully. Please don't raise your voice like this. It disturbs the other students. You're just trying to protect him, aren't you? I knew it. What kind of teacher raises what kind of student? Look at what he's done to my son. Long Aotian stepped forward, shielding the homeroom teacher. His tall and imposing figure, suddenly standing in front of Yulianshan's mother, was undeniably intimidating. Have you said enough? Do you even know what really happened? He then looked at Yulianshan, who was hiding behind his mother, and let out a disdainful laugh. You say I hit your son? Then show me the proof. Prove that I hit him. If you can't provide any evidence, stop shouting here. It's not about who's louder. It's about who's right. The homeroom teacher was momentarily stunned. She had paused when Long Aotian stepped in front of her, but now, hearing these words, she was genuinely surprised. The Long Aotian of the past was notorious for a short temper, someone who would explode at the slightest provocation. For him to say something like this was truly unexpected. Seizing the opportunity, the homeroom teacher turned to Yi Lianshan and asked, "Can you explain what happened in front of everyone? If Long Aotian is at fault, I'll make sure he apologizes to you. Don't be afraid, son. Speak up. Your mother and the teachers are here to support you." Hearing this, Yi Lianshan could only glare at Long Aotian with resentment. He was so frustrated. He had thought that, given Long Aotian's temper, he would lose his cool in the face of such accusations, lash out, and even if he wasn't guilty, it would end up looking like he was. Why was he even bothering to argue? Was he afraid of getting another mark on his record? Unbelievable. So with his head held high, Yi Lianshan smugly embellished the story. The academic pressure was getting to me, so I had a beer. Then I saw Long Aotian harassing a girl. As everyone knows, I have a strong sense of justice, so I spoke up and reminded him that he should focus on his studies instead. My intentions were good. I was trying to help Long Aotian. But at this point, Yi Lianshan pretended to be frightened. But then Long Aotian suddenly raised a beer bottle. I thought he was going to hit me, so I dodged, and that's how I ended up hitting my nose. After hearing Yi Lianshan's account, both the Class 1 homeroom teacher and Long Aotian's homeroom teacher looked at him in shock. Did you hear that? My son was just trying to help him. And look what happened. If he hadn't raised that bottle and scared my son wouldn't have hurt his nose. Yi Lianshan's mother crossed her arms and demanded sharply, "What kind of school is this, where kids are learning to date instead of studying? Is this the kind of environment you're fostering?" Long Aotian's brow furrowed. Honestly, he felt like slapping Yi Lianshan right then and there. If he weren't the one being accused, he might have actually believed Yi Lianshan's story. It was so convincing. Damn it, just as he was about to retort, a cool, angry voice cut in first. He's lying. Hearing this, everyone turned to see Hu Yuing rushing over, her face flushed with urgency. This time, despite the many eyes on her, Hu Yuing felt no fear. Instead, she lifted her chin and faced Yi Lianshan directly, speaking each word clearly. "Teacher, he's lying. I can vouch for Long Aotian. I was there that day, and Yi Lianshan's nose was hurt because of his own actions. It had nothing to do with anyone else." Hu Yuing stared intently at Yi Lianshan, her lips pressed into a tight line. What a despicable person. To live long without dying is to be a thief. The homeroom teacher of Class 7 frowned and asked, "Hu Yuing, can you take responsibility for what you just said?" Hu Yuing nodded without hesitation. "Yes, teacher, I can. Because on Saturday, I was with Long Aotian at Nanfeng Plaza on the 4th floor eating hot pot. Yi Lianshan was drunk and hit his nose on the table by himself. Besides, he just admitted that he injured his nose himself. Didn't you hear that, teacher?" Yi Lianshan clutched his chest and took a step back, feeling the hostility in Hu Yuing's gaze. He shook his head bitterly. He was the one who got hurt, yet Hu Yuing didn't seem to care about him at all. Why was she looking at him with such eyes? He was the victim here. His heart ached, unbearably so. Ye's mother, hearing Hu Yueying's confident tone and noticing her son's hurt expression, grew furious. You're so young, yet you're already dating boys? Spending their money, letting them treat you to meals. Are you proud of yourself? Do you even know what shame is? Her words not only made Hu Yueying's face flush red, but also drew disapproving looks from the teachers. By this point, the situation was already clear. Yet Ye's mother continued to spout such hurtful words, deliberately twisting the facts and being unreasonable. Old lady, are you projecting your own dirty thoughts on my classmate? Is this how you behaved when you were young? Long Aotian pulled Hu Yueying behind him, his eyes darkening with anger as he glared at Ye's mother. She was already being unreasonable, and now she was bullying Hu Yueying, this poor girl. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. As a protector, he couldn't tolerate this, not even a little bit. Who exactly are you referring to when you say so young and already misbehaving? Surely not the top student in our grade, right? And when you accuse us of dating, what's your basis for saying that? Did you see us dating with your own eyes? Or are you just shamelessly stirring up trouble? I'm willing to spend my money on her, and I'm happy to treat her to meals. So what? Is it your money? Are we eating your food? Even if we were dating, what business is it of yours? You talk about shame, but do you even know what manners are? What about the saying, old age without virtue is a curse? Long Aotian's words left Ye's mother seething, her face turning ashen. She pointed at him, stuttering, but couldn't form a complete sentence. What about me? What about me? Ye's mother clutched her chest, having never encountered someone with a sharper tongue than her. I'm older than you. You should respect your elders. Older than me? Is your tumor older than me? Don't try to play the age card with me. I don't buy into that. If I respect you, it's because I see you as a person. If I don't, then what are you really? Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. We're all human for the first time. If your mouth is dirty, I won't coddle you. Hu Yueying tilted her face slightly, her pale complexion regaining some color thanks to Long Aotian's words. Long Aotian was standing up for her. Looking at his tall, sturdy figure, tears welled up in her eyes. Hu Yueying had always considered herself strong. She hadn't cried when she was misunderstood or when harsh words were thrown at her. But now, seeing Long Aotian shielding her, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, stubbornly refusing to let herself cry, because Long Aotian was protecting her. So, she had to be even stronger. Ye's mother was breathing heavily, her eyes wide and her features twisted in anger, her face turning a deep shade of red. Seeing this, the homeroom teacher tugged at Long Aotian's sleeve. It's fine, teacher. I'll handle her myself. The teacher's lips twitched. This wasn't just about arguing anymore. It seemed like Ye's mother might actually pass out from rage. Yu Yangchun clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with fury. His mother had gone too far by insulting Hu Yueying, but that didn't give Long Aotian the right to humiliate his mother. Long Aotian had crossed a line, and Yu Yangchun couldn't forgive him. If Long Aotian had just taken the blame like a man, this whole mess could have been avoided. Being falsely accused wouldn't have cost him anything, yet he had to escalate things to this point. Now, everyone was stuck in an awkward situation. Fine. Long Aotian, I'll remember the humiliation you brought upon me and my mother today. I swear I'll repay you 100-fold. Enough. Yu Yangchun stepped forward, feeling that with great power comes great responsibility. It was time for him to intervene. This matter, let's just say it's our fault, okay? He said, his voice strained as he closed his eyes, seemingly wrestling with his thoughts. After a long pause, he opened his eyes and said, Fine, let's just say it's our fault. Is that enough for you? You think just because you're a little muddy eel, you can pretend to be a sea creature? Long Aotian sneered. I almost forgot about you. Come here and tell me again, what exactly did I do to you? Seeing Long Aotian beckoning him over, Yu Yangchun took 2 steps back, returning to his mother's side. With reddened eyes, he said bitterly, I already said it's our fault. What more do you want? An apology? I want you to apologize to Hu Yueying. Long Aotian, don't push it. What if I refuse to apologize? Even a clay figurine has some temper, and Yi Liangchun didn't feel he was in the wrong. If anything, Long Aotian was being overly petty. Hearing this, a sly smile spread across Long Aotian's face, his eyes filled with malice. What a despicable person. Not only had Yi Liangchun tried to frame him, but he had also dragged Hu Yueying into this, trying to ruin her reputation with just a few words. Such a petty move. Long Aotian never claimed to be a good person. Growing up in an orphanage and struggling at the bottom of society, he had developed a fierce edge to survive. Even if life had dulled his claws, he could still tear apart a pampered house dog with ease. Seeing the cold smile on Long Aotian's face, Yi Liangchun was suddenly reminded of a past life, or perhaps a dream, where Long Aotian had surrounded him with a group of people. Back then, Long Aotian had smiled at him just like this. If it hadn't been for Gao Quan, he would have been beaten to death. Swallowing hard, Yi Liangchun took a deep breath. He had endured so much already. What was one more time? With that thought, he turned to Long Aotian and Hu Yueying and muttered, "I'm sorry." Before Ye's mother could say anything else, Yi Liangchun quickly pulled her away. He was deeply frustrated. His mother was so articulate at home, yet in front of Long Aotian, she couldn't get a word in edgewise. "If there's nothing else, we'll be going now," Long Aotian said, turning to the homeroom teacher. "Don't look at me like that. I didn't hit anyone. If I cursed, it just means my moral education needs work." The two homeroom teachers had already grasped the situation. It clearly wasn't Long Aotian's fault, so they waved him off. "Enough, they're gone. No need to keep going." The Class 1 homeroom teacher added, "We'll make sure this matter is properly addressed. Be unscrapable." After leaving the teacher's office, Long Aotian turned to Hu Yueying, his tone softening involuntarily. "It's no big deal. With me here, you have nothing to fear." Hu Yueying lowered her gaze, her entire demeanor exuding a sense of listlessness. "No, I'm not afraid," she said, forcing a smile to reassure Long Aotian. Though she claimed not to care or feel scared, deep down, she was still troubled. The fact that Long Aotian had spent money on clothes and shoes for her, treated her to meals, it was undeniable. No matter how she tried to explain, others might see her as shameless. At this thought, Hu Yueying averted her eyes, unwilling to meet anyone's gaze, retreating into her own world. "You say you're fine, but let me see whose eyes are red," Long Aotian said, leaning down to look at her intently. "Look up." Hu Yueying obediently raised her head. Her moist eyes, glistening with unshed tears, evoked both pity and an inexplicable urge to tease her. "Look at these beautiful eyes. They'd be even prettier if they curved into little crescents," Long Aotian remarked. Hu Yueying knew he was trying to cheer her up. She wanted to say, "Thank you, Long Aotian. Thank you for standing up for me, for supporting me, for making me brave, asterisk." But the words stuck in her throat, replaced by choked sobs. "Look how upset my little follower is. Don't cry, though. I can't stand seeing girls cry in front of me," Long Aotian said gently. Hu Yueying sniffled. "What if I do cry? Will you hit me?" "Of course I will," he replied, lightly tapping her head. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. This only made Hu Yueying pout even more. Seeing her growing sulkiness, Long Aotian chuckled helplessly, ruffling her hair. "Let's go." Noticing that Long Aotian wasn't heading back to the classroom, Hu Yueying hurried after him. "Long Aotian, you're going the wrong way. This isn't the path to the classroom." "Wait, Long Aotian, are we really doing this? Won't someone notice?" "Who's going to notice? It's pitch dark, and everyone's in the classroom studying. No one will see us. Relax, don't be so stiff." Hu Yueying slowly laid down on the grassy field, her bright eyes filled with a mix of nervousness, curiosity, unease, and a hint of anticipation. This was her first time doing something like this, and she was incredibly tense, her body stiff as she let Long Aotian guide her. "How does it feel? Comfortable?" Hearing his soft voice beside her, Hu Yueying instinctively nodded obediently. "Yes, it's comfortable. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. Her innocent yet flustered expression, paired with her obedient nod, made her look adorably naive. Feeling the gentle breeze and gazing at the night sky, Long Aotian stayed quietly by her side, knowing that some things required Hu Yuwang to come at terms with on her own. Tonight was a difficult night. Long Aotian, do you see those two stars? Aren't they the brightest? Yeah, Long Aotian replied, resting his head on his arm as he looked up at the sky. To Long Aotian, all the stars seemed bright, but since Hu Yuwang had asked, he answered accordingly. Perhaps it wasn't the stars in the sky that shone so brightly, but the star she longed for in her heart. Long Aotian, I'm actually quite outstanding, right? Of course. You're more outstanding than anyone else. Hu Yuwang's lips curved into a faint smile, her eyes glimmering with a fleeting joy that soon faded into dimness. But sometimes I suddenly feel so tired. I know, Long Aotian said, turning his head to look at her. Feeling his gaze, Hu Yuwang also turned her head, their eyes meeting without either looking away. The evening breeze brushed past, lifting her hair, which gently fell onto Long Aotian's fingertips. I know you're tired, physically exhausted in ways that aren't visible, mentally drained to the point of numbness. At this, Long Aotian's lips curled into a soft smile, his gaze gentle yet resolute. But I beg you to keep going. Don't let your worries and anxieties destroy the little passion you have left. Always remember, the way others see you is never truly you. The way you see others is a reflection of yourself. No matter what harsh word someone says to you, it only proves that they are the ones with the problem, not you. Everything hurtful they say to you doesn't define even a fraction of who you are, but it reveals everything about them. Because their hearts are muddy, they see everyone else as muddy too. Hu Yuwang blinked, understanding Long Aotian's words. A smile unconsciously reached her eyes as she looked at him, her voice soft but firm. Long Aotian, I'm not a shameless person. I know. My little follower has always been kind. Others might not see it, but I do. Don't become the person others think you are because they might not truly know you. Those two stars are so bright. My mood instantly feels better. Hu Yuwang also looked up at the night sky, tucking a strand of wind-tousled hair behind her ear. Yes, my mood feels better too. The bell for the first self-study period rang. Long Aotian lazily got up. Let's go. It's time to head back. He extended his hand to Hu Yuwang. She stared blankly at his outstretched hand, hesitating for a moment before tentatively reaching out her own. What are you spacing out for? You're so scatterbrained, Long Aotian teased. Hu Yuwang laughed, placing her hand in his. In the next moment, a strong force pulled her up. At that moment, nothing else seemed to matter. What mattered was the beating of her heart. It was so warm. Long Aotian's hand always felt so warm. She couldn't tell if it was her imagination, but she thought she felt his body stiffen slightly. Hu Yuwang's body was light. With just a gentle tug, she was on her feet. Her hand was soft, so he held it carefully, afraid of hurting her. Eat more from now on. You're so light. A strong wind might just blow you away. The balance in my heart has shifted. In classroom 1, Li Qingxue walked up to Gao Quan and asked, "Where's Yi Liangshun?" Regarding Yi Liangshun's complaint to the teacher about her supposedly dating someone at school and hindering his studies, Li Qingxue felt it necessary to have a face-to-face conversation with him. She wanted to ask him what kind of mindset led him to lie to the teacher or which I had seen her dating someone at school. Even if she were actually dating someone, how would that hinder his studies? Seeing Li Qingxue take the initiative to ask about Yi Liangshun, Gao Quan couldn't help but marvel at how impressive Brother Chen was. Just by using a photo of him drinking, he had managed to make Li Qingxue come over and show concern for him. He had her completely under his thumb. With a smug expression, Gao Quan replied, "Brother Chen has something to do today." After saying this, he leaned closer to Li Qingxue and whispered mysteriously, "And it has something to do with you." Hearing this, Li Qingxue frowned. "Something to do with her? Explain yourself. What do you mean it has something to do with me?" Gao Quan imitated Yi Liangshun's confident smile and said, "From today onwards, you don't have to worry about Long Aotian bothering you anymore. because Brother Chun has taken his mom to go deal with Long Aotian. Gao Quan's tone was full of barely concealed pride. That was Long Aotian, the top dog of the senior year, such an impressive and formidable person. And today, he was going to be taught a lesson by Brother Chun and his mom. Upon hearing this, Li Qingshue's furrowed brows revealed her confusion. What do you mean? What do you mean by taking his mom to deal with Long Aotian? Long Aotian hasn't done anything to provoke him. Why would he go looking for trouble with Long Aotian? This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Gao Quan chuckled, his expression still smug. You wouldn't understand. Brother Chun and I saw Long Aotian at Nanfeng Plaza last Saturday. Li Qingxue immediately recalled that during a conversation with Long Aotian that evening, he had mentioned that Yu Liangchen seemed like a fool and even asked her if there was something wrong with his head. Combined with the photo Gao Quan had sent her of Yu Liangchen with a bloody nose from drinking, could it be? She tentatively asked, did Long Aotian beat up Yu Liangchen? Of course not, but it's still related to Long Aotian, Gao Quan said, lowering his voice. Long Aotian was drinking fruit beer, and I don't know if the way he held the bottle scared Brother Chun, but it caused Brother Chun to accidentally injure his nose. Li Qingxue still couldn't quite understand. Yi Liangchen injured his own nose, but why would he go looking for trouble with Long Aotian over that? Gao Quan found it amusing. Li Qingxue was just as confused as he had been initially. At first, he hadn't seen the connection either, but after Yu Liangchen's explanation, it all made sense. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. So, he shook his head slightly and said mysteriously, you just don't get it. Think about it. If Long Aotian hadn't been drinking fruit beer, he wouldn't have picked up the bottle, and Brother Chen wouldn't have been scared, right? If Brother Chen hadn't been scared, wouldn't he have avoided injuring his nose? So in the end, it's all Long Aotian's fault. Li Qingxue looked at him with an expression of disbelief. Is that really how you see it? Gao Quan laughed, seeing Li Qingxue's confusion, and decided not to keep her in suspense any longer. All right, actually, that's just what Brother Chen said. I just wanted to show off a bit. Li Qingxue was annoyed. I can't believe you guys. How can you act like this? He was just drinking fruit beer. How does that make him the bad guy? You can't control what people eat or drink. With that, she turned and left the classroom. Watching Li Qingxue's angry, retreating figure, Gao Quan was baffled. Wasn't this all for her sake? To protect her from Long Aotian's harassment. Why is she mad? Li Qingxue was truly fed up with Yi Liangchen. She couldn't understand what he was trying to do. Ever since that day, he had become a completely different person, doing things that were hard for anyone to comprehend. She headed towards the teacher's office. Arriving at the office door, Li Qingxue took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, and knocked. Come in. Li Qingxue pushed the door open and walked in, but the office only had her homeroom teacher and the teacher from Class 7, who seemed to be discussing something. Other than them, the office was empty. What's the matter, Qingxue? The Class 1 homeroom teacher asked, always showing the utmost care for her top students. Teacher is Yi Liangchen. Before she could finish, the Class 1 homeroom teacher sighed. I don't know what's gotten into Yi Liangchen lately. Before this, Yi Liangchen had often followed Li Qingxue around. His grades were above average in the class. Not outstanding, but he gave off the impression of being a good student. But this month's mock exam results were far worse than his previous scores. On Friday, he even lied to the teacher, claiming that Li Qingxue's supposed relationship at school was affecting his studies. Of course, this had been proven completely false after Li Qingxue's parents confirmed it. And now, today, he had caused another scene at school, which was giving her a headache. In contrast, Long Aotian, who the teachers usually saw as a troublemaker, had today displayed a level of maturity that was unexpected for his age. Especially when he stood in front of the Class 7 homeroom teacher, he gave off a sense of responsibility. Though his words were sharp, but they were undeniably reasonable. Recalling how Yu Liangchen's mother had been left fuming, she couldn't help but find it amusing. As educators, their professionalism didn't allow them to say anything too harsh, so dealing with someone as unreasonable and stubborn as Yu Liangchen's mother was truly exhausting. You're close with Yu Liangchen. Try to talk some sense into him. Tell him to focus his energy on studying instead of these petty schemes. Li Qingxue left the teacher's office. She took a deep breath and headed back to her classroom, feeling heavy-hearted and upset. As she reached the corner of the stairs, she heard a familiar voice and laughter. Her eyes lit up as she turned to look. There was Long Aotian, walking up the stairs with Hu Yueing. Long Aotian. Oh, what are you doing here? Long Aotian greeted her with a smile when he saw Li Qingxue. Hu Yueing glanced at Li Qingxue, but didn't say anything, simply nodding with a slight smile. Except for Long Aotian, Hu Yueing rarely showed any strong emotions toward anyone else. I heard Aotian and his mom came to cause trouble for you. Are you okay? Li Qingxue asked with concern. She instinctively attributed her concern to simply worrying about a friend. Do I look like someone who's bothered by that? Long Aotian replied nonchalantly. But I have to admit, I admire Liangshan's way of thinking. In the past, I would have definitely punched him. Li Qingxue couldn't help but laugh at his words. Unknowingly, the scales in her heart seemed to be tipping ever so slightly. Deprivation of title. After chatting with Long Aotian and Hu Yueing for a while, we each went back to our respective classes. Just as I reached the classroom door, a suppressed and heavy voice sounded behind Li Qingxue. Qingxue, what were you talking about with Long Aotian just now? The speaker was none other than Liangshan. At this moment, his face was extremely gloomy, and even his voice sounded a bit hoarse. Earlier, after being threatened by Long Aotian, he had no choice but to persuade his mother to go home first. On his way back, he ran into Long Aotian, Hu Yueing, and Li Qingxue. Being as clever as he was, he knew that since his mother had just berated Long Aotian, showing up in front of him now would undoubtedly result in a beating. So, he had no choice but to endure it silently until Li Qingxue and Long Aotian went their separate ways. Hearing Liangshan's words, Li Qingxue let out a cold laugh. What I say has nothing to do with you, does it? Liangshan frowned. Qingxue, how can you talk to me like this? Even though I've decided to stop pursuing you, in my heart, you're still my good friend. Don't forget, we've known each other for 9 years. This only made Li Qingxue feel even more uncomfortable. You still remember we're friends? On Friday, the homeroom teacher called my parents, saying I was dating someone at school and that I was affecting your studies, which led to your poor performance in the monthly mock exam. At this point, Li Qingxue's gaze at Liangshan was filled with both grievance and detachment. Liangshan, search your conscience and tell me honestly, where exactly am I dating someone? How have I affected your studies? I even lent you my notebook and advised you to focus on your studies, but what did you do instead? Liangshan fell silent. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. He admitted that he hadn't thought things through properly, but his mother only had his best interests at heart. Why couldn't Li Qingxue understand him? Qingxue, you know my mom just wants what's best for me. She was wrong about this matter, but you shouldn't have such an attitude toward an elder. After all, she's still my mother, Liangshan said, his tone softening slightly. In the future, he planned to marry Li Qingxue, and he didn't want any discord between his mother and his future wife. So, he could only say this, hoping Li Qingxue would understand that a parent's love for their child runs deep. Li Qingxue slowly shook her head. She's your mother, so it's natural for you to side with her. But you can't just use a few words to tarnish my reputation, can you? That's one thing, but what you did today has almost made me not recognize you anymore. Liangshan frowned slightly. What do you mean? I've already heard from the teacher. You were the one who bumped your nose, but you shifted all the blame onto Long Aotian. Li Qingxue's gaze at Liangshan now carried a hint of unfamiliarity. You weren't like this before. Thanks for reading on Mananovel. Are you defending Long Aotian now? Liangshan asked. Then can you explain to me why you told the teacher I was dating someone at school? Can you explain why you framed Long Aotian? Hearing this, Liangshan couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. In his mind, Long Aotian was a loser who could never measure up to him. So why was it that both Hu Yueing and Li Qingxue seemed to be siding with Long Aotian now? He was getting angry. Yi Liangchun was genuinely upset now. He was angry because he felt that after all these years of knowing Li Qingxue, she wasn't standing by his side. He was angry because Li Qingxue couldn't understand him. She couldn't see that his mother's actions were all for his sake, trying to get Li Qingxue to sit next to him so he could have a better chance with her. I did this partly for you two. Do you even know what kind of person Long Aotian is? I admit there's a risk in what I did, but to make sure he stops bothering you, I had no choice but to. Before Yi Liangchun could finish, Li Qingxue shook her head and took a step back, putting distance between them. Stop using the excuse of doing things for my sake while doing things that are just plain annoying. I've never said Long Aotian was bothering me. On the contrary, I see him as a good friend. With that, Li Qingxue turned and walked into the classroom. She felt deeply disappointed in Yi Liangchun. He avoided the main issue, never mentioning the damage his mother's words had caused her. Instead, he kept using the excuse of doing things for her sake, resorting to slander to frame Long Aotian. Watching Li Qingxue's resolute departure, Yi Liangchun instinctively took a step forward, raising his hand as if to stop her. But the words he wanted to say never left his lips. Taking a deep breath, Yi Liangchun laughed at himself and looked up at a 45-degree angle. One day, you'll understand my good intentions. Yi Liangchun wasn't afraid that Li Qingxue would really cut ties with him and never speak to him again. Because in Li Qingxue's heart, he believed she had already fallen for him without realizing it. She just hadn't come to terms with it yet. Just wait. When you see Long Aotian's true nature, when you truly understand what kind of person he is, when you realize how bad he really is, you'll come to your senses and see that the one who's always been good to you is me. Even so, Li Qingxue's attitude and the words she had just said still deeply hurt Yi Liangchun. She was his white moonlight, in his dreams and in reality. How could his heart not ache? One day, you'll regret what you said to me today. When that time comes, don't blame me for being harsh. I was going to let Hu Yueying keep her title as the treasure girl. But today, even though I was the one who got hurt, even though I was the victim, she stood by Long Aotian and accused me. Taking a deep breath, Yi Liangchun looked up at the sky. A hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes, but he still declared, "From today onward, I, Yi Liangchun, officially strip Hu Yueying of her title as the treasure girl." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Liangchun closed his eyes. A single tear slowly rolled down his cheek. That tear was enough to show just how tormented Yi Liangchun felt at this moment. You have no idea what I've been through. On the other side, after returning to the classroom, Long Aotian and Hu Yueying immediately felt countless gazes fall upon them. Hu Yueying might not have understood, but Long Aotian knew very well that such looks were a form of attention. Perhaps it was the first time they had seen someone who had been called away by the homeroom teacher return with a smile and scathed. Long Aotian straightened his back and gave a slight nod to the classmates looking his way. Then, with a bit of swagger, he led Hu Yueying back to their seats. Hu Yueying glanced at Long Aotian discreetly, not quite understanding why he was so pleased with himself. Unable to figure it out, she decided to just go along with his mood and feel a bit proud too. This incident was just a small episode in the fast-paced life of their senior year. Soon, everyone who had hopes pinned on the college entrance exam threw themselves back into a new round of studying. Long Aotian was no exception. Life seemed to return to its usual calm, and the following days felt like they were on repeat. Every morning, he would go to Hu Yueying's house for breakfast, then they would head to school together. While working hard to solve problems, they also kept learning. In the evening, he would walk Hu Yueying back to the entrance of her alley, then go home to shower and sleep. During this time, Long Aotian scores in 2 small tests improved from 318 to 389. This progress genuinely made his classmates see him in a new light. At the same time, more people began to take notice of Hu Yueying. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. After all, if even someone like Long Aotian could improve his grades with her help, who wouldn't want to study with her? The number of classmates wanting to study with her was no longer limited to just a few. As a result, Long Aotian's bathroom breaks started to get longer and longer. Of course, seeing Hu Yueying gradually change still brought him some joy. From the beginning, when Hu Yueying had to approach others to try and fit into their small groups, to now, where she had become the center of a group with others trying to fit in around her. Every time he saw this, Long Aotian couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. It was like a dusty pearl that he had slowly polished, revealing the beauty that had always been there. But with this change, some troubles also began to surface. As Hu Yueying became more optimistic, cheerful, and confident, she naturally attracted more attention. Thanks for reading On Man a Novel. Her innocent yet alluring face, combined with her gentle and soft demeanor, made her the ideal type for many teenage boys. After all, who wouldn't want a smart, beautiful, and kind girl like her? Seeing the young guys who would blush just from talking to Hu Yueying, Long Aotian couldn't help but feel like the little cabbage he had nurtured was about to be snatched away by some pigs. But there was no way he could outright say this, so he could only hint to Hu Yueying, telling her to focus on her studies and not think about anything unrelated before the college entrance exam. Hu Yueying, being extremely obedient to him, would answer questions from boys if they were academic, but if they tried to flirt or say something unrelated, she would pretend not to hear or see them. This greatly satisfied Long Aotian's ego. See, this is my little follower, who listens only to me. Long Aotian, after all this time, you must have a good idea of your academic performance, right? Which university are you planning to apply to? Probably somewhere in the Bay Area or nearby cities. Long Aotian had done some research during this time. Of course, if I don't get in, I'll have to go further away. Hu Yueying nodded softly and let out a quiet then lowered her gaze, lost in thought. After a while, she asked in a small voice, Long Aotian, have you ever thought about going to university in capital city? Hearing this, Long Aotian chuckled. You're giving me too much credit, aren't you? What about you? I remember your first choice is capital city, a university, right? Do you think you can get in? Hu Yueying didn't answer directly, but instead said, Long Aotian, you haven't even tried. How do you know you can't get in? You should believe in yourself. This reminded him of what his father had said. Back then, his father had spent a lot of money, pulling strings and begging for favors, just to send the original Long Aotian to study in capital city, hoping he could establish himself in the big city. Even if he couldn't make it and had to come back, at least he would have a degree from capital city and some internship experience there, making it easier to find a decent job. Capital city was a fascinating place. Older generations might never have set foot in capital city, but the name itself carried immense weight in their minds. For the younger generation, capital city was a place full of dreams and aspirations. All right, I'll give it my best shot. If I get in, great. If not, it's not the end of the world. Hu Yueying nodded, a glimmer of a smile in her eyes. Soon, she handed her notebook to Long Aotian. Looking at the problems on the page, Long Aotian raised an eyebrow and glanced at Hu Yueying. What are you doing? It's my break time. Just right, Long Aotian. Do some more problems. You're pushing it. Even during my break, you're trying to squeeze more out of me. Hu Yueying took out a lollipop. Long Aotian, don't even try that. Don't think I won't scold you just because you're acting cute. I'm not falling for it. In the following days, Long Aotian learned what it meant to squeeze water out of a sponge. If you squeeze hard enough, you can always get a few more drops. In another grade-wide test, Long Aotian scored 420 points. This result stunned everyone in Class 7, especially Wang Shaw, who didn't even wait for Long Aotian to come over and show off before he went over himself, carefully examining Long Aotian's total score. He looked at it as if it were some priceless treasure. How did you do it? Long Aotian looked up at Wang Shaw. You want to learn? Damn. Wang Shaw took a step back when he saw Long Aotian's exhausted, hollowed-out appearance. But Long Aotian beckoned him closer. Come here. I'll teach you. Wang Shaw instinctively shook his head. I think I'll pass. Saturday morning. This was Long Aotian's leisure time. Solving problems was tedious and mentally draining. Long Aotian felt like his brain had been in a constant state of tension during this period. Lying on the grass, The comfortable feeling made him sigh in relief. But the improvement in his grades during this time was undeniable. There were no shortcuts in science subjects, just continuous practice, practice, and more practice. By now, even the sight of Yue pulling out her little notebook gave him a sense of dread. Sensing someone approaching, Long Aotian rolled over, changing his position. He knew who it was, but he really didn't want to waste his precious leisure time. Li Qingxue crouched down, looking at Long Aotian's back, and poked him with her finger. "Stop it!" Li Qingxue covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. It was just too amusing. She poked him again. "You made a lot of progress this time. You broke 400 points. You have no idea what I've been through." Li Qingxue stifled a laugh and poked him once more. "Wake up. I brought something good. Take a look. You better not fall for me." This piqued Long Aotian's interest a bit. He turned over to look at Li Qingxue. "Something good?" Hum. Li Qingxue nodded, then proudly pulled out a few notebooks from a small bag she had brought with her today. "These are my notebooks. They contain a lot of key points and some of the mistakes I've made over the past few years. You can take a look at them. They might be helpful to you." "Hey, why are you turning your back to me again? Turn around. Don't pretend to be asleep. I just saw you open your eyes." When Li Qingxue took out the notebooks, Long Aotian had already turned around, continuing to face away from her, enjoying his leisurely time. In the end, Li Qingxue stuffed the notebooks into Long Aotian's arms and then sat down beside him, gazing at the river in the distance. Ever since the unpleasant incident with Yi Liangshan last week, the lingering resentment in her heart seemed to be gradually fading. She no longer let Yi Liangshan's recent social media posts affect her state of mind. This feeling made her exceptionally relaxed, not just physically, but more so mentally. Even though she no longer needed Long Aotian's guidance, Li Qingxue still found herself coming here. She didn't know why, but perhaps it was because the environment here truly brought her peace and joy. Like now, even just sitting here with Long Aotian without saying a word, her mood was unexpectedly good. But this didn't last long. Soon, bored, Li Qingxue poked Long Aotian with her finger. "What?" Long Aotian waved his hand, signaling her to stop poking him. "What's wrong with you? You seem so listless," Li Qingxue asked. "This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Then her eyes lit up. "Oh, I know. Is it because the college entrance exam is coming up? Are you stressed?" Feeling the pressure, as the exam approached, anxiety was inevitable. So, mimicking Long Aotian's manner, Li Qingxue patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "You need to keep a good mindset. Didn't you always say that all worries come from overthinking? Please, you're not cool at all right now." Hearing this, Long Aotian finally stirred, slowly sitting up from the grass. He straightened his clothes. "Ahem, how about now?" Watching Long Aotian's actions, Li Qingxue couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Cool, very cool." "Just a little," Long Aotian replied modestly. "No one dislikes praise, whether they're a woman or a man. You're so full of yourself." Li Qingxue laughed even harder. Long Aotian gave her a strange look. "What are you giggling about? Be a little more reserved." Thanks for reading on Man Novel. After her laughter subsided, Li Qingxue gradually calmed down, though the amusement in her eyes didn't fade much. Okay, I'll try to be more reserved." But after this little exchange, Long Aotian didn't lie back down. Instead, he sat up and gazed at the shimmering river with Li Qingxue. "Long Aotian, which university are you planning to apply to?" "My first choice is Kyoto. I still need to think carefully about the others." Hearing the word Kyoto, Li Qingxue's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. This subtle internal change was something even she didn't fully realize. "Really?" Long Aotian turned his head to look at Li Qingxue, who seemed more excited than he was, and asked, somewhat puzzled, "Why are you so excited?" After saying this, he looked her up and down. "Don't tell me you've fallen for me." Hearing this, Li Qingxue was momentarily stunned. Then, biting her lip lightly, perhaps because it was the first time someone had teased her so directly, her cheeks flushed slightly. Perhaps to divert attention and hide her embarrassment, she hit Long Aotian's shoulder. "You're so annoying. I would never fall for you." If anything, you should be careful not to fall for me. Long Aotian chuckled. The monotony of studying over the past few days had completely vanished. What are you laughing at? Don't think I won't tell Hu Yueying about this tomorrow afternoon at school. Tell her? Don't you know I'm Hu Yueying's big brother? It'd be better to just tell me directly. Li Qingshue's lively eyes narrowed slightly, and she blinked a few times. She hummed smugly. Don't think I don't know. You two must be dating. The whole big brother and little follower thing is just a cover, so no one finds out. Seeing how confident and smug Li Qingxue looked, Long Aotian became intrigued. Since he had nothing better to do, Long Aotian decided to play along. Oh, and how did you figure that out? Thinking that Long Aotian was admitting it, Li Qingxue had a lot to say. I just noticed. Oh, when did you become so observant? You can even see that. I feel like you're mocking me, she said, but continued. I've seen you smiling at Hu Yueying several times. Well, I'm smiling at you right now. Does that mean I like you too? It's different. Li Qingxue rolled her eyes at Long Aotian. The way you smile at Hu Yueying is so doting, and you're always gentler with her than with anyone else. That just means Hu Yueying is special to you. Long Aotian scratched his head. That's it. He was Hu Yueying's big brother, after all. He had watched her transform from a gloomy girl into someone confident and a bit lively. Of course, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Besides, being gentle with her was only natural. Hu Yueying deserved kindness from everyone. You're just being stubborn. Hu Yueying is the same with you. You're special to her. She's indifferent to others, but when she looks at you, she can't help but blush. Her eyes are always full of you. After saying this, Li Qingxue crossed her arms, looking as if she had just solved a great mystery. Long Aotian couldn't help but flick her on the head. Ow, what was that for? Li Qingxue clutched her head, then suddenly realized something. Ah, I must be right. You're just embarrassed. Right, my foot. Long Aotian couldn't resist flicking her head again, this time lightly. I'm Hu Yueying's big brother. From the day she transferred here, I promised to protect her. So, of course, I give her more attention as her big brother. Hu Yueying treats me specially because she's a kind person. She's grateful for my help. Hearing Long Aotian's explanation, Li Qingxue snorted, her delicate and beautiful face pouting slightly. No way. We girls understand each other best. The acceleration of heartbeat in an instant. I'm here. Hearing the voice, Hu Yueying looked out through the kitchen window into the yard. When she saw Long Aotian's figure appear in the yard, a gentle smile unconsciously spread across her cheeks and eyes. In the past, the first thing she would do when she got home was to lock the front door. Now, she would instinctively leave the door open for Long Aotian, and only for Long Aotian. Brother Long, go wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon. Okay. Walking into the kitchen, Long Aotian noticed Hu Yueying's soft smile as she looked at him. His eyes shifted away, and he made his way to the refrigerator. He opened the fridge and neatly arranged the vegetables, ribs, and meat he had brought with him. After finishing, Long Aotian stole a glance at Hu Yueying, only to find that her gaze had been fixed on him ever since he entered. This realization made Long Aotian feel even more uneasy. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the last words Li Qingxue had said before she left. Keeping a distance from other guys, being especially nice to you, and only having eyes for you. These are the most obvious and distinct signs. After saying this, seeing Long Aotian raise his hand again, she quickly got up, hugged her head, and moved away. Then, tilting her delicate nose, she snorted lightly. If you hit my head again, I might just bite you. This part doesn't count. I'll go inside now. Long Aotian said this and left the kitchen for the living room. He poured himself a glass of water and sat on the sofa, falling into silence. From time to time, he would look toward the kitchen, his expression strangely serious. As the saying goes, those involved are blind, while bystanders see clearly. Long Aotian, caught up in the situation, felt everything was normal. This work is hosted on mananovel.com, but in Li Qingxue's eyes, he seemed to see a completely different picture. And so, what he had previously thought was normal began to feel increasingly abnormal. Long Aotian truly cared about Hu Yueying. The first time he saw her, his only thought was, poor thing. Having grown up in an orphanage, Long Aotian had also been seen as a pitiful creature in the eyes of others. Because of this, he could always keenly sense Hu Yueying's emotional shifts. He could see it, and it made him feel sorry for her. So much so that Long Aotian often wanted to know about Hu Yueying's past, to understand the tragic life that had been summed up in just a few words. But at the same time, he was afraid to know her past. She was a strong girl, a gentle girl. At least in Long Aotian's eyes, Hu Yueying deserved to be treated with kindness by everyone. And so, Long Aotian became Hu Yueying's big brother. He wanted to protect her, change her, teach her, and urge her to save herself, time and time again, from the hardships of the world. Thanks for reading On Man and Novel. He wanted her to understand that her own happiness was the most important thing, and everything else was secondary. He wanted to tell her to love herself, to firmly and unwaveringly love herself more. This world is never short of people who are tired or unfortunate, but even for just a moment, everyone should feel a little warmth on their journey through life. But it seemed he hadn't managed this distance well. A young girl's naivety wasn't exactly a rational thing. He was different from her, at least in terms of mental age. She would soar high in the future, so high that everyone would have to look up to her. Thump, thump, thump. Long Aotian curiously raised his hand and placed it on his chest. His heart was beating so fast. Brother Long, dinner's ready. Try it. The girl lifted the bamboo curtain, her face radiant and beautiful, so much so that it was hard to look away. Long Aotian scratched his head and took the bowl of rice. Soon, Hu Yueying brought out another dish and sat down to eat as well. Eat more. Long Aotian habitually picked up a strand of meat with his chopsticks. Hu Yueying happily tilted her bowl toward Long Aotian. Seeing the bowl in front of him, Long Aotian paused for a moment, then retracted his chopsticks and placed the meat into his own bowl. Serve yourself. Oh. Hu Yueying pulled her bowl back, picked up a strand of meat herself, and while placing it in her bowl, she secretly glanced at Long Aotian. What are you looking at? Finish your meal and focus on studying. Hu Yueying didn't expect to be caught sneaking a look. Her cheeks flushed as she nodded repeatedly and focused on eating. Seeing her delicate, easily flustered face turn red, Long Aotian couldn't help but find it amusing. The next moment, he slapped himself on the face. Cough. There seems to be a mosquito. Hu Yueying looked around. Is there? If I say there is, there is. Hu Yueying was used to Long Aotian's unreasonable behavior. She chuckled softly and continued eating. After dinner, she still had to teach Brother Long. With the college entrance exams approaching, Hu Yueying was determined to make the most of the final sprint, ensuring Long Aotian did as many practice questions as possible. Ideally, his score would break 500 points. Long Aotian's grades had been steadily improving. If they made full use of the remaining time, it wasn't an impossible goal. Thinking of this, Hu Yueying felt even more motivated. That's how people are. Once they have a goal, they pour all their energy into moving toward it. Since Hu Yueying was putting in so much effort to teach him, Long Aotian naturally didn't complain. The afternoon passed quietly. By the end, Long Aotian stretched, and his bones cracked from staying in one position for too long. He stretched luxuriously, finally finishing the homework his little teacher had assigned for the day. Seeing Long Aotian stretch, Hu Yueying stepped forward and placed her hands on his shoulders. Brother Long, let me give you a massage. As Hu Yueying's hands touched him, Long Aotian's body stiffened. Before, he hadn't thought much of it. Wasn't it normal for a little follower to give her boss a massage? But now he felt oddly shy. He coughed twice and stood up. No need, I'm fine. Oh. Hu Yueying withdrew her hands, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. She could sense that Brother Long seemed a bit different today, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what exactly had changed. A girl's intuition could be incredibly sharp at times. Long Aotian took a couple of steps around the living room, then turned to look at Hu Yueying. Want to go for a walk? Sure. Hu Yueying had always been obedient to Long Aotian. Her obedience to him seemed to be ingrained in her very bones. Walking down the alley under the glow of the setting sun, their shadows stretched long, long, and eventually merged into one. A hint of sweetness fills the heart. Walking out of the narrow alley, they stepped onto a broader road outside. Hui Weiing didn't ask where they were headed. She simply followed Long Aotian, walking forward, always moving ahead. In the past, Hui Weiing loved studying, as if she didn't know what else to do besides that. But now, aside from studying, her favorite thing was being by Long Aotian's side, even if they were doing nothing more than walking together. It was a strange sense of peace, a fearless calm. The corners of her lips curled slightly as she felt the sunlight and the gentle breeze. Her hair fluttered as she quietly glanced at Long Aotian beside her. This feeling, it was wonderful. Suddenly, Long Aotian stopped in his tracks. Hui Weiing, like a thief about to be caught, quickly averted her gaze. "Wait for me a moment." Long Aotian's eyes fell on a snowflake. "Do stand not far away." "Okay, I'll wait for you, Brother Long." Hui Weiing smiled brightly and nodded earnestly at Long Aotian. "Silly girl." Seeing the smile on Hui Weiing's face, Long Aotian couldn't help but smile too. It didn't take long. Long Aotian returned with 2 cups of snowflake dew. He handed one to Hui Weiing. "Try it. It's really refreshing." This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Cool and sweet. She took a sip through the straw. Her eyes curved into little crescents as she looked up at Long Aotian. So sweet. In the sunlight, the girl's eyes were as clear and bright as morning dew, sparkling like countless stars. So sweet, truly sweet. Sweets always seem to lift one's spirits. Long Aotian was momentarily stunned as he watched Hui Weiing look up at him with a smile. It was just a cup of snowflake dew, just a little sweetness. But that tiny bit of sweetness was enough to fill Hui Weiing's heart. How much hardship had this girl endured before? Then, looking at the glow of the setting sun, he said, "Of course. Life is like that. Sometimes a little busy, sometimes a little annoying, and occasionally a little bitter. That's why we always need a little sweetness to balance it out." Thanks for reading on Mana Novel. MHM. Hui Weiing held the snowflake dew in both hands. This little bit of sweetness was something Brother Long had given her. The two continued walking, as if without a destination. Eventually, Long Aotian brought Hui Weiing to the riverside at Shuiwan. The afternoon at Shuiwan was livelier than the morning, not just in noise, but in the number of people. They found a spot on the grass and sat down. The first time Hui Weiing had lain on the grass and looked at the sky was with Long Aotian on the school sports field. This was the second time. Near the riverside, the wind was stronger, carrying the scent of grass and earth as it brushed against her cheeks. Hui Weiing slowly closed her eyes, quietly savoring the moment. Unlike Li Qingxue, Hui Weiing could feel the tranquility of nature from the very first time. Because everyone's mindset is different. Just as Long Aotian said, he understood Hui Weiing, but no one else could say they understood her the way Long Aotian did. Long Aotian didn't disturb Hui Weiing as she lay on the grass, quietly closing her eyes and settling her thoughts. Studying was monotonous and exhausting, and it required moments to relax the mind and body. This place wasn't anything extraordinary, but the flowing water, the sound of the wind, the grass, and the earth could calm one's heart. Lying on the grass, Hui Weiing opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Long Aotian's back. She gazed quietly, as if her eyes could only hold Long Aotian's presence. The girl didn't understand what it meant to have her heart flutter. She only knew that being with him made her happy. Weiing. After a while, a lazy, carefree voice broke the silence. The college entrance exam is coming up." Hui Weiing's heart skipped a beat. "Yeah, a university is the second starting point of your life. Tell me, you'll easily get in, right?" Hui Weiing opened her mouth, but the smile on her face slowly stiffened. Long Aotian didn't look at her, but continued, "You've worked so hard, never giving up on your beliefs. This time, you're not just giving yourself a satisfactory answer. You're also fulfilling your family's expectations and mine as your big brother. Tell me, you'll definitely get in, right?" The air seemed to freeze at that moment, and even the sounds faded away. All that remained was Hu Yueying's soft whisper. Yeah. Long Aotian smiled and turned to look at her. You'll step-by-step climb to the peak of life. Then, when I brag to others, I'll be so proud. After all, I'm your big brother. Though Long Aotian said this with a smile, there was an undeniable weight to his words. Meeting Long Aotian's smiling eyes, Hu Yueying didn't respond as she usually did, smiling and nodding with a firm "Emichum." This time, Hu Yueying remained silent. Why so dazed? I'll hit you if you keep spacing out. Brother Long, will we still? Before she could finish, Long Aotian cut her off with a laugh. The sun will rise, and everyone will move forward in the same unchanging direction. Like the silent turning of a clock's hands, we'll meet again on that long, endless road. I'm really looking forward to what Hu Yueying will be like 4 years from now. More beautiful, more mature, more confident, or perhaps still unnoticed. But let me warn you, if you don't do well, don't you dare say you are my little follower. After a long pause, Hu Yueying spoke softly, I won't. Oh, my little follower sounds pretty confident. Well, I'll be waiting to see. Long Aotian said, extending a fist toward Hu Yueying. Hu Yueying looked at his fist, then glanced up at him with confusion. Long Aotian sighed with a helpless chuckle. His clenched fist slowly opened, revealing his pinky finger. Seeing Long Aotian's extended pinky, Hu Yueying pressed her lips together and let out a soft laugh. She then extended her own pinky, saying, Pinky promise, 100 years. She paused for a moment, then looked at Long Aotian and said with utmost seriousness, 100 years, no changes. Then she pressed her thumb against his, sealing the promise. Click! The sound of a camera shutter echoed. Long Aotian and Hu Yueying turned their heads simultaneously. Click! This time, the flash lit up their faces. What are you doing? Long Aotian stood up and approached the photographer, his tall and sturdy frame closing the distance in just a few steps. Don't worry, don't worry. You can tell by my appearance that I'm an artist, the man said, adjusting his long hair and pushing his glasses up his nose as he quickly explained. As he spoke, 2 photos popped out of the camera. The first photo captured Long Aotian and Hu Yueying's backs as they made their pinky promise. The second photo showed the 2 of them turning their heads at the sound of the shutter. I'm a writer, wandering through various cities to collect material, the man explained as Long Aotian and Hu Yueying looked at the photos. If you like these photos, I'll give them to you. Over the years, I've traveled to many cities and captured countless moments. When I saw your backs, it reminded me of a young couple I once saw in Shanghai. I couldn't help but take the shot. I wonder how they're doing now. I hope you don't mind. At the mention of young couple, Long Aotian and Hu Yueying couldn't help but glance at each other. Night owls, bats, good night. Rest well, like a serious adult. Seeing that both of them were looking at him, he naturally didn't know what Long Aotian and Hu Yueying were thinking, and simply assumed they still didn't believe him. So, he took out a photo album from his backpack. Because it felt so familiar in his memory, he quickly found the corresponding photos. Take a look, he said. The people in the photos appear to be around the same age as the 2 of them. The boy had a sunny smile, and the girl looked sweet and shy. In the photo, their eyes were fixed on each other, filled with tenderness and love. The second photo showed the 2 of them embracing sweetly. The happiness and joy on their faces were so vivid that even just looking at the photo could move someone deeply. In the background of these 2 photos, a bluestone brick stood out prominently. Student Chun, I love you. Student Su, I love you too. Looking at these 2 photos, Hu Yueying couldn't help but instinctively compare them to the 2 photos she held in her hand. A faint smile curved her lips, sweet and gentle. She still thought that she and Long Aotian looked better in their photos. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Although Student Chun and Student Su also looked lovely, Hu Yueying just felt that she and Long Aotian looked even better. Long Aotian, can I have these photos? Hu Yueying asked softly. She really liked these 2 photos. If you like them, take them, Long Aotian said after glancing at the photos. That old guy, gotta admit, he took pretty good photos. Thank you, Hu Yueying said happily, clutching the photos to her chest. Such a silly smile. Hu Yueying turned her back to Long Aotian. It's not silly, I'm just happy. When Hu Yueying returned home, thanks for reading on Man a Novel. She immediately and carefully tucked the photos into one of her books. But not long after, she took them out again. Looking at the photos of herself and Long Aotian, Hu Yueying couldn't help but study Long Aotian's expression in the photo. Especially since their hands were intertwined in the photo, she lightly touched her little finger, her heartbeat quickening, her breathing becoming faster, and her cheeks gradually warming up. After a long while, this pure and kind-hearted girl finally realized that this was what it felt like to have a crush. And she also came to understand that even someone like her could feel this way. At that moment, she simply felt an overwhelming sense of joy, her lips curling into an uncontrollable smile, and her heart seemed to overflow with sweetness, like honey. But suddenly, she remembered the words Long Aotian had said to her, and the smile in Hu Yueying's eyes gradually dimmed. We're all moving in the same, unchanging direction, and I still owe you a set of clothes. You said you'd chase me to the ends of the earth to punch me. Taking a deep breath, Hu Yueying took out her phone and snapped a picture of the photo. It was a bit blurry. Compared to the actual photo, the image taken by her smartphone was still somewhat unclear. She carefully put the photo away, as if it were truly precious to her. From under her bed, she pulled out a metal box. Opening it, she found the money she had saved over the years. There were both small bills and coins. From the very beginning, Hu Yueying had known her goal, and she had been working hard toward it without ever slacking off. Though there had been moments of brief confusion, Long Aotian's words had ultimately made her even more determined. This was the result of her years of hard work, and it also carried the expectations of her grandparents and Long Aotian. After the college entrance exams, I'll have more time to work part-time and save up for tuition, she said. With that, she placed the book containing the photos into the metal box. She forgot about cooking, sitting alone in her room in this small courtyard, occasionally glancing at the photo on her phone, occasionally playing with her bunny plushie. At least for this moment, loneliness stayed away from her. Long Aotian, lying on his bed lost in thought, felt his phone vibrate. Hu Yueying, photo X2. Silly girl. Long Aotian chuckled, looking closely at the photos Hu Yueying had sent. Unconsciously, a smile spread across his face. He saved the photos. Then he replied, "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet. I'm not hungry." Actually, that wasn't true. It was just that with Long Aotian not around, she didn't know what to cook, so she decided to make do with whatever was available. It had been like this before, so it was fine. Eat something. You're already so light and thin. I'm afraid a gust of wind might really blow you away. The last time he had pulled Hu Yueying at school, she had felt so light. If I get blown away, I'll just find my way back. I'm not scared. You're quite something, huh? Reading this message, Hu Yueying hugged her phone and laid back on the bed. That's because I have a really amazing big brother. She rolled over once, then switched to her photo album and browsed for a while. As time passed, it was already bedtime, but Hu Yueying felt no sleepiness at all. Similarly, Long Aotian was also wide awake. He was thinking about what Li Qingxue had said earlier that day, as well as Hu Yueying's little actions. Hu Yueying was indeed very good to him. Around her, he never had to worry about anything. She always took care of everything so well. She was really good, truly good, so gentle, so kind. On Sunday afternoon, they returned to school. As soon as they entered the classroom, Long Aotian sent Hu Yueying away. By now, Hu Yueying had already integrated well into the group. Long Aotian no longer had to worry about her. Taking a deep breath, he also began his own journey of self-improvement. Meanwhile, Hu Yueying, standing amidst the small group, couldn't take her eyes off Long Aotian, who sat alone at the very back of the classroom. Finally, when the first self-study session ended, Hu Yueying was about to say something, but Long Aotian stood up and walked out of the classroom. By the time Long Aotian returned, the bell for the next class had already rung. "Long Aotian, did I do something wrong?" Hu Yueying asked softly. "Why would you say that?" Long Aotian looked at Hu Yueying, amused. In truth, Hu Yueying didn't know why she had said that, but she could sense that Long Aotian was different now. Before, Long Aotian had always been playful, treating her like a child and teasing her. He liked seeing her get angry or happy, and she wasn't stupid. She could feel it. But ever since Saturday, Long Aotian had stopped teasing her. He had become more serious, like an adult. She couldn't quite describe how she felt, but it wasn't a good feeling. So, she mustered her courage and shamelessly asked Long Aotian, "You're fine. Don't be so silly, always taking responsibility for everything. I'm really worried you might get taken advantage of someday," Long Aotian said, gently tapping Hu Yueying on the head and then ruffling her hair. "You control the score." As time passed, the college entrance exam quietly approached. Everyone was filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating this day. Some had worked tirelessly, never slacking off, just waiting for this moment to prove themselves and take the first step toward their college journey. Others, who had been lazy and unmotivated, simply wanted to leave school as soon as possible and step into society, craving the freedom it promised. Only a very few seemed to be acting a little unhinged. In Class 1, Yi Liangchun stared intently at Li Qingshue's back, muttering to himself, "Why? Why hasn't she regretted anything after all the posts I made on my social media? Why hasn't she come to find me?" Over the past month, he had been waiting for two things: for Hu Yueying to see through Long Aotian's evil nature, and for Li Qingxue to regret her decisions and come running back to him, begging for forgiveness in some dramatic, chasing the husband to the crematorium scenario. But now, with the college entrance exam just around the corner, neither of them had come to him. Were they still mad at him? In his dreams, he had been bullied by Long Aotian, but he had never told his parents, and they had never come to the school to make a scene. Could it be the butterfly effect? Yi Liangchun had an epiphany. This was likely the result of the butterfly effect, just like how he had approached Hu Yueying earlier than he should have. At this thought, Yi Liangchun clenched his fists tightly. "Damn it, Long Aotian. It's all your fault. Why didn't you bully Hu Yueying? Why didn't you show your true evil nature to Li Qingxue?" To be honest, Yi Liangchun was truly starting to regret his actions. If only he had resisted the urge to approach Hu Yueying earlier, Long Aotian wouldn't have felt threatened and force himself on her. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. If Long Aotian had just controlled himself, even with the butterfly effect, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Now, Yi Liangchun was genuinely panicking. With only a week left before the college entrance exam, he hadn't even been tutored by Hu Yueying. How much could he possibly accomplish in just 1 week? He regretted posting so many things on social media. Taking a deep breath, Yi Liangchun stood up and slowly walked over to Li Qingxue. "Qingxue," he called out. Li Qingxue, who was focused on her final preparations for the exam, looked up at him in confusion. "What is it?" Looking into her eyes, Yi Liangchun forced a bitter smile. "I know you must be feeling a little regretful now, right?" Li Qingxue frowned slightly. "Thanks for reading on Man and Novel." Seeing this, Yi Liangchun continued. "Qingxue, why don't you deliberately lower your score? I haven't been studying well, so I probably won't get into a good university. How about you stay back and repeat the year with me? Are you out of your mind?" Before Li Qingxue could respond, her desk mate, Wang Rui, couldn't hold back. "Qingxue's grades are guaranteed to get her into University A. Why should she waste another year repeating for you?" Yi Liangchun ignored Wang Rui, his gaze fixed on Li Qingxue. He admitted that he was taking a gamble here, betting that Li Qingxue secretly regretted her decisions, but was too angry to admit it. He hoped that, by giving her an out, she would calm down and start feeling guilty again. "Yi Liangchun, you're really strange. Why would I give up my chance at the college entrance exam and repeat a year just for you?" Li Qingxue asked bluntly and honestly. After going through a series of bizarre events, Li Qingxue's emotions were remarkably stable. Yi Liangchun let out a bitter laugh, then took a deep breath. "Qingxue, I know what I'm about to say might be hard for you to accept right now, but I have to say it. You're hesitating, aren't you? We've been apart for so many days. I'm sure you've had time to think things over, and I know you regret not accepting my 98th confession, don't you? Yi Liangchun stared intently, not wanting to miss any change in Li Qingshue's expression. Yi Liangchun, do you even hear yourself? Li Qingxue chuckled lightly. When Yi Liangchun had tattled on her to her parents, saying she was dating someone at school, she had felt upset for a moment, but that feeling had quickly passed. But now, hearing Yi Liangchun speak to her like this, it was as if he thought she was a fool, a complete and utter fool. Since starting high school, she had never slacked off. Even if she seemed relaxed at school, no one knew how hard she worked at home. Step by step, she had been moving closer to her dream university. But now, with just a few words, he wanted her to throw away 3 years of hard work. Li Qingxue really wanted to laugh. Laugh at herself for having such a friend all these years. The so-called evil Long Aotian had told her to focus on her studies, to prepare for the college entrance exam, and to cheer for her dream university. But her friend of nearly 10 years was asking her to deliberately lower her score and repeat a year with him. How ridiculous was that? How could he say such a thing so confidently, as if he were doing her a great favor? When I wanted to help you, you refused. I thought you would work hard on your own, but now you're saying something so laughable. Li Qingxue shook her head slowly. You have no right to say such things. Yi Liangchun staggered back, clutching his chest, his face turning pale. Qingxue, how can you say that to me? Am I not your best friend anymore? You'll regret treating me like this. Seeing Li Qingxue's resolute expression, Yi Liangchun felt as if she had become a completely different person, someone he barely recognized. You're not the Li Qingxue I used to know. I told you not to get involved with Long Aotian, and look how he's corrupted you. I barely recognize you anymore. Li Qingxue had no interest in continuing this conversation. She'd rather spend her time solving a few more practice problems. At least right now, you're not even as good as Long Aotian. Her words struck Yi Liangchun like a bolt of lightning. Huh, so the knight has become the villain in the princess's eyes. Fine, I admit defeat this time. With that, Yi Liangchun forced a relieved smile. Then allow me to call you princess one last time. Your knight is truly stepping down now. And this time, it's for good. After saying this, Yi Liangchun walked out of the classroom, tilting his head up to keep the tears from falling. From this moment on, I, Yi Liangchun, officially strip Li Qingxue of her title as my white moonlight. He glanced back at Li Qingxue one last time. You brought this on yourself. If I weren't backed into a corner, I wouldn't have asked this of you. And it's just repeating a year. It's not a big deal for someone as talented as you. But you refused me. I laugh now. When you finally come to your senses, don't blame me for the abuse the wife, cremate her scenario that follows. With a self-mocking laugh, Yi Liangchun lowered his head. But when he raised it again, his eyes were bloodshot, and his fists were clenched tightly. Damn it. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had to strip them of their titles. Long Aotian transforms into a mother hen. A week may not seem long, but it's not exactly short either. Yet, the day has finally arrived. Tomorrow, we'll embark on a brand new starting point. It's time for Hu Yueying to prove herself. Are you nervous? Long Aotian felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. A little, Hu Yueying replied obediently. It's normal to feel that way. Just treat this exam like any other test, except the venue has changed, Long Aotian said to Hu Yueying, though his own fists were clenched tightly in nervousness. In his previous life, he had dropped out of school early, never experiencing the college entrance exam. He had entered society prematurely, experiencing the ups and downs of life. Now, a different path lay before him, one entirely unlike his past life. This was his chance to make up for the regrets he once carried. Hu Yueying's eyes curved into a smile as she looked at Long Aotian, who was clearly more nervous than she was but still tried to comfort her. She felt a warm, happy sensation in her heart. Long Aotian, don't be nervous either. Don't stress yourself out. Just read the questions carefully. I believe you'll do just fine. Hu Yueying cheered him on. Don't cook breakfast at home tomorrow. Get up early and grab something on the way to the exam center. Go to Zhao's breakfast shop. Their food is clean and hygienic. Oh, and also, at this moment, Long Aotian sounded like a fussy parent, listing off one thing after another in Hu Yueing Seer. Since their exam centers were in different locations, they would truly have to take care of themselves separately tomorrow. Hu Yueing didn't find Long Aotian's nagging annoying at all. On the contrary, she listened attentively. She even thoughtfully poured him a glass of water. Long Aotian, have some water. Long Aotian took a sip, moistening his throat, and felt much better. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he turned his head and glanced at Wang Shuo. Perhaps the intensity in Long Aotian's gaze was too strong, as Wang Shuo felt a chill run down his spine. He turned around and met Long Aotian's eyes. After a moment of thought, Long Aotian walked over, towering over Wang Shuo. Come with me. Wang Shuo scratched his head, trying to recall if he had done anything recently to upset Long Aotian. He couldn't think of anything. Hurry up. Wang Shuo stiffened. Coming. Once outside the classroom, Long Aotian frowned, looking down at Wang Shuo. You little. Not long after, the two returned to the classroom one after the other. Long Aotian went straight back to his seat. Meanwhile, Wang Shuo pulled something out of his pocket, showing it off proudly. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. The people around him widened their eyes in envy as they saw what he had. Long Aotian, what were you doing just now? As his little follower, she probably shouldn't have asked, but she couldn't help her curiosity. Nothing. Just get a good night's sleep tonight. Stay in top condition for tomorrow's exam. I will. You take care too, Long Aotian. That night, the old man came home early, preparing a meal and waiting for his son. Over the past 6 months, he had witnessed the changes in Long Aotian, and it warmed his heart. Though rough around the edges, his love for Long Aotian was no less than any parent's. That same night, Hu Yueing video called her grandparents in the countryside. Though they weren't educated, they understood the importance of the college entrance exam. They gave her their most sincere blessings and love. This night was anything but ordinary. As the first rays of the rising sun pierced through the darkness, they cast light upon the world, bringing pure warmth to everyone. Each person had their own exam admission ticket and exam center. Long Aotian rode his bicycle swiftly toward his designated location. Hu Yueing also got up early, bought breakfast at Zhao's, and boarded the bus. Having visited the school where his exam would take place beforehand, Long Aotian was familiar with the place. Just as he finished locking up his bike, he heard a cheerful voice call out, Long Aotian, which classroom are you in? Long Aotian asked Li Qingxue, feeling a slight stir in his heart. It was nice to run into someone familiar at the same exam center. Let me see your admission ticket, Li Qingxue said. After looking at Long Aotian's ticket, she grinned mischievously. I'm in a classroom next to yours. Ah, what a shame. It would have been great if you were right next to me. Li Qingxue snorted. Even if I were, you wouldn't be able to copy my answers. Otherwise, we'd both be in trouble. Look at you all scared. Let's go, Long Aotian said, deciding not to tease her further. He led the way into the unfamiliar school. When they reached the floor where their classrooms were, Long Aotian stopped in front of his classroom and turned to Li Qingxue. Good luck. He gave the lively girl a thumbs up. Good luck, Li Qingxue replied, making a cheering gesture toward him. As Long Aotian turned to enter his classroom, Li Qingxue's eyes flickered. Long Aotian, I'll treat you to a meal when we get to the capital city. Without looking back, Long Aotian waved his hand and walked into the classroom. Li Qingxue chuckled softly. Such a show-off. As the exam papers were handed out, Long Aotian took a deep breath, his grip on the pen tightening until his knuckles turned white. I'm really looking forward to this new chapter of life. With that, he immersed himself in the questions. Not only did Hu Yueing have to deliver a satisfactory result for herself, but he also had to do the same. The morning exam went smoothly, much to Long Aotian's satisfaction. At least this subject was in the bag. He handed in his paper, left the classroom, and prepared for the afternoon exam. Long Aotian. Looking up, he saw Li Qingxue at the classroom door, waving at him with a smile. How did it go? No problem at all, he replied confidently. At least, until the results came out, he'd say it was no problem. Are you going home for lunch or eating out? I'll just grab something quick outside. Want to join me? Long Aotian asked. Sure. What do you like to eat? I'm not picky. Anything works. Hui Weiing sat quietly on the unfamiliar school grounds, a simple meal of pickled vegetables and steamed buns beside her. Without Long Aotian around, she tended to make do with whatever was convenient. It was a habit, partly to avoid hassle and partly because she was frugal. As long as it filled her stomach, it was enough. Hey, I've been looking all over for you. Hearing the voice, Hui Weiing looked up in confusion. She saw Wang Shuo jogging toward her. Having been bullied by him before, she instinctively wanted to distance herself and quickly began packing up her things. Here, this is for you. Before Hui Weiing could finish, Wang Shuo had already placed a box meal and some side dishes in front of her. What's this for? Hui Weiing shifted away, putting distance between herself and Wang Shuo. Noticing the pickled vegetables she hadn't yet put away, Wang Shuo's expression turned odd. Long Aotian was right. Hui Weiing looked at him, puzzled. Long Aotian said that without him around, you'd probably just make do. He asked me to buy this for you. Looking at the meal in front of her, Hui Weiing's lips twitched upward, though she tried to suppress her smile with Wang Shuo still there. How much do I owe you? Long Aotian already paid, Wang Shuo said, clearly pleased. After all, Long Aotian had not only covered the cost of the meals, but also given him 2 packs of premium cigarettes as a bonus. Approach him, go to his side. Hearing this, Hui Weiing gently bit her red lips and obediently opened the lunchbox and side dishes placed on her knees. The moment the food entered her mouth, the smile on her lips could no longer be restrained, rising high, and even her eyes turned into crescent moons. Though it was just the simplest meal, Hui Weiing felt as if she had tasted the most blissful delicacy in the world. He had thought of everything for her. This was the first time since her parents left, after so many years, that someone had made her feel so valued. Even though he wasn't by her side, he still took care of her with meticulous attention. I wonder what Brother Long is doing now. Her thoughts began to drift. On the other side, Long Aotian and Li Qingxue returned to the examination hall early after finishing their meal. Thanks. It's just a meal. You could treat me back some other time. Hearing this, Li Qingxue chuckled. All right, I'll treat you to a meal another day. Let's go sit over there for a while. Long Aotian pointed to the shade of a tree not far ahead. It's so hot today. Li Qingxue fanned herself with her hand and walked with Long Aotian toward the shade. I used to always wonder what life would be like after the college entrance exams, but now that the day has come, I feel mostly excited, though there's also a hint of reluctance. What about you? This work is hosted on mananovel.com. After sitting down, Li Qingxue leaned back on her hands and looked up at the distant sky. When transitioning from elementary to middle school, her heart was filled with excitement. From middle school to high school, it was mostly joy. Now, from high school to university, as she grew older, the bonds with her friends deepened, and she couldn't help but feel a little reluctant to part. That's just how youth is, always rushing past, missing things, and then meeting new ones. As he said this, Long Aotian glanced at Li Qingxue. The most common line in those youth dramas on TV is, youth will eventually fade, but memories remain forever. This is just one of those inevitable experiences on our life's journey. But what can we do? We can't freeze time at this moment. Li Qingxue stretched her body. You're right, but this is my ordinary yet passionate youth, and it's slipping away this summer. Look at you, so sentimental. If you're so reluctant, why not just enjoy this summer to the fullest? Li Qingxue nodded in agreement, then clenched her small fists and declared earnestly, You're right. After the exams, I'm going to put on some makeup, go shopping, eat ice cream, have fun, and live freely and carefree. Thanks for reading on Man a Novel. All right, do whatever you want. But now it's time to head back to the exam hall. Oh, you're such a buzzkill. 2 days passed quickly. After submitting the final exam paper, summer truly began. The moment Long Aotian stepped out of the exam hall, he felt as if the weight on his heart had finally lifted, and even the afternoon air seemed sweet. He couldn't help but stretch lazily. It's over, Li Qingxue walked over with a bright smile, taking a deep breath and then exhaling heavily. Ah, it's finally over. After stretching, Long Aotian looked at Li Qingxue. Come here, I'll tell you a secret. Hearing this, Li Qingxue narrowed her eyes, her sly expression wrinkling her delicate nose as she took a step back. I'm not a 3-year-old anymore. If you dare tease me like a kid again, I'll hit you. She raised her small fist as she spoke. Ah, you caught me. Of course I did. Li Qingxue was quite proud of herself. As they walked out of the school gate together, Li Qingxue immediately spotted her mother waiting outside. My mom's here to pick me up, her voice filled with happiness and joy. Goodbye. Of course, I'll see you again. I owe you 2 meals, and I'll pay you back. Do I look like I'm short on food? With a laugh, he walked toward where his bicycle was parked. Li Qingxue watched Long Aotian's retreating figure with a light chuckle, then went to her mother's side. Seeing Li Qingxue come out, her mother approached. My dear daughter, tell me, how did the exams go? Not bad. Li Qingxue replied with a coquettish smile. Hearing not bad from her daughter, her mother knew everything was fine. Let's go home. I'll cook you a feast. You've really worked hard these past few months, my precious daughter. Just as Long Aotian unlocked his bicycle, he paused for a moment, his heart inexplicably stirred. It was a strange feeling, as if something was guiding him. He turned around, his expression first stunned, then breaking into a helpless smile. Hu Yueying was running through the crowd toward him. Hu Yueying had just gotten off the bus when she spotted Long Aotian. Now, as their eyes met, her breath quickened, unsure if the wind had disrupted the rhythm of her heartbeat. The boy stood in the sunlight, his smile reflecting the sun's rays, shining brightly. Hu Yueying. The 3 words seemed to send an electric current through the girl's heart. Her smile widened, her heartbeat quickened, her cheeks flushed, and it felt as if every cell in her body was screaming, get closer, go to his side. Why did you come? Long Aotian asked, looking at her seriously. During the exam period, they had visited each other's exam halls, which were quite far apart. Hearing Long Aotian's question, Hu Yueying felt a bit unsure and cautious, her hands and feet not knowing where to place themselves. I finished early. After saying this, her cheeks turned even redder, reaching her ears. This was probably the boldest thing Hu Yueying had ever done in her life. Seeing Long Aotian raise his hand, Hu Yueying instinctively ducked her head, expecting him to pat her head, but that didn't happen. Instead, she felt a warm hand gently caressing her long hair. She peeked up at Long Aotian. Long Aotian said with feigned annoyance, Get on the bike. Sitting on the back of Long Aotian's bicycle, as the breeze brushed her cheeks and lifted her hair, Hu Yueying smiled. At least for this moment, she felt free and alive. The scenery around them passed by in reverse, and the girl looked at the boy's tall, strong back from behind, her smile radiant. Tentatively, she lightly grasped the boy's clothes. In this moment, finishing the exam early didn't seem so important anymore, because they were so close, so very close. Close enough for her to clearly smell the scent of laundry detergent on him. Close enough for her to feel the warmth radiating from his body. In the midst of the congested road, a bicycle carrying the beauty of youth weaved through. In a nearby car, a girl glanced sideways and caught sight of the scene, her gaze lingering, until the bicycle disappeared into the traffic and out of sight. The girl lowered her eyes and smiled softly, though not as happily as one might expect. Be good. Put it down, it's not something you can handle right now. Long Aotian, where are we going? Hu Yueying sat at the back, looking at her toes and asking softly. She wondered if she was too heavy and if Long Aotian was tired. Thinking this, she wanted to sneak a glance at him, but from the back she couldn't see. Taking you out to eat, Long Aotian said. The college entrance exams were over, and the weight on his heart had lifted. He felt free and wanted to enjoy some good food. Long Aotian, if you don't want me to hit you, shut up. Long Aotian quickly brought Hu Yueying to Haiwan City's food street. With the college entrance exams over, the pressure on all the students had suddenly vanished, and they had begun their carefree, unrestrained lives. At this moment, the place was, without exaggeration, packed with people. There are so many people, Hu Yueying said, a little shocked by the crowd. More people means more fun. Stick close, don't get lost. I won't get lost. Then Long Aotian took Hu Yueying on their day of indulgence. The key was the liveliness. Lively places always brought joy. Do you want some candied hawthorn? No. Boss, give us 2 sticks. Is it good? This work is hosted on mananovel.com. sweet and sour, it's delicious. They had only made it halfway through the food street, and Hu Yueying's hands were already full. Seeing that Long Aotian was about to buy her more food, she quickly grabbed his sleeve. Long Aotian, I haven't finished what I have yet, don't buy more. Coming from a poor family, she had worked hard for money since she was young, which had cultivated her thrifty nature. Watching Long Aotian spend money like water made her head spin. The amount he was spending was more than what she earned in a week, no, a month from her part-time job. Even though it wasn't her money, she still felt a pang of pain seeing him spend so much. This is just the beginning, you little miser. Today, Long Aotian is covering all your expenses. Knowing how hard it was to earn money, hearing this made her even more heartbroken for the money Long Aotian was about to spend. Hey, that thing looks fun. Let's check it out. Long Aotian pulled Hu Yueying through the crowd, heading forward. Hu Yueying, who had been about to say something, blushed when she felt Long Aotian grab her wrist. She bit her lip lightly and couldn't bring herself to say anything. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. Does this look good? What? She had been spacing out and didn't hear him clearly. Before she could react, Long Aotian had already picked up a pair of bunny ears and put them on her head. Ha ha ha, so cute. Hearing this, Hu Yueying shyly lowered her eyes. Long Aotian was so annoying, doing this in front of so many people. She was utterly embarrassed. This one's nice too. Long Aotian picked up a crystal tiara hairpin, removed the bunny ears, and placed the tiara on her head. This looks good. How much is it? Hu Yueying looked around, thinking she should buy something for Long Aotian too. After scanning the area, her eyes settled on the middle of the stall, where some strange, fluffy tails were displayed. Long Aotian, what is this? Why does this tail have a shiny plug on it? Is it an accessory for something? It's so weird. Long Aotian looked at what Hu Yueying was holding. His mouth twitched. Sweetie, put that down. It's not something you should be touching yet. With that, he tossed it back onto the stall and pulled Hu Yueying away from the crowd. Once they were at a distance, he said, You eat first. I need to make a call. Hu Yueying looked at Long Aotian's red ears in confusion, then heard him say into the phone, Yes, I want to report something. At stall number 69 on XXX Food Street, they're selling adult products. Her beautiful eyes showed a hint of confusion as she turned to look back at the crowded stall. What was it about that strange thing that made Long Aotian react so strongly? Eavesdropping on his call, she realized those strange items were called adult products. Suddenly, she saw a man and a woman holding what looked like a white foxtail. They whispered something, and the woman's face turned red as she playfully hit the man a couple of times. Before she could watch for more than a few seconds, a figure blocked her view. Looking up, she saw it was Long Aotian, who then grabbed her by the neck and pulled her away. Even as she obediently followed him, Hu Yueying couldn't figure out why Long Aotian seemed a little angry. She didn't dare ask, sensing it wasn't something good. If she asked, she'd probably get hit. Those bastards, making money like this, Long Aotian muttered, growing angrier the more he thought about it. Long Aotian, what did you say? I didn't catch that. Nothing. I was just asking what your plans are next. Hu Yueying answered obediently. I plan to earn some money first, then go back home to visit my grandparents before school starts. How much do they pay you for a day's work at that place? 28 yuan. How much? Long Aotian was so shocked that the bike wobbled. Feeling the bike sway, Hu Yueying instinctively wrapped her arms around Long Aotian's waist to steady herself. What's wrong? She asked, embarrassed by where her hands were but not pulling them away. Thankfully, he had asked. For hours for 7 yuan? Scamming college students was one thing, but high schoolers too? So greedy. It's not like that, Hu Yueying quickly explained. It's because I only work mornings. If I worked full days, the pay would be more. Screech. Long Aotian hit the brakes, and the bike came to a stop. Due to inertia, Hu Yuwei, sitting behind him, leaned forward and bumped into Long Aotian. She looked up, her pretty eyes slightly red. She clearly felt Long Aotian's body stiffen for a moment. Hu Yuwei didn't show much on the surface, but in reality, she had quite a bit going for her. In that brief moment of contact, Long Aotian distinctly felt the softness pressing against him, a tender sensation. For no reason, his heart skipped a beat. Seeing Hu Yuwei's arms still wrapped around his waist, Long Aotian coughed twice. Tomorrow, Long Aotian will take you to earn some money. How are we going to earn money? Hu Yuwei had no idea. Selling clothes, Long Aotian said, getting back on the bike. But this time, he didn't continue their shopping spree. Instead, he headed home. The original story had a lot of business-related content, but things like stocks, finance, and app development were completely beyond him. He relied solely on his memories to buy stocks, cryptocurrencies, and other investments that were bound to rise in value, slowly accumulating wealth. But when it came to small, speculative businesses, Long Aotian, with his years of experience navigating society, was very skilled. Taking Hu Yuwei to stock up. Returning to Hu Yuwei's home. Hu Yuwei first poured a glass of water for Long Aotian, then looked at him expectantly. Brother Long, how are we going to sell clothes? You'll find out tomorrow. As he said this, his gaze shifted to Hu Yuwei. Do you dare to go out of town with me? Out of town? Hu Yuwei was surprised. To be honest, she was quite timid. When she first came to this city for school, she had been in a pretty awkward situation. She hesitated for a moment, but then, thinking that Brother Long would be by her side, she nodded and said, okay. Seeing Hu Yuwei's mix of fear, hesitation, and eventual reluctant agreement, Long Aotian couldn't help but laugh. Sometimes, it wasn't that Long Aotian enjoyed teasing young girls, but they always unintentionally revealed such pure and sincere naivety that he couldn't resist messing with them. How to describe this feeling? It's like when you're 18 and you meet an 8-year-old kid. Don't you just want to tease them? Aren't you afraid I might sell you off once we're out of town? Hu Yuwei shrank her neck a little, but then she secretly noticed the playful look on Long Aotian's face and realized he was teasing her again. She replied, I'm not scared at all. All right then, get up early tomorrow. We're going to check out the market. Okay, I'll get up early and prepare breakfast. Thanks for the hard work, little teacher. Hearing Long Aotian's teasing tone again, Hu Yuwei blushed and said, if you keep this up, I won't cook for you anymore. Even her threats were soft and adorable, lacking any real bite. It was kind of cute. They had eaten a lot of snacks in the afternoon, so she didn't keep Long Aotian for dinner. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. After seeing Long Aotian off, Hu Yuwei happily returned to her small room. She pulled out a metal box from under her bed. Taking out the cash inside, she muttered, I wonder if this will be enough. Hu Yuwei was a bit worried. This was money she had saved up bit by bit. Now that she was taking out a large portion of it, she didn't even consider the possibility of losing it. She was only concerned about whether it would be enough. She trusted Long Aotian completely, but there was no other way. This was all she could afford to give. Taking a deep breath, she turned on the light, took out a needle and thread, and sewed a hidden pocket into her pants. Then, she tucked the money inside. I'm being so cautious. Hu Yuwei patted the hidden pocket, pleased with her cleverness. On the other side, Long Aotian returned home. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. His father had closed up shop early today and was already home. Seeing Long Aotian come back, his father nervously asked, Son, how did it go? Seeing his father's anxious expression, Long Aotian chuckled. I did pretty well overall. It should be fine. Hearing this, his father was also delighted. Let's go out for a nice meal today. Take this money and treat your little teacher to dinner. We really owe her for helping you with your studies. We could just eat at home. Oh, Dad, I want to use the tricycle and the awning. Long Aotian's savings were quite substantial now. Some of his investments were appreciating, and his stocks were doing well too. He had enough to splurge for a while. The tricycle? What do you need it for? His father asked. Before they had a fixed stall, his father had used the tricycle to transport pork. But since they got a permanent spot, the tricycle wasn't used as often. I want to set up a stall. There's still over 2 months of summer left, and I don't want to just laze around at home. I want to do something." Hearing this, his father nodded. As long as his son wasn't hanging out with those troublemakers anymore, he would support whatever he wanted to do. "All right, while it's still light out, I'll go clean the tricycle for you. I'll help." Seeing his son so responsible, the old man couldn't stop smiling. He felt energized no matter what he did. With detergent and steel wool, the two of them cleaned the tricycle until it was spotless. The old man had thought Long Aotian wouldn't know how to ride it and was prepared to teach him. But the kid rode it even better than he did. Long Aotian took the tricycle for a spin, stopped by an ATM to withdraw some cash, and then drove it back home. The next morning, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, Long Aotian rode his bicycle to Hu Yueying's house. After having a bit of porridge, they headed to the train station to buy tickets for Yiwu. On the train, Hu Yueying tried to act calm, but her tightly clenched hands betrayed her nervousness. Looking at the scenery rushing by outside, Long Aotian smiled and said, "Get some sleep. We still have a few hours to go." Hu Yueying shook her head, her hand firmly on the hidden pocket she had sewn. "I'm not tired. I don't need to sleep." Half an hour later, Long Aotian was trying hard not to laugh, his body trembling slightly. He glanced at Hu Yueying, who was nodding off, her head bobbing. With a soft sigh, he gently guided her head to rest on his shoulder. Feeling a stable support, Hu Yueying shifted slightly, finding a more comfortable position, and drifted into a deeper sleep. They had boarded the train at around 4:30 a.m., and by the time they arrived at Yiwu Station, it was already past 9 a.m. Long Aotian gently shook the still sleeping Hu Yueying. "Wipe your drool before you keep sleeping." Hu Yueying groggily opened her eyes and quickly lowered her head, embarrassed, as she touched the corner of her mouth. But then she realized she hadn't drooled at all and understood that Long Aotian was teasing her again. Just as she was about to protest, she noticed the train slowing down. She looked out at the platform in confusion. "Brother Long, are we here?" "We're here. Let's get ready to get off." "Okay." Hu Yueying felt a bit embarrassed again. She had slept the entire way. Seeing her dazed and adorable expression, Long Aotian couldn't resist ruffling her hair. "If I really sold you off with the way you were sleeping so soundly and without a care, how would you ever find your way back home?" Hu Yueying didn't argue. She just obediently smoothed out her hair, her cheeks turning red. After getting off the train, as the crowd from each car poured out, Long Aotian said, "Stay close and keep your ticket in hand. It's crowded right now." "Okay." Once again, she was in an unfamiliar city, but this time, with Long Aotian by her side, she felt nervous but also reassured. Having Long Aotian with her always gave her a sense of security. Once the crowd had thinned out, Long Aotian led Hu Yueying out of the station. "Let's grab something to eat first, then I'll take you to buy the goods." "Okay. Good girl. I'm just afraid Brother Long might sell me off." "Want me to hit you?" I'm also very brave." "Brother Long, where are we going now?" After breakfast, Hu Yueying stuck closely to Long Aotian, unwilling to leave his side even for a moment. This is Yiwu, the largest wholesale market. A significant portion of the small goods you see in the market comes from here. "So, are we here to wholesale clothes too?" Long Aotian nodded. "Yes and no. We are indeed here to wholesale clothes, but not from here. The clothes and goods here are already saturated in the market. We'll go straight to the source factory to see if there are any new products." Hearing this, Hu Yueying couldn't help but move a little closer to Long Aotian. "What if there are no new products? Wouldn't we have come all this way for nothing?" "Little girl, are you underestimating your brother Long?" Long Aotian chuckled. It just so happened that he had seen this year's summer new product, a silk short sleeve, on a certain online shopping platform. The price of a silk short sleeve online was over 30 yuan. But Long Aotian had done this before in his previous world. The wholesale price was only a few yuan. This was the most amazing aspect of the early days of e-commerce. You could make a killing. Long Aotian was even thinking of setting up his own online shop when he got back, to see if he could make it work. New products usually don't hit the market all at once. They're first distributed in batches through their own channels to test the waters and see how they perform. If the response is good, the source will increase the price. If it's not, they'll clear the stock at a discount. Either way, they won't lose money. The difference is that the source factory's clearance sales target the wholesale channels, while the shop's clearance sales target us ordinary folks. As they talked, Long Aotian had already found the spot. All right, this is the place. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Here. Hu Yuang looked around at the high walls and trees, feeling a bit confused. Wait a second. Long Aotian glanced around, then jumped up, grabbing the top of the wall with both hands. With a forceful pull, his body slowly rose as if he were doing a pull-up. It's fine. Letting go, Long Aotian landed back on the ground. Come here. Long Aotian crouched down, crossing his hands and signaling for Hu Yuang to step on his palms and shoulders to climb up first. Brother Long, I'm scared. Hu Yuang looked embarrassed and hesitant. If you're too scared to go in, just wait here for me. Long Aotian was about to climb the wall. No, Brother Long, I'll go in. It's just, I'm scared to step on you. Hu Yuang's voice grew softer as she spoke. It's nothing, come on. Hu Yuang obediently moved closer to Long Aotian. Thanks for reading on Mana Novel. Get a little closer. Hu Yuang glanced up at Long Aotian, bit her lip, and moved even closer. At this moment, Hu Yuang was so close to Long Aotian that there were only a few inches between them. She could even clearly feel the warmth radiating from Long Aotian's body. Turn around and face the wall. Okay. Already feeling shy, Hu Yuang immediately turned to face the wall upon hearing Long Aotian's words. Ready. Long Aotian's body pressed closer, and Hu Yuang felt as if she could hear his breathing and heartbeat. Yes. As soon as she answered, her legs were tightly wrapped, and the next second, a strong force lifted her into the air. Don't just stand there, grab the wall. I'll help you up. Hearing Long Aotian's voice behind her, Hu Yuang nodded blankly, still in shock. Brother Long, just lifted her up? Shaking her head, she quickly grabbed the edge of the wall and, with Long Aotian's help, successfully climbed over. Long Aotian used the same method to climb the wall, then jumped down and opened his arms to Hu Yuang. Come on, I'll catch you. Hu Yuang looked at Long Aotian nervously, her voice trembling. Brother Long, you have to catch me, okay? Don't worry, I'll definitely catch you. Trust me. Okay, I trust you, Brother Long. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and jumped. Gotcha. Long Aotian caught her, spun around to dissipate the force, and then gently patted her back. There, you're fine now. Hu Yuang's whole body was tense, but she slowly opened her eyes upon hearing Long Aotian's words. When she saw herself in Long Aotian's arms, she could clearly feel her cheeks burning with embarrassment, completely out of her control. Her snow-white ears, half hidden by her hair, were flushed red. She gently stepped out of Long Aotian's embrace, but her body still seemed to carry his scent, as if she were still being held by him. Her ears were filled with the sound of her own heartbeat, and it took her a while to regain her composure. Long Aotian didn't think much of it and smiled at Hu Yuang. You're really brave. Hearing this, Hu Yuang instinctively nodded. Yes, I am brave. Praise you a little, and you get all cocky. I learned it from you, Brother Long. The two of them walked forward. After circling around, they finally saw workers loading goods onto a truck. Long Aotian turned to Hu Yuang, brushing the dust off his hands and straightening his clothes. How's this? It's good, Brother Long. Long Aotian patted the dust off Hu Yuang's knees. Relax, we're just here to pick up some goods. But didn't we climb over the wall to get in? Hu Yuang whispered. Seeing her guilty look, Long Aotian couldn't help but chuckle. Stand tall. If you don't say anything, no one will know we climbed the wall. See those goods being loaded? That's this year's summer collection. If we could get our hands on them, we'll definitely make a profit. But how do we get them? Will they give them to us? Hu Yuang leaned closer to Long Aotian and whispered. Here, she only knew Long Aotian, and only he could give her a sense of security. Instinctively, she wanted to be closer to him. They will. Usually, the factory sets aside a portion for their relatives. But we're not relatives of the factory workers. Silly. They won't know if you don't tell them. Hu Yuang bit her lip, trying to suppress a smile. So we're going to pretend to be relatives? For some reason, she suddenly felt a thrill of excitement. Soon, the workers finished loading the truck, and, as expected, a dozen large packages were left behind. At that moment, Long Aotian led Hu Yuweiing over. Old Zhao, old Zhao, Long Aotian called out to the workers. One of the workers turned around, puzzled, and looked at Long Aotian and Hu Yuweiing. As the workers' gaze fell on them, Long Aotian quickly turned his head to avoid showing his face. Then he noticed that Hu Yuweiing was still staring blankly at the worker, so he reached out and gently turned her head away. Kind people are always treated gently by the world. The man known as Master Zhao looked at Long Aotian and Hu Yuweiing. And you two are? We're here to check out this year's summer short-sleeve collection. Oh, they're right here. Master Zhao pointed to a large package on the floor. Long Aotian skillfully opened one. Oh, so this is the new collection for this year. Feels cool, perfect for this scorching weather. It'll be so comfortable to wear. All right. Long Aotian suddenly turned to Hu Yuweiing. What did Dad say the price was? I was too busy gaming, but I think it was 5 or something. Caught off guard by the question, Hu Yuweiing flinched, feeling a bit awkward. Luckily, she noticed Long Aotian winking at her and quickly stammered, I think it was 6 yuan. But her tone lacked confidence. Your dad said 6 yuan, right? Master Zhao chimed in. Ah, yes, 6 yuan. It's definitely 6 yuan. Long Aotian repacked the clothes. All sizes are available, right? As long as they're all there. I'll take 500 pieces. Long Aotian pulled out the cash he had withdrawn the night before, counted out the amount, and handed it to Master Zhao. Please give this money to the factory director. I'll take the goods with me now. As he carried the items, Long Aotian laughed. I was too busy dating during school, and right after the college entrance exams, my dad made me learn how to do business. He even sent me to source goods myself, saying I need to get familiar with it. You're old Wang's kid, aren't you? Master Zhao asked tentatively, as he was close to old Wang and had heard his kid wasn't doing well in school. Yeah, otherwise why would I come to you? Long Aotian tied up the goods with a rope, hoisted them onto his back, and headed out. Oof, this is heavy. I'll get going now. After a light cough, he gestured with his head to Hu Yuweiing, who was still in a daze. Hu Yuweiing quickly snapped out of it, her face flushing as she rushed to help support the load. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Let's go. Don't look back, Long Aotian whispered as they hurried away. After climbing over a wall, Hu Yuweiing sat on top of the goods, seemingly entranced, unable to snap out of it. Staring at the goods beneath her, she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Then she turned her dazed gaze to Long Aotian. Long Aotian, panting heavily, patted his clothes. When their eyes met, they both froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Long, you're really something, huh? Let's get out of here first. We'll head to the train station and buy tickets, Long Aotian said, lifting the goods and walking back the way they came. Hu Yuweiing followed closely, trying to help lighten the load. Long, we're already far enough. Let's take a break. We'll rest up ahead. Leaning against the goods, Hu Yuweiing gazed at Long Aotian with starry eyes. Long, why does this all feel so unreal? Long Aotian flicked her forehead. Feel real now. Thanks for reading on Mananovel. Hu Yuweiing pouted and nodded. Yeah, it feels real now. Silly. He ruffled her hair. Without even stopping for lunch, they headed straight to the train station. Once on the train and on their way home, they finally let out a sigh of relief. Exciting, huh? Long Aotian asked Hu Yuweiing. So exciting, Long. This was my first time doing something like this. You have no idea. My heart was about to jump out of my chest earlier, Hu Yuweiing said, clutching her chest. I was so nervous, Long. I don't know how you managed to keep talking to those strangers. I would have been clueless, she added, her voice filled with lingering fear. Are we going back after we sell these? Hu Yuweiing asked softly. Next time, we won't need to climb over walls. I figure we can just come straight here to source goods. Seeing how many goods they had shipped out, Long Aotian guessed it wouldn't be long before this year's summer collection started circulating in the market. By then, they could probably place orders and have them delivered directly. Okay, Hui Weiing sighed in relief. Although the experience was thrilling, if she had to do it again, she'd probably still be as nervous as a little quail, stammering through her words. Let's have some ribs when we get back. I'm kinda hungry. Hui Weiing chuckled. Of course you're hungry. You carried all that stuff so far. I'll cook for you as soon as we get back. I'll even stew the big bones you brought last time. I'll make sure you eat your fill, Long. The trip there and back took the whole day. At the train station entrance, Hui Weiing sat obediently on the goods, quietly waiting. When she saw Long Aotian riding over on a tricycle, her joy was unmistakable. She stood up and waved excitedly. Long. After parking and loading the goods, Hui Weiing sat on top of them. Long. I'm ready. Let's go. As the tricycle started moving, the wind tousled her hair but couldn't wipe the smile off her face. She really loved this feeling. Back home, Hui Weiing helped Long Aotian unload the goods and hurried into the kitchen to cook. Long Aotian, never one to sit still, sat on the living room floor, unpacking the goods, hanging the clothes on hangers, and arranging them by size. It was tedious work, but for Long Aotian, it was necessary. Tomorrow, he would display all the clothes, creating a visual feast. After finishing, Long Aotian went out into the yard. He opened the sunshade, which had been reinforced with wire by the old man to hang meat. Long Aotian adjusted the wire to the right height for hanging clothes. Then he stopped. The day had been hectic, but this was the best they could do for now. Long, wash your hands. Dinner's ready. Okay. Long Aotian rinsed his hands at the tap and walked into the kitchen. The aroma of ribs made his mouth water. He was truly hungry today. Slow down. I'm not going to steal your food. Hui Weiing laughed, watching Long Aotian devour his meal. It made her happy, like a different kind of accomplishment, knowing that Long loved her cooking. After dinner, Long Aotian lay on the sofa, patting his full belly contentedly. Hui Weiing cleaned up and then pulled out some money from a hidden pocket. Long, this is for you. Her reasoning was simple. Long had said he was helping her make money, but she hadn't contributed any effort or funds. That meant all the risk was on Long. Though she trusted him deeply, she knew business wasn't always profitable. If they didn't make money, she didn't want Long to bear all the losses. She'd take half, and she could work part-time over the next 2 months to earn her tuition. What's this for? Hui Weiing shyly looked at Long Aotian. It's all I have. Meeting her gaze, Long Aotian seemed to understand her thoughts. Even a little is something. I'll keep this money safe for you. Okay. The little miser watched as her small fortune was taken away, her heart aching. Seeing Hui Weiing's reluctant yet willing expression, Long Aotian couldn't help but laugh. So silly yet so kind. The world always treats kind people gently. You're even darker than Brother Long. Hui Weiing crouched down and looked up at Long Aotian, her eyes sparkling. Brother Long, where are we going to sell clothes tomorrow? Morning market. Morning market? Hui Weiing was a bit puzzled. She had been to the morning market before, and most of the stalls there sold vegetables and fruits. Would selling clothes at the morning market really work? Seemingly sensing Hui Weiing's confusion, Long Aotian asked softly, what kind of people mostly go to the morning market? Hui Weiing thought for a moment. Old grandpas, old grandmas, and some housewives. These are the 3 types of people she had seen the most at the morning market. Exactly, housewives. They have shed the glamour and brightness of their youth, moved past the carefree days of their younger years, and now have families, children, and endless worries as mothers. At the same time, they also hold the economic lifeline of their households. They buy vegetables and fresh meat to cook meals for their hard-working husbands. They buy fruits to provide their children with a nutritious diet. They also buy socks, underwear, shoes, thick clothes in winter, and short sleeves in summer. Essentially, they're constantly buying things all year round. While making these purchases, they also have to save money and avoid overspending. So, in their eyes, apart from necessities, anything else that is reasonably priced will spark a desire to get a good deal. At this point, Long Aotian looked at Hui Weiing. How much did you pay for the short sleeve you're wearing? This one. Hui Weiing tugged at her short sleeve and said sheepishly, I've had this for a long time. I remember buying it at a village fair a few years ago. It only cost me about 10 yuan. A few years ago, at a fair, 10 yuan, and judging by Hu Yueying's expression, she felt like she had gotten a great deal. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. It wasn't entirely her fault for feeling that way. E-commerce hadn't fully developed at this stage, and most people still preferred shopping in physical stores. In stores with costs like electricity, rent, and labor, clothes weren't cheap. Long Aotian and Hu Yueying had felt this when they went shopping at the mall last time. Of course, setting aside quality, lower prices are more appealing to the masses. This would become even more evident later, when 4G technology and online shopping became widespread, leading to the near collapse of many physical stores. With the same product images online, ignoring quality, even a price difference of just 1 yuan would make most people choose the cheaper option. If Long Aotian wanted to take a people-friendly approach, he couldn't go to places like shopping malls or other bustling areas with high foot traffic and many stores. If other stores were selling clothes for 30 to 40 yuan, undercutting their prices would be cutting into their profits. Who would treat you kindly then? Note, I don't know about other cities, but when I went shopping and asked about prices, this was the range. Later, I found out the wholesale price was only a few yuan. I almost got ripped off. Thanks for reading on Man Novel. The morning market was different. It was mainly for selling vegetables, fruits, and other similar items. Selling clothes, there would be unconventional, but it wouldn't create any conflict of interest. After listening to Long Aotian, Hu Yueying quickly realized what she had been so proud of earlier. She and Long Aotian had gone to buy stock today, and the wholesale price for one piece of clothing was only 6 yuan, yet he had sold it to her for over 10. So, Brother Long, you want to take a people-friendly approach? Seeing Long Aotian nod, Hu Yueying asked again, then should we sell them for 25 yuan? After all, Hu Yueying had checked online, and the current price for ice silk short sleeves ranged from 30 to 35 yuan. If they sold them for 25 yuan, wow. Hu Yueying covered her mouth with her small hand, imagining all the money they could make. Before Hu Yueying could get too carried away, Long Aotian gently tapped her on the head. Hu Yueying covered her head and looked at Long Aotian with her big, innocent eyes. Brother Long, why did you hit me? You're even more ruthless than me. I think 19 yuan is about right, you little money grubber. Besides, if we can sell out quickly, the price will pretty much be set. Other stores won't be able to sell their stock and will have to lower their prices, leaving their products unsold. Next time we go to buy stock, we won't have to do it so secretly. After saying this, Long Aotian handed Hu Yueying the clothes he had picked out. You wear this tomorrow, and I'll wear this. We'll be the walking advertisements. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it, Long Aotian said, preparing to leave. Call me tomorrow, and I'll take you to fire the first shot in our money-making plan. After seeing Long Aotian off, Hu Yueying returned to her room and looked at the clothes Long Aotian had picked out for her. She couldn't resist trying them on secretly. The ice silk fabric was cool and smooth, lightweight and comfortable to wear, and it accentuated her figure beautifully. Hu Yueying usually bought clothes a size larger, so she could wear them for longer. Similarly, looser clothes tended to hide her figure. But now, wearing the clothes and pants Long Aotian had picked out, with the ice silk material clinging smoothly to her body, her curves, especially the line between her waist and hips, looked even more graceful and delicate. Hu Yueying couldn't help but take a few extra glances at herself in the mirror. After all, everyone loves beauty. Just because it's unnecessary doesn't mean you don't care. Lying back in bed, hugging her stuffed bunny, Hu Yueying forced herself to fall asleep. She had to get up early tomorrow. Oh, and she forgot to ask Long Aotian what he wanted for breakfast tomorrow. Never mind, she wouldn't ask. It seemed like no matter what she made, Long Aotian always enjoyed it. Thinking this, Hu Yueying suddenly felt a bit narcissistic and quickly buried herself under the covers, hiding her blushing face. The next morning, Long Aotian drove the tricycle, with Hu Yueying sitting on a small stool in the back, and the two of them set off energetically for the morning market. After parking the tricycle by the roadside, Long Aotian got out. Wait here quietly. With that, he walked off into the distance. Hu Yueying watched Long Aotian and the next second, she blinked her big, innocent eyes in surprise. She saw him buy a pack of cigarettes. Then Long Aotian walked around the morning market for a bit. When he returned, he drove the tricycle to an empty spot across the street from the market. All set. Let's get started on our money-making plan. With that, he set up a sunshade, creating a small, sheltered area. Looking at Hu Yueying, who had neatly arranged the clothes, Long Aotian thought for a moment and handed her some money. Go and break this into smaller bills, preferably lots of 1 yuan coins. Okay. Hu Yueying took the money and ran across the street to make the exchange. At this moment, there was no trace of the insecurity or gloom that used to linger on Hu Yueying. This is great, Long Aotian muttered, looking up at the sun and letting out a long breath. He continued busying himself with preparations. When Hu Yueying returned, Long Aotian started recording a message for the loudspeaker. Once done, he hung the loudspeaker on the frame of the sunshade and pressed play. I am the serious brother Long. Iwu Clothing Factory, the largest clothing factory in Iwu has gone bankrupt. Boss XXX indulged in drinking, gambling, and womanizing, racking up a debt of 350 million and ran away with his sister-in-law. We had no choice but to use clothes to cover our wages. Clothes originally priced at over 30, 40, or 50 yuan are now all 19 yuan, all 19 yuan. The voice from the loudspeaker was the first thing that shocked Hu Yueying. She had gone with Long Aotian to stock up on goods, and there was no such thing as a boss running off with his sister-in-law after indulging in vices. Trying to hold back her laughter, she looked at Long Aotian and said, Long Aotian, you're so bad. Standing on the tricycle near the loudspeaker, Long Aotian didn't hear what Hu Yueying said, but seeing her smile at him, he couldn't help but smile back. The road still seemed endless. The shade of the plane trees was lush, the summer sun was just right, and the wind blew past, carrying with it the carefree spirit of youth. Hu Yueying's heart raced for a moment, and a faint blush appeared on her delicate, innocent face. She couldn't help but steal glances at Long Aotian, then quickly looked away. The unique sound of the loudspeaker kept attracting attention. When people heard that clothes were only 19 yuan, driven by the desire to snag a bargain, more and more people slowly started walking over. The new clothes were undeniably eye-catching. The styles were hung all over the canopy, and at a glance, there were always a few pieces that caught people's eyes. At 19 yuan, compared to the prices of 20 to 40 yuan in stores, it was hard not to feel tempted. This was how small street-side businesses worked. If you could gather a crowd, you were bound to do well that day. The catchy phrases about the boss running off with his sister-in-law and everything being 19 yuan always managed to grab the attention of passers-by. Once the atmosphere was set, if one person tried on clothes, two would follow. If one person paid, a whole group would pay. Hu Yueying was incredibly quick at collecting money, and her joy was evident as she flashed a bright, innocent smile, her teeth gleaming white. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. While Hu Yueying handled the money, Long Aotian was busy finding the right sizes. Hey, young man, what size is your girlfriend wearing? My daughter is about the same size. I'll take this back for her to try. Ma'am, these pants are a bit more expensive, Long Aotian said, rummaging through the sizes. How much? They look really good on her. 28 yuan, but for you, I'll give it for 25. I'm not making any profit. Hu Yueying didn't know what to say, as her mind was completely occupied with the word girlfriend. She nodded dumbly at the woman. Yeah, 25 yuan, no profit. It was true that pretty girls could be the best liars. With Hu Yueying's innocent, guileless face, her words were far more convincing than Long Aotian calling someone's sister 100 times. For the entire morning, Long Aotian had been squatting on the ground, finding sizes without a break. By noon, people started heading home to cook. It was summer vacation, and no one wanted their kids to go hungry. Thanks for reading on Mananovel. Ouch, Yueying, help me up. My legs are numb. Hu Yueying happily helped Long Aotian up and supported him as he sat on the tricycle. Her excitement was barely contained. Long Aotian We made so much money. This is just the beginning. After lunch, even more people will come. Looking at Hu Yueying's radiant smile, Long Aotian couldn't resist ruffling her long hair. Really? Yep. The women's gossip network was as powerful as the old ladies who spread rumors. Just the words, 19 yuan, were enough to make them come back for more. And those who bought clothes for their kids would likely return in the afternoon to buy more if the clothes fit well. It's about time. I'll go get us some food. You stay here and watch the stall. After giving Hu Yueying instructions, Long Aotian headed into the morning market. He had noticed a few roast duck stalls earlier, and they smelled amazing. While packing up the food, Long Aotian's phone vibrated. It was a message from Hu Yueying. She said she had sold 2 more t-shirts. From the text, it was easy to sense how happy Hu Yueying was. Long Aotian is a rough guy, and this is about all I can do to help you. The road ahead might be tough, but I hope that someday in the future, when you look back on today, you'll still feel as happy and joyful as you do now. After packing the food, Long Aotian took a deep breath and headed back. 2 lunch boxes, a sliced roast duck, and a stack of thin pancakes. It wasn't a lavish meal, but it was enough to fill their stomachs. Long Aotian, here, eat this. Hu Yueying handed him a rolled-up pancake. You eat too. The duck won't taste as good when it's cold. This was already the 3rd pancake Hu Yueying had rolled for him since he started eating. I'm not hungry yet. Hu Yueying loved watching Long Aotian eat. He took such big bites, finishing the pancake in no time. So impressive. Watching Long Aotian eat was even more enjoyable than eating herself. Suddenly, Hu Yueying's bright eyes sparkled, and she pointed to her own mouth. Long Aotian, right here. Long Aotian, who was chewing, paused and forgot to swallow. He stared blankly at Hu Yueying's gesture, her smile sincere, her eyes shining with joy, her fair and delicate finger pointing at her slightly parted red lips. I'm a proper guy, Long Aotian. You're the least proper. Hu Yueying shot him a glance. You always tease me, and now you've got sauce all over your mouth. Sometimes Long Aotian really seemed like a mature uncle. He protected her, taught her, helped her, took her to stock up on goods, and sold things with her. In this regard, he didn't seem like someone his age. His way of thinking was more like that of a seasoned, experienced person who had been through a lot in society. But at other times, Long Aotian was like a kid who hadn't grown up yet. He loved teasing her and could get completely absorbed in things that interested him. Last time, when they saw an excavator tearing down a building, most people their age glanced at it and quickly left, afraid of getting dusty. But Long Aotian squatted by the roadside with a group of 30-somethings, watching for a long time. Looking at it from another perspective, Hu Yueying really didn't see what was so fascinating about watching an excavator tear down a building. He was mature, yet full of childlike curiosity. He was more vibrant and unrestrained than anyone she knew. You little Yueying, now you're even daring to glare at me. Long Aotian, I'm so well behaved. Oh, someone's coming. Hu Yueying ducked her head and quickly got up to greet the new customer. Just as Long Aotian had predicted, the lunch hour wasn't as busy as the morning, but there was still a steady flow of people. The money Hu Yueying collected wasn't much less than what they made earlier. Because you were kind. Brother Long, we made a lot of money today, Hu Yueying, sitting in the back of the tricycle, said excitedly. It was the first time in her life that she had earned so much money that her hands were tired from counting it. For a little money lover like Hu Yueying, this feeling was truly wonderful. She couldn't help but hum a little tune. Listening to the sound of Hu Yueying humming, it wasn't hard to imagine just how happy the girl was at the moment. As long as a person is easily content, they will surely be very happy. This is just the beginning. We'll only get better from here, Long Aotian replied. Brother Long, are we coming back here tomorrow? Yes, we'll come back tomorrow, and the day after too. As for the day after that, we'll see how things go. This was how mobile street vending worked. You wouldn't stay in one place for more than 3 days unless the profits remained consistently good. Otherwise, it was best to move to a new location after 3 days. Based on today's earnings, tomorrow and the day after should also be pretty good. They decide after that. As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the place Hu Yueying rented. As soon as they got home, the first thing Hu Yueying did was lock the door. Then, She excitedly pulled Long Aotian into the living room. She dug into her pockets and placed all the money they had earned that day on the sofa. The small bills quickly covered a corner of the sofa. Some of the money had been neatly arranged by Hu Yueying during lunch, while the rest, which she hadn't had time to organize, was stuffed into her pockets. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Tomorrow, I'm bringing a small bag to carry all this money, Hu Yueying said, squatting beside the sofa, carefully smoothing out the wrinkled bills and organizing them. She grouped the 20s together, the 10s together. The 50s and 100s were all placed together. In total, they had earned 3,275 yuan. Hu Yueying smiled brightly. They had already made back their initial investment in just one day. Everything they sold from now on would be pure profit. Brother Long, you're amazing, she said. Before truly stepping into society, earning so much money in a single day was something Hu Yueying could never have imagined. How could it not be amazing? Not just for Hu Yueying, but even for an adult, this would be astonishing, especially when the average salary nowadays was only around 2,000 to 3,500 yuan. Earning over 3,500 yuan was already considered high income. Making over 3,000 yuan in a single day, more than what many people earned in a month of hard work, was nothing short of incredible. Look at you, so easily satisfied. When you go to university and use the knowledge you gain to work or start a business, you'll definitely do even better than this. By then, you might not even care about this little bit of money, Long Aotian said. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. Hu Yueying shook her head. No way, she replied. She was, after all, a little money lover. She handed the neatly organized money to Long Aotian. Even though she loved money, she knew that this money should still go to Brother Long. She only wanted the money that was truly hers. Long Aotian took the money, counted out 1,158 yuan, and handed it to Hu Yueying. He kept 1,842 yuan for himself. The remaining money was split evenly between them, even though it was only about 130 yuan. But this was just the first day. Looking at the red bills in front of her, Hu Yueying felt a little dazed. She had only earned 28 yuan from her part-time job in the morning. Even if she worked all day, she would barely make 50 or 60 yuan. Wasn't this too much? After all, she hadn't done much. Long Aotian had carried all the goods, and the tricycle, sunshade, and loudspeaker were all his. All she had done was collect the money. This is the result of our joint effort. It's what you deserve. Don't feel bad about it, Long Aotian said. Stop overthinking it. Take your share and go make something delicious for me, he added. Okay, Hu Yueying nodded, putting her money into her little treasure chest before obediently heading to the kitchen to cook for Long Aotian. Brother Long was so good to her. She felt an indescribable sense of gratitude and almost wanted to cry. Don't you dare cry. If you cry, I'll hit you, Long Aotian teased. Hu Yueying was stunned. Brother Long, how did you know what I was thinking? Because you're kind-hearted, he replied. Hu Yueying paused. Brother Long, you're the person who treats me the best, aside from my parents and grandparents. After saying this, she didn't dare to look Long Aotian in the eye and quickly went into the kitchen to cook. After dinner, as she watched Long Aotian leave, Hu Yueying felt an indescribable emotion, a faint sense of loss. It wasn't like before, when she used to feel happy seeing him leave. She used to be happy, but now she wasn't as happy anymore. Quan, you don't need to say anything. Right now, I just want to drown my sorrows alone. Yi Liangchun swayed the beer in his hand, his voice slightly hoarse. The college entrance exams were over, and his heart had already turned cold. He hadn't been able to answer a single question. Now, he was filled with a faint sadness, and only alcohol could temporarily soothe his mood. Brother Chun, stop drinking. Guess who I ran into today? Gao Quan said with a hint of pride. I don't think I'll ever fall for anyone again. No matter who you met, it won't shake this weathered heart of mine, Yi Liangchun said with a faint smile, downing the beer in his hand. I ran into Li Qingxue. Guess where I saw her? Ah, heartless woman. I gave up studying for her, and what did she do? She'll regret it someday, Yi Liangchun said coldly. Gao Quan suddenly felt it was pointless and started eating the skewers in front of him. Yi Liangchun waited for a while, but didn't hear Gao Quan continue, so he glanced at him. What did you see her? At Shuiwan Riverside, Gao Quan said casually. The next second, the sound of a glass shattering on the ground echoed. Yi Liangchun was stunned, seemingly unaware that the glass in his hand had fallen. Shuiwan Riverside, he muttered to himself, then laughed. Yi Liangchun laughed, truly laughed. So that's how it is. Shuiwan Riverside was the only way to his house. Li Qingxue lived on the other side. Unless she wanted to see him, Yi Liangchun couldn't think of any other reason for her to be at Shuiwan Riverside. After all, going out of her way wasn't something Li Qingxue would do. Yi Liangchun was sure of this after knowing her for 9 years. She wanted to see me, but didn't know how to approach me, so she waited by the riverside, hoping for a chance encounter. Li Qingxue, why did it have to come to this? With that thought, Yi Liangchun took a deep breath and slowly stood up. Quan, take your time eating. I'm leaving first. His heart stirred slightly. He couldn't say he was happy, but this was all within his expectations. Do you know that your behavior is called being a homewrecker? The next morning, Li Qingxue woke up early as usual. Her biological clock, formed over the years, naturally woke her at this hour. After washing up and changing clothes, she headed out. She arrived at the riverside of Shuiwan and walked from the west to the east. The familiar figure did not appear, and she sighed quietly to herself. It had been 3 days. 3 days without seeing him. Taking a deep breath, she sat on the grass, propping her chin with one hand, and gazed at the flowing river. She took out her phone and looked at the chat interface, her mind filled with the image of Long Aotian riding his bike and taking Huiyuing away. After some thought, she put her phone away. The college entrance exam is over. It's time to relax a little. Maybe he'll come in a couple of days. Lying on the grass, she took out her phone and snapped a photo of the sky. Blue skies, white clouds, and clear weather. It was another beautiful day. She finished editing the photo and was about to post it on her social media. Then, the sound of footsteps slowly approached her. Li Qingxue heard the footsteps coming closer, and without realizing it, her face lit up with joy. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. She suddenly turned around, intending to startle the person. After all, he always liked to tease her as if she were a child. The person was indeed startled by her sudden move. Even though she had succeeded, Li Qingxue's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Why are you here? Yi Liangchun was initially startled by Li Qingxue, and the wildflowers he had casually picked on the way fell to the ground. However, seeing the joy in Li Qingxue's eyes made it all worth it. But when Li Qingxue saw it was him, her joy gradually turned to indifference, which inexplicably saddened Yi Liangchun. He sighed softly. If I didn't come, how long were you planning to wait? His voice was filled with resignation as he bent down to pick up the wildflowers that had fallen. I saw these on my way here. I'm giving them to you. Li Qingxue didn't take them. Instead, she turned her head away, refusing to look at Yi Liangchun. Thanks for reading on Mananovel. If his random accusations had hurt her, then his demand for her to lower her scores and repeat a year with him had completely erased any goodwill she had for him. Seeing Li Qingxue's pouting expression, Yi Liangchun couldn't help but find it amusing. Was she still holding a grudge? All right, I feel bad too, but I still came to see you, didn't I? Yi Liangchun, can you stop saying things I don't understand? Li Qingxue suddenly felt like today was really unlucky. Yi Liangchun remained unfazed, his hands in his pockets as he gazed into the distance. Admit it, Qingxue. Admit what? Admit that you actually have feelings for me. Qingxue, do you know what your biggest flaw is? You can't face your own heart. At this point, Yi Liangchun tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, revealing a self-mocking smile. Is it really that hard to admit that you like me? You're too strong-willed. If I hadn't come today, how long were you planning to wait here? Li Qingxue stood up, glaring at Yi Liangchun with anger. Are you crazy? Who said I was waiting for you? Huh? Still refusing to admit it? Yi Liangchun shook his head helplessly. Your house is in the opposite direction. There's a riverside over there, too. So why did you come all the way here? Isn't it because my house is nearby? And just now, your reaction when you heard my footsteps. People's instincts are the most honest. The way you turned to look at me said it all, Aotian murmured. Every little detail pointed to one thing. Li Qingxue wanted to see him, which was why her reactions were so genuine. Li Qingxue felt as if her secret had been exposed, and a blush spread across her delicate face. You, stop talking nonsense. Even if I was waiting for someone, it wasn't you. Huh. Yi Liangshan wanted to laugh, but seeing Li Qingxue's serious expression, he paused. A strange thought crossed his mind. Was she really waiting for someone else? Was the person she was anticipating not him? How could that be? He had known Li Qingxue for 9 years. 9 years, not 9 days. If she wasn't waiting for him, who else could it be? Qingxue, stop joking with me. If you're not waiting for me, who are you waiting for? Fine, I admit defeat, all right? I stopped being mad at you a long time ago. Is that good enough for you? Hearing this, Li Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. So, it was her fault for not lowering her scores and not repeating a year with him? Seeing Li Qingxue smile at him again, Yi Liangshan chuckled softly. Is this what you wanted? Oh, women. Li Qingxue took a step back, creating distance between them. First of all, I am indeed waiting for someone, but it's not you. Secondly, I don't think I did anything wrong. Lastly, Yi Liangshan, you're really annoying and full of yourself. Now he was getting angry. Yi Liangshan was starting to feel a bit upset. He had tolerated it when Li Qingxue didn't understand his mother. He had even given her an out when she refused to lower her scores and repeat the year with him. But now she was calling him annoying and full of himself? He was genuinely starting to get angry. Are you waiting for Long Aotian then? This sentence slipped out in a moment of anger. But Li Qingxue remained silent. She didn't refute it. Are you really waiting for Long Aotian? Yi Liangshan couldn't accept it. Do you know what kind of person Long Aotian is? Do you know how disgusting he is? Do you know he forced someone to go to a hotel with him when he was just a teenager? How can someone so shameless and trashy deserve your attention? Stop talking nonsense. Li Qingxue didn't believe Long Aotian was as bad as Yi Liangshan described. The last time she speculated whether he and Hu Yueying were dating, he had blushed. How could someone like that force Hu Yueying? And the genuine smile on Hu Yueying's face as she sat on the bike. Could that have been forced by Long Aotian? Nonsense? I saw Long Aotian forcing Hu Yueying with my own eyes, right at her house. Long Aotian has already taken advantage of Hu Yueying. They're together now. Do you know what you're doing? You're being the other woman. Yi Liangshan spoke impulsively, and as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Seeing the hurt on Li Qingxue's face, he quickly tried to explain, I didn't mean it like that. I just don't want you to be deceived by Long Aotian. Men's words are full of lies. I'm a man, so I know best how men. Before he could finish, Li Qingxue walked past him. I hate you. Watching Li Qingxue's retreating figure, Yi Liangshan muttered to himself, it's fine. You just can't see your own heart clearly yet. At least now you know what kind of person Long Aotian is. When you finally come to your senses, you'll realize that I'm the one who truly cares for you. The title of White Moonlight, I'll still keep it reserved for you. From this moment on, the gap between us will grow wider and wider. As Li Qingxue's breathing grew heavier, she eventually came to a slow stop. It was clear that Yi Liangshan's words had struck a nerve with her. Li Qingxue had always considered Long Aotian to be a friend she could confide in, someone with whom she could share secrets. She had never once thought of disrupting the relationship between Long Aotian and Hu Yueying. But now, Yi Liangshan had pointed at her and called her homewrecker. Li Qingxue felt deeply uncomfortable. This discomfort wasn't just because she had been insulted, but more so because Yi Liangshan claimed to have personally witnessed Long Aotian forcing himself on Hu Yueying at her home. Even though she knew this was likely just Yi Liangshan making things up, a lingering sense of heaviness clung to her heart. This heaviness inexplicably stirred up a wave of irritation within her. It must be the heat, Li Qingxue thought, glancing up at the sky. The bright, scorching sunlight made her squint slightly. The hot weather is making me irritable. That must be it. This seemingly illogical, yet perfectly reasonable explanation helped Li Qingshue's mind gradually settle. The innocence of youth, the slowness of emotions, and a desperate search for excuses all coalesced into a seed, which she buried deep within her heart. Meanwhile, after losing sight of Li Qingshue's figure, Yu Yangshan walked home with a sense of disappointment. As soon as he arrived, he saw his mother chatting with the neighbors. When he got closer and overheard her words, his expression instantly darkened. Of course, my son is doing exceptionally well in school. Getting into a university in the capital will be a breeze for him. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Absolutely. Just look at my son, tall, handsome, and with such a great personality. He's incredibly popular with the girls at school. Not to mention, he's already a college student. His future? I can't even imagine how bright it's going to be. Hearing his mother's praise, Yu Liangchun let out a slow breath and reluctantly walked over. Son, you're back. Tell your aunties how this year's college entrance exam questions were. Yu Liangchun scratched his head awkwardly. This year's questions were manageable. Listen to him. My son is so humble. If he says it was manageable, then it was no problem at all. Ha ha ha. Yu Liangchun quickly pulled his mother aside. Mom, how many times have I told you? Even though I'm amazing, could you please tone it down a little? My precious boy is so outstanding. Can't a mother brag a little? Fine, do as you please, Yu Liangchun sighed. But then he thought about it. His mother wasn't entirely wrong. After all, he was a reincarnator, destined to rise above others in the future. A little bit of showing off wouldn't hurt. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. The exams are finally over. Take some time to rest at home these days. Suddenly, his mother remembered something. Oh, by the way, I'll take you shopping for some clothes this afternoon. I saw Annie Wong's kid wearing this cool ice silk shirt earlier. It looked great and felt so smooth and cool to the touch. It'll look even better on my handsome son. This was just how his mother was, always comparing herself to others, especially when she felt inferior. She would always find a way to assert herself using whatever advantage she had. And right now, the only thing she could proudly flaunt was her beloved son. At least when it came to comparing sons, she had the upper hand. It also helped that her son was so capable. All right, Yu Liangchun agreed, mainly because he was feeling down and thought a change of scenery might help. As for comparing himself to Annie Wong's 14-year-old kid, no thanks. He didn't want to leave the poor boy with irreparable psychological trauma. After all, he was a high-quality, fashion-forward heartthrob. After lunch, his mother took him out on her electric scooter to buy clothes. Mom, isn't this the way to the morning market? Annie Wong said the clothing vendor is set up near the morning market. There it is, right across the street. Following his mother's voice, Yu Liangchun spotted a stall set up under a square canopy. Stop the scooter. Yu Liangchun's voice was filled with excitement. His mother stopped and turned to look at her precious son, following his gaze to where Long Aotian and Hu Yueying were. Her face immediately soured. Sharp-tongued and destined to be a nobody, stuck selling stuff at a stall for the rest of his life. She couldn't forget how Long Aotian had once insulted her at school. She was always the one dishing out insults, but that time, she had been humiliated by an 18-year-old kid. A smirk tugged at Yu Liangchun's lips as he slowly got off the scooter, hands in his pockets, watching the scene with amusement. Hu Yueying, you have no idea what you've lost. In his dreams, Hu Yueying was a goddess of finance and business, her worth beyond measure. But now, it was clear that she had been dragged down by Long Aotian, that scoundrel. If he didn't step in to save her, she might end up stuck in menial jobs for the rest of her life. Thinking this, Yu Liangchun suddenly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Mom, let's head back. Go back. Yeah, let's go. I have a plan. Long Aotian dared to insult you in front of me. I won't let him off easy. He'll learn what happens when you cross me. Seeing her son's determined expression, his mother felt a surge of pride. Truly, her precious boy was something else. Since he had made up his mind, she had no choice but to take him home. Once they got back, Yu Liangchun thought for a moment and said, Mom, can you give me some money? His mother, who doted on him, naturally didn't refuse. With the money in hand, Yiliang went to his room and pulled out a white shirt and black skinny jeans from his wardrobe. After dressing up, he stood tall and looked at his mature, handsome reflection in the mirror. He combed his hair into a more grown-up style and couldn't help but chuckle. From this moment on, the gap between us will only grow wider. With that, he turned and left the house. On her way back after buying food, Hu Yueying spotted Long Aotian chatting with 3 women in their 20s, making them laugh. Even after the 3 women left, Long Aotian craned his neck to sneak a glance at their long legs. Watching Long Aotian's actions, Hu Yueying pursed her lips. She glanced at the 3 women, their crop tops and short shorts exposing their midriffs and long legs, and then looked down at her own plain t-shirt and full-length pants. She lowered her gaze without a word. "Tired? You look worn out. Go rest when we get home," Long Aotian said with concern as he noticed Hu Yueying dragging her feet while carrying the food. Hu Yueying shot him a resentful look before turning her back to him. "No one lifts me to the heights of ambition. No one helps me achieve my lofty ambitions, so I'll climb to the mountain peak on my own." The voice rang out before the person appeared. Long Aotian, who was eating a box meal, paused for a moment and couldn't help but look up. Meanwhile, Hu Yueying, who was standing with her back to Long Aotian, was feeling irritated and didn't even bother acknowledging the voice. Soon, a figure with one hand in his pocket appeared in front of Long Aotian's stall. It was none other than Yiliang. At this moment, he had styled his hair to look mature, wearing a white shirt, black skinny jeans, and a wristwatch, exuding the aura of a successful man. Yiliang looked at Long Aotian and Hu Yueying, a faint smile on his lips. He subtly twisted the watch on his wrist, showcasing his sophistication, maturity, and uniqueness. "Hello. Didn't expect to see you again," Yiliang said, maintaining a calm smile on his face. From the inside out, he radiated an overwhelming sense of superiority. This was all because Long Aotian and Hu Yueying were selling clothes at a street stall. The contrast was indescribable, and it was starkly evident between the front and back of the stall. Yiliang stood in front of the stall. He was the customer, and the customer was king. Long Aotian and Hu Yueying stood behind the stall, making him their king. Hu Yueying glanced at him and immediately looked away. She had no desire to engage with him whatsoever. Noticing Hu Yueying's gaze, Yiliang's eyes flickered slightly. For this once treasured girl, he now felt nothing but endless regret. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Was she so insecure now that she couldn't even look at him properly? If she had chosen him back then, she wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Eating box meals, running a street stall, and scraping together pitiful amounts of money by catering to others. The ridiculous part was that she didn't even realize what she had lost, and it was all Long Aotian's fault. Thinking of this, Yiliang clenched his fists secretly. "How much are these clothes?" Long Aotian looked up at Yiliang. "Do you have money?" Yiliang frowned slightly, thinking to himself, this guy is really crude, always talking about money. Of course, he didn't say that out loud. Instead, he smiled faintly and replied, "Of course. The top is 99, the pants are 100. I'll give you a discount, 200 yuan for both," Long Aotian said as he packed the clothes and handed them over to Yiliang. "Thanks for reading on Mananovel." Looking at the clothes Long Aotian was handing him, Yiliang was torn. If he took them, it would mean Long Aotian was ripping him off like a fool. If he didn't take them, it would make his earlier act of playing the successful man look utterly ridiculous. For a moment, Yiliang's mouth twitched. Didn't I hear the loudspeaker say, 19 yuan per piece? TCH. Long Aotian scoffed disdainfully. No money, yet trying to act all high and mighty. Shameless, aren't you? Puffed. Hearing this, Hu Yueying couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Though she didn't say a word, it felt as if 1,000 words had been conveyed in that single laugh. That laugh deeply wounded Yiliang's fragile ego. "Ooh, who said I don't have money?" Yiliang slammed 300 yuan onto Long Aotian's small table. Long Aotian glanced at it, and casually added a t-shirt to Yi Liangchen's purchase. Seeing Long Aotian's move, Yi Liangchen wanted to protest, but for the sake of maintaining his successful persona, he gritted his teeth and stayed silent. He kept telling himself internally that it was just 300 yuan. In the future, he'd easily make 3 million. This 300 yuan was just charity for a beggar. Long Aotian raised an eyebrow and looked Yi Liangchen up and down. You're not feeling stingy, are you? Of course not. It's just the cost of a haircut at my usual salon, Yi Liangchen replied with a nonchalant smile. Long Aotian handed the 300 yuan to Hu Yueying. Give him 1 yuan back. Hu Yueying, who had been a little upset with Long Aotian earlier, couldn't help but smile brightly at him when she saw the 300 yuan in front of her. 300 yuan. That was more than they'd make selling many pieces of clothing. She became even more convinced that Yi Liangchen wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. She put the money into her small bag, took out 1 yuan, and handed it to Long Aotian. She had no intention of dealing with Yi Liangchen. Here's your change. Looking at the 1 yuan in front of him, Yi Liangchen's eye twitched. 300 yuan. That was 300 yuan. He wanted so badly to grab that 1 yuan and throw it in Long Aotian's face, shouting, "Do I look like I need this 1 yuan?" But the reality was that he still needed to take the bus home later. Without a word, he pocketed the 1 yuan. Then, as if struck by inspiration, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. "Excuse me, I'd like to have a smoke." He put a cigarette in his mouth, tilted his head slightly, and, as he lit it, he made sure to showcase his sharp jawline. In the eyes of many girls, smoking was a cool and mature thing to do. He took a deep drag, tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, closed his eyes slowly, and exhaled with a look of pure satisfaction. At least when it came to style, Yi Liangchen always had it down to a science. He held the cigarette between his fingers. "I hope this doesn't bother you." Though he was speaking to Long Aotian, his eyes were fixed on Hu Yueying. He wondered if Hu Yueying was mesmerized by his smoking. In his dreams, every time he smoked, his treasure girl, his white moonlight, his childhood sweetheart, they would all worry and ask if something was troubling him. Hu Yueying lowered her gaze slightly. Yi Liangchen's pretentious act and the way he looked at her made her feel nauseous. "Your gaze is disgusting," Long Aotian said. He knew Hu Yueying too well. He could read her expressions. If there were things she couldn't say, he, as her big brother, would say them for her. The cigarette in Yi Liangchen's fingers trembled slightly. He knew Long Aotian was crude, but he hadn't expected him to be this crude. Even though he had just spent 300 yuan at his stall, regardless of his intentions, Long Aotian shouldn't have said something so bluntly to his face. People like him deserve to stay poor forever. Long Aotian didn't care what Yi Liangchen thought. All he knew was that his sweet little follower disliked and despised him, and that was enough. "Yi Liangchen, right? I'm a petty guy with a bad temper, and I'm especially protective of my own. If you don't want to get beaten up, keep your eyes to yourself. You're creepy and repulsive." Hearing this, Yi Liangchen's face turned red with anger. This was outright humiliation, a direct personal attack. Was Long Aotian afraid? Did he feel threatened by Yi Liangchen's presence? Was he scared that Yi Liangchen would appear in front of Hu Yueying and catch her attention? Was that why he was lashing out so aggressively? Thinking this, Yi Liangchen smiled. Long Aotian was panicking. The more Long Aotian panicked, the more Yi Liangchen needed to remain composed. That way, the contrast between them would be even more striking in Hu Yueying's eyes. "I know there's some misunderstanding between us, but Yi Liangchen didn't finish his sentence. He turned and ran, because he saw Long Aotian pick up a stool, and it looked like if he dared to say one more word, Long Aotian would smash it over his head. Spring is not necessarily perfect. However, Long Aotian simply carried a stool over and sat down next to Hu Yueying, continuing to eat his meal. Watching Long Aotian's actions, Hu Yueying suddenly recalled the earlier incident where Long Aotian had drunk some fruit beer, which had scared Yi Liangchen into accidentally injuring his own nose. She couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Long Aotian, you're so bad. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Ah, you're smiling now? whose lips were pouting so much earlier that they could have hung a bottle. Come on, smile for me again. Realizing that Long Aotian was teasing her, Hu Weiing immediately turned her back to him, hiding the upward curve of her lips. You're such a bad guy, Long Aotian. Just wait until I grow up a bit more. I'll definitely be even prettier than them. She muttered under her breath, almost inaudibly. Hu Weiing had always been aware of her appearance. In the past, she had been harassed by boys and targeted by girls, mostly because of how she looked. No girl dislikes beauty, and Hu Weiing was no exception. But back then, she had wished she could be a little uglier, just so she wouldn't be called a seductress or bullied. But now she was grateful. Grateful that she was at least somewhat attractive. Every girl has a bit of vanity, and Hu Weiing was no different. She thought to herself that once she grew up a bit more, once she could wear those spaghetti straps and shorts, she would definitely make Long Aotian look at her with admiration. This was a shift in her mindset. This was Hu Weiing's newfound confidence. Now, both internally and externally, Hu Weiing had subtly changed under Long Aotian's influence. The Hu Weiing of today was a far cry from the girl who once carried an air of gloom and self-doubt. Even a melancholic girl could have her spring. Spring might not be perfect, but it would always quietly bloom. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Hu Weiing stole a glance at Long Aotian and noticed how effortlessly he devoured a chicken drumstick in just a few bites. Biting her lip lightly, she looked down at the chicken drumstick in her own lunchbox. Then, with a shy motion, she picked it up with her chopsticks and placed it in Long Aotian's box. I can't finish this. I didn't touch it, she said softly, not waiting to see his reaction before turning away, her delicate and beautiful face flushed with a faint blush. Long Aotian looked at the chicken drumstick in his lunchbox, then at Hu Weiing, who had barely eaten anything. He wondered if the heat had ruined her appetite. After finishing the drumstick in a few bites, he stood up and walked away. Watching Long Aotian's retreating figure, Hu Weiing sat obediently at the stall, waiting for him. Waiting for Long Aotian had become a habit for her. She didn't find it dull. In fact, she enjoyed it. Little girl, why are you alone? Where's your boyfriend? A middle-aged woman asked with a smile, accompanied by her teenage son, who looked to be around 14 or 15. The woman had bought a t-shirt here earlier in the morning, and Hu Weiing remembered handling her payment. But at the woman's words, Hu Weiing's face turned red, and she replied in a barely audible voice. He had something to take care of and went out for a bit. Thanks for reading on Man a Novel. Why are you blushing, little girl? The woman teased, amused by Hu Weiing's shy expression. I'm not blushing, Hu Weiing replied, turning her face away in embarrassment. Her reaction made the woman laugh, exclaiming how adorable the young girl was. The woman had bought a t-shirt for 19 yuan earlier and had taken it home for her son to try on. It looked good on him, and it was cheap, so she had returned with her son to buy a couple more for him to wear interchangeably. After all, boys tend to be rough on their clothes. The boy picked out 2 shirts, and Hu Weiing helped him find the right sizes before packing them up. After the woman paid and left, Long Aotian returned shortly, carrying something in his hands. Here, he said, placing a bowl of lobster porridge and a bottle of snowflake dew in front of Hu Weiing. Hu Weiing looked at the items, her heart fluttering slightly. Had Long Aotian gone out just to buy these for her? Long Aotian poked her forehead lightly. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and eat. I need to make money now, and if you starve, I won't have time to take care of you. Hearing his words, Hu Weiing lowered her gaze. You're lying, she murmured. He claimed he wouldn't have time for her, yet he had gone out of his way to buy her these things. He was always so kind to her, always caring for her in his own way. She should have been happy, but for some reason, her eyes suddenly felt a little moist. Hu Weiing wasn't unfamiliar with kindness. In the days following her parents' passing, many people had come to help her and her grandparents. Once, twice, 3 times for times, but eventually they had all withdrawn their pity. For the elderly and the young, life seemed to stretch out bleakly with no end in sight. So Hu Weiing had stopped accepting help from others. She was afraid that those who helped her would eventually see her as a burden and leave. But in the half year since she had transferred schools, she had accepted Long Aotian's help countless times. Once, twice, 3 times, over and over again. Long Aotian noticed Hu Yueying's silence and found it strange. The little girl's thoughts were becoming harder and harder to decipher. What's wrong? All right, I won't tease you next time, Long Aotian said with a smile, intending to lighten the mood. But then he saw a single tear fall from her eye, like a fallen angel's wing, landing softly on the ground. As Long Aotian had once said, he could handle many things, but seeing a girl cry in front of him was something he couldn't bear. He immediately felt flustered. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Hu Yueying tried to calm herself, seeing Long Aotian's panicked expression. She felt both amused and touched. Long Aotian, I'm fine. I'm just a little moved. Long Aotian let out a sigh of relief. Don't be moved. If you cry again, I'll really scold you. Hu Yueying clenched her fingers tightly around the hem of her clothes as she looked at Long Aotian. In her mind, Yu Liangchen's words echoed. Asterisk, do you really think he's being nice to you? He just wants to take advantage of you. Asterisk, she didn't believe Yu Liangchen, but she finally gathered the courage to ask, Long Aotian, why are you so good to me? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Who's being good to you? Tell me, Long Aotian. Please, she pressed, knowing full well that he was dodging the question. Long Aotian sighed. Because you're worth it. Hu Yueying's heart skipped a beat, her rhythm thrown off. She turned her head slightly, not daring to look at him, her fingers unconsciously tightening their grip on her clothes. She had imagined many possible answers from Long Aotian. No matter what he said, she would have accepted it. But she had never expected him to say it was simply because she was worth it. Those words left Hu Yueying speechless. They echoed in her mind over and over again. It was as if her heart had been wrapped in layers of sweetness, and she couldn't help but want to hear those words again. In that moment, the fog of her youthful confusion lifted, and Hu Yueying suddenly saw her own heart with crystal clarity. I have found my own light. The heart of a woman is as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. Even a young girl is no exception. One moment she's shedding tears, and the next, she's happily sipping on her snowflake dew drink. Your ability to self-regulate is terrifyingly impressive, Long Aotian said with a chuckle. Do you want to see me cry, Brother Long? Hu Yueying asked seriously, her voice soft as she looked at him. Little girl, you've got the nerve to tease your big brother now. Have I been too lenient with you lately? Seeing Long Aotian clench his fist, Hu Yueying obediently held her snowflake dew drink, pretending to be scared. No, I was wrong, Brother Long. Long Aotian grabbed her by the back of her neck, and Hu Yueying shrank back, looking up at him with pleading eyes. Brother Long. Damn it. On the other side, Yu Liangchun, who had been secretly observing the scene, felt his heart bleeding. Yet, there was nothing he could do but silently rage. Though he couldn't hear what Long Aotian and Hu Yueying were saying, he could see Long Aotian's clenched fist and the way he gripped Hu Yueying's neck. That despicable Long Aotian. You're toying with someone I've dreamed of having, someone I consider a treasure. At this moment, Yu Liangchun let out a bitter laugh. Despite how Hu Yueying had treated him, seeing her like this still pained him, truly pained him. He had once thought he could harden his heart. He had once believed that Hu Yueying's current situation was the consequence of her not choosing him. But now, it seemed he couldn't bring himself to be so ruthless after all. I guess I'm still a kind-hearted person, he sighed softly. By now, you must realize what kind of person Long Aotian is, right? He'll only drag you down, while I can pull you out of the darkness. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Suddenly, Yu Liangchen's eyes lit up. He saw Hu Yueying get up and leave the stall. Seeing this, Yu Liangchen quickly followed her. Long Aotian, that beast, had been keeping Hu Yueying too close, not allowing anyone, including him, to approach her. But now, this was a perfect opportunity. With this thought, Yu Liangchen narrowed his eyes, exuding a cold, snake-like aura. Since you don't know how to cherish her, don't blame me for stealing her away and cuckolding you. After saying this, Yu Liangchen straightened his clothes, took a detour, and headed in the direction Hu Yueying had gone. It was the public restroom. Once there, Liangshan leaned against the wall outside the restroom, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle, exuding an air of loneliness and melancholy. Soon, a graceful figure emerged from the restroom. Liangshan's lips curled into a charming smile as he called out softly, "Yueying, thanks for reading On Man a Novel." Hearing her name, Hu Yueying turned her head. When she saw it was Yi Liangshan, she ignored him and walked away. Yi Liangshan chuckled softly. He believed that Hu Yueying's reaction was due to her feeling inferior in the face of his mature and confident demeanor. If she had chosen him back then, she wouldn't have ended up selling goods at a street stall with Long Aotian. He hurried after her. "Hu Yueying, to be honest, I had given up on my savior complex, but seeing you like this, I've decided to redeem you after all. Your life shouldn't be like this. It should be radiant and dazzling." Yi Liangshan grew more and more impassioned as he spoke, as if he could already see the confident, elegant business goddess of his dreams. Only by being with me, can I save and redeem you. Only then can you reach the pinnacle of life and become a business goddess admired by all. Hu Yueying stopped in her tracks, the disgust in her eyes impossible to hide. "Yi Liangshan, we're not close at all. I don't know what makes you think I'm living a miserable life. I want to tell you that I'm fine, really fine. You don't need to redeem me. Go save someone else, okay?" Brother Long once said that a person's life should be lived for themselves, not by clinging to others. Everyone will carve out their own path. If her success had to depend on Yi Liangshan, then she'd rather not have that kind of life at all. Yi Liangshan was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. What did you say? Do you even know what you're saying? Long Aotian is like a pile of mud. If you stay with him, you'll end up covered in filth. That kind of life has no future. Do you really want to live a hard life with Long Aotian forever? Don't you want a refined life? Living in a multi-million-dollar villa, driving luxury cars at your leisure? You could be picky too, you know. As he spoke, Yi Liangshan stared intently at Hu Yueying, afraid he might miss even the slightest change in her expression. "And I can help you achieve all of that." Hu Yueying smiled. In the sunlight, her smile was breathtakingly beautiful. Seeing this, Yi Liangshan's heart raced. "So, you're willing to be with me?" Before he could finish, Hu Yueying cut him off. "You're wrong." Yi Liangshan was taken aback. What do you mean? Long Aotian isn't mud. To me, he surpasses everything in this world. And as for you, in my eyes, you're utterly unworthy. At least Long Aotian never badmouths others behind their backs." With that, Hu Yueying smiled sweetly. "If I ever needed redemption, I think I've already found my light." Hu Yueying was a timid person, and these were words she could never say to Long Aotian's face. "Stop following me. I really don't like you, and I especially hate the way you look at me." With that, Hu Yueying walked toward the light, knowing that someone who truly cared for her was waiting ahead, someone who believed she was worth it. "You'll regret this," Yi Liangshan said darkly as he watched Hu Yueying walk away. But Hu Yueying didn't respond. Instead, she quickened her pace, as if silently telling Yi Liangshan that she had no regrets. Why is this happening? I was only trying to guide you back to the right path. I only wanted to save you." Yi Liangshan muttered to himself as he watched Hu Yueying's retreating figure. After a long while, his gaze grew increasingly cold. "If you're determined to wallow in the mud, then I won't waste my time on you anymore. In my dream from my past life, I was the one who accompanied you, and that's why you achieved success. But in this life without me, I want to see if you can still succeed." He could already imagine Long Aotian's irresponsible behavior. He could already picture Hu Yueying, who should have been shining brightly in college, now haggard and pregnant, struggling to take care of Long Aotian. "I'll prove to you just how wrong your choice was. From the moment you saw Long Aotian as the light in your dark life, you've already lost." Despite his words, Yi Liangshan couldn't let go. He truly couldn't accept it. Damn it, Long Aotian is just a scoundrel who forced himself on you. Just because he took your body, you'd rather choose a loser like him over me? You're such a fool. Long Aotian doesn't deserve you. Why should you feel ashamed? Aotian once said something particularly true. That is, without comparison, there would be no harm. With Aotian as a comparison, Hu Yueying found Long Aotian incredibly pleasing to the eye. From a distance, even she herself didn't realize how sweet her smile was or how affectionate her gaze was when she looked at him. She jogged over to him. "Brother Long." Long Aotian gave Hu Yueying a strange look, feeling that this girl had just gone out to use the restroom, but came back unusually excited. She approached him, slightly out of breath, and looked at him earnestly. Taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, she said, "Brother Long, you're so handsome. Brother Long, you're so gentle. Brother Long, you're the best in the world." After saying all this in one breath, Hu Yueying let out a sigh of relief, and then happily went to tidy up some things. Long Aotian stiffened, his heart skipping a beat, and an inexplicable flutter made his heartbeat quicken slightly. His face visibly reddened, and his feet fidgeted on the ground as if he were somewhat at a loss. "I told you to be bold, but not to throw all restraint out the window. I wasn't prepared for this. This is so embarrassing." Hu Yueying, with her back turned to Long Aotian as she organized the goods, also felt her heart racing like a startled deer. Her small hand touched her cheek, feeling the heat radiating from her face. She closed her eyes in mock regret. She had actually said such embarrassing words in one go. Indeed, her face had gradually grown thicker. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Though she still blushed, she would keep trying. After a while, seeing that no customers had come for some time, Long Aotian and Hu Yueying packed up and went home. Today's earnings, 3,450 yuan. Each of them got 1,725 yuan. After Long Aotian's guidance and realizing she truly needed the money, Hu Yueying no longer felt as conflicted as before. Instead, she regarded it as a debt of gratitude. She would definitely repay it in the future, no doubt about it. Still, looking at all the money, Hu Yueying couldn't help but feel overjoyed as she hugged it and lay down on her bed. Following Brother Long really paid off. It wouldn't be long before she saved enough for her tuition at University A. Carefully stashing the money in her little treasure box, she went into the kitchen to cook for Long Aotian. Honestly, the little money lover was so cheerful that even cooking seemed to fill her with energy. Thanks for reading on Mana Novel. What are you making, little money lover? I can smell the spicy aroma from outside. Spicy stir-fried chicken, Hu Yueying said proudly. Later, I'll also make noodles for you. Cough, cough. Hu Yueying gave Long Aotian a puzzled look. Could it be that the spiciness had made him choke? She remembered that Brother Long liked spicy food too. Brother Long, you should go outside. It's smoky in here. I'll be done soon. They had closed up shop late today, and the spicy stir-fried chicken took a while to prepare. Before they knew it, it was already dark. Long Aotian set up a table outside, enjoying the natural breeze, which was much more comfortable than staying indoors. Soon, Hu Yueying brought out the freshly cooked spicy stir-fried chicken and placed it on the table. Sitting in the courtyard, under a small lamp, with just a table and the two of them, there was an indescribable warmth, unrelated to anything else. "How have you been feeling these past few days?" Long Aotian asked, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Even though he liked spicy food, this dish had really tested his limits. You know that feeling when something is so spicy it burns your tongue, but you still can't help wanting to take another bite? Hiss! Hu Yueying opened her mouth, taking in a couple of breaths of cool air. Her fair, delicate face was flushed from the spiciness, making her look even softer and more endearing. "I get to meet different people every day. I used to be too shy to talk to strangers, but now I can," Hu Yueying said with a smile. "You don't feel embarrassed, do you?" Long Aotian leaned back on the stool, but his eyes never left Hu Yueying. To be honest, Long Aotian's 18-year-old body housed a 28-year-old soul. He had experienced everything and didn't find anything particularly shameful about it. Making money, no matter how you did it, was nothing to be ashamed of. Setting that aside, not many people could maintain such a mindset. Of course, this also had to do with age and experience. This wasn't an absolute statement, though, but the reality was If you asked a high school or college student to set up a street stall, they would instinctively feel embarrassed. At the core of it was pride. Everyone has a sense of pride. 18 is a turning point. Some people enter society where life tempers their pride and smooths their edges, making them more mature. Others enter university, where their pride reaches its peak because they've survived a fierce competition and left many behind. Their pride is backed by a sense of achievement, leading to a somewhat haughty attitude. They believe that their higher education and knowledge make them superior, and they think that setting up a street stall is beneath them. They worked hard to get into university, not to sell things on the street. This mindset isn't wrong. Just as some people rely on street vending for a living, there will always be those who look down on this line of work. If you were to take a random high school or college student and have them sit on the street with a stall, watching people pass by, they would blush, stammer, and feel awkward. Especially if the next person to approach their stall was a classmate. They would feel even more embarrassed. Of course, as mentioned earlier, this isn't an absolute rule. For those from special family circumstances, making money isn't something to be ashamed of. Long Aotian had noticed the changes in Hu Yueying recently. These changes weren't just external, but more so internal. Today, they had encountered Yi Liangshan, and tomorrow it might be a classmate. There will always be people who look down on others. That's just human nature. Beneath Hu Yueying's strong exterior lay a sensitive heart. Long Aotian didn't want the progress Hu Yueying had made to crack under pressure. Kind-hearted people often get hurt and then fall into self-doubt. They tend to silently process their emotions, and if they can't, they bottle them up inside. Hu Yueying always hesitated to think ill of others. But while there are many good people in the world, there are also those who are naturally malicious. They hurt others without remorse and even find pleasure in it. Long Aotian felt it necessary to make Hu Yueying aware of this, to prepare her in advance. Take Yi Liangshan, for example. What he did today was essentially an attempt to humiliate them. If it weren't for Long Aotian, who could guarantee that someone else wouldn't have been fooled or discouraged by Yi Liangshan's antics? Why should I feel embarrassed? Hu Yueying's beautiful eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, but with an added liveliness. Are you trying to drive me to death? Hu Yueying looked at Long Aotian seriously. Brother Long, I know what you want to say. Look at me, just look at me. I'm not the pushover I used to be anymore. I really have been changing. As she spoke, Hu Yueying mimicked Long Aotian's posture, leaning back on the chair, her gaze lifting slightly to the night sky. After meeting you, Brother Long, I've grown stronger. If I'm not wrong, I won't fall into self-doubt. No matter who tries to label me, that's not who I am. The me in their eyes isn't me. The me in my own eyes is who I truly am. I haven't done anything wrong. No matter who says harsh words to me, it only proves what kind of person they are, not a fraction of who I am. Long Aotian listened to Hu Yueying's words, a faint smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his lips. So she remembered. So she had never truly forgotten. He had been worrying for nothing. Hu Yueying was far stronger and more resolute than he had imagined. It was a good thing. Hu Yueying pursed her lips, her eyes lowering as she stole a glance at Long Aotian. I will love myself without reservation. I am better than anyone else. Because I am worthy in your eyes, Brother Long, I will move forward courageously. Seeing the smile on Long Aotian's face, Hu Yueying's heart shouted, thinking of how much you care for me, how could I not strive to be excellent? I finally grasped the light. How could I dare to give up halfway? But the timid Hu Yueying only dared to shout these words in her heart, because she also felt that such words sounded too ambiguous. The age of 18 is beautiful, and the crush of an 18-year-old is heart-fluttering. Hu Yueying, at 18, touched her beating heart, seemingly delighted by the innocent love of her youth. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Not bad, not bad. The little girl has grown up, Long Aotian said with deep satisfaction. I was already grown up? Okay. Hu Yueying protested, feeling that Long Aotian always treated her like a child. She was already 18, no longer a kid. The two of them fell silent after that, both looking up at the starry sky. The moon was full tonight, and the stars were exceptionally bright. The day to check the exam results arrived. Long Aotian took Hu Yueying to an internet cafe. Relax. Look how nervous you are, Long Aotian teased, amused by Hu Yueying's tense demeanor. But I can't help it, she replied. Don't be nervous. You're such a good student. If you're nervous, you're making me nervous too. Thanks for reading On Man a Novel. Okay, I won't be nervous, and you shouldn't be either, Hu Yueying said softly. Little did he know, most of Hu Yueying's nervousness stemmed from Long Aotian himself. Taking a deep breath, Long Aotian entered Hu Yueying's information first. 688. Seeing the score, Long Aotian immediately jumped up, as if he himself had achieved such a high score. 688 points. 688 points. That's 28 points above the admission line for University A. Hu Yueying, you're amazing. In contrast, Hu Yueying's reaction was surprisingly calm. While Long Aotian was celebrating, Hu Yueying took a deep breath to suppress the trembling in her heart and entered Long Aotian's information. Yes, 518 points. Brother Long, you scored 518 points. Hu Yueying's nervousness instantly turned into excitement. She hugged Long Aotian's arm, her voice trembling with joy, clearly overwhelmed by the thrill of the moment. Long Aotian was momentarily stunned. Seeing Hu Yueying's ecstatic expression, the noisy internet cafe seemed to fade into the background, as if the entire world was illuminated by her happiness. This is great, this is great. Brother Long, we can both go to Capital City together. After her burst of joy, Hu Yueying noticed Long Aotian staring at her in a daze. She waved her small hand in front of his face. Brother Long, we can go to Capital City together. That's right, I can go to Capital City too. Long Aotian snapped out of his trance, his energy and excitement returning. I can attend University T. I must be the luckiest guy alive, huh? Without caring that Hu Yueying was still holding his arm, he happily ruffled her hair, messing it up. Hu Yueying didn't mind her disheveled hair. She looked up at Long Aotian seriously. Brother Long, it's not luck. You earned this with your hard work. The intense training sessions had drained even someone as energetic as Long Aotian, so it wasn't just luck. Right. Today's a happy day. Brother Long will treat you to something delicious. Don't hold back. Eat to your heart's content. This day was destined to be one of joy for some and sorrow for others. No, I can't accept this. Yu Liangshun stared at the score on the computer screen, gripping his hair in despair, clearly unable to come to terms with what he saw. Not just Yu Liangshun. Even Father Yi and Ye's mother were in disbelief. 129 points? This had to be a joke. Liangshun, is this a mistake? Father Yi was the first to react, asking hesitantly. Ye's mother's expression also darkened as she recalled boasting to the neighbors just a few days ago. Now, she felt nothing but shame. Both parents turned their gaze to Yi Liangshun. Feeling their eyes on him, Yi Liangshun clenched his fists tightly. I've been targeted. Someone must have targeted me. The college entrance exam was a life-changing event for their child, and the parents were deeply concerned. They immediately decided to call the school. Ye's mother acted so quickly that Yi Liangshun couldn't stop her. As a teacher, the homeroom teacher took the possibility of a scoring error seriously. Although she didn't have a favorable impression of Ye's mother, Yi Liangshun was still her student. After checking the score, the homeroom teacher confirmed Yi Liangshun's result. How could it be 129 points? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? 6 subjects. My son isn't an idiot. How could he only score 129 points? The words were spoken without malice, but they struck a nerve. Yi Liangshun's face turned green upon hearing this. The homeroom teacher had no choice. Official scores were rarely incorrect. She advised Ye's mother that if they had doubts, they could bring Yi Liangshun's ID and exam admission ticket to the Education Examination Center for a score review. Father Yi and Ye's mother immediately prepared to have their son's score reviewed, continuously comforting him. Son, it's okay. Mom and Dad will take you to have your score checked. Yi Liangshun remained silent, his head lowered. Father Yi and Ye's mother called his name twice, but he didn't respond. Just as Father Yi was about to pull him up, Aotian raised his head, his face streaked with tears. Are you trying to push me to my death? Hearing this, Father Yi and Ye's mother were stunned. Their frantic hearts suddenly calmed. Sweetheart, what's wrong? Mom and Dad only want the best for you. How could we ever harm you? For my own good? If people find out about this 129-point score, how will they look at me? Just thinking about how they'll look at me, how they'll look at you, Mom and Dad. My heart hurts. It hurts so much I can barely breathe. As he spoke, he collapsed to the ground. This scene terrified Father Yi and Ye's mother, who quickly rushed to support him. Mom, Dad, I want to keep studying. You know I've always been excellent. Believe in me. I will succeed in the future. I have that confidence. Aotian spoke sincerely. Use your connections, spend money, and get me into a school. Don't let anyone know I scored 129 points. I can't bear the shame. With these words, he slowly closed his eyes, 2 lines of tears streaming down his cheeks as he did so. Greedy for wealth and lustful. After checking his scores, Aotian celebrated by taking Hu Yueying out for 3 days of fun. Amidst the joy and excitement, life gradually returned to its usual calm. In the following days, Hu Yueying was able to manage the stall on her own, keeping everything in order. Meanwhile, Aotian took the opportunity to sign up for a driver's license test. Having driven before his transmigration, getting a license in this world wasn't particularly difficult for him, though it wasn't exactly a walk in the park either. Time always slips away unnoticed. One day, Hu Yueying sat on a small stool, resting her chin on one hand as she gazed at the overcast sky. I wonder how Aotian's test went today. From the first to the third test, Aotian had passed each one effortlessly. Today, he was taking the 4th test. Although she knew he wouldn't have any issues, she still couldn't help but think about him and worry. The mere thought of Aotian made Hu Yueying blush. She covered her face with both hands, feeling utterly embarrassed. Boom! The dark clouds in the sky flashed with lightning, followed by the rumble of thunder. As a single raindrop hit the ground, countless others followed, forming a natural curtain of water. Hu Yueying quickly picked up her stool and took shelter under the awning, also gathering most of the clothes on display. The bustling marketplace, once crowded and noisy, soon quieted down as people hurried away. The sky remained gloomy, with occasional thunder rolling in the distance. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. The old awning, battered by the sudden downpour, soon began to leak, droplets of water falling here and there. Feeling the cold drops on her skin, Hu Yueying shivered and sped up her packing. Damn, this rain is heavy. Aotian arrived on his bike, already drenched from head to toe. How'd it go, Aotian? When has your Aotian ever failed? Aotian shook off the water from his body, crouched down, and helped Hu Yueying pack up the goods. Once everything was packed, the two found a dry spot under the awning and watched the endless rain. The gloomy sky, the sound of raindrops hitting the awning and the ground. It was all strangely soothing, bringing a sense of calm to both body and mind. Aotian, do you want to change your clothes? Hu Yueying asked, looking at his soaked figure. Without waiting for an answer, she had already found a set of clothes that fit his size. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. Aotian had been wanting to change for a while, but had hesitated because Hu Yueying was there. Now that she had brought it up, and with the rain showing no signs of stopping, he didn't refuse. After all, the feeling of wet clothes clinging to his skin was unbearable. Don't peek, okay? Aotian joked. Who would peek? I wouldn't, Hu Yueying exclaimed, covering her eyes with both hands. Seeing this, Aotian walked to the back and began to change. A faint blush crept onto Hu Yueying's cheeks. Through the gaps between her fingers, her bright, watery eyes blinked slightly. She swallowed hard, not daring to let her gaze linger on any part of him for more than a second. When Aotian finished changing and returned to her side, he was startled. Are you okay? Her fair, delicate face was now flushed red, her damp eyes darting around as if she had fever. I am fine, Hu Yueying stammered, embarrassed. Aotian touched her forehead. No fever. He narrowed his eyes. Did you peek while I was changing? Look how red you are. This comment made Hu Yueying shake her head vigorously, like a cat caught in the act. And no, I didn't peek. Really? At this, Hu Yueying's already red face turned even redder. Seeing her like this, Long Aotian couldn't resist teasing her. TSK, TSK, you little pervert. Hu Yueying lowered her head, pressing her hands against her cheeks, trying to cool them down. I'm not a pervert. Greedy for money and lustful. What am I going to do with you? Long Aotian chuckled, poking her forehead with his finger. Hu Yueying stole a glance at Long Aotian, and their eyes met. Seeing her soft, shy expression, Long Aotian couldn't help but laugh. Seeing him laugh, Hu Yueying also smiled. The rain began to ease, and the vendors in the market had either left or were packing up. Long Aotian and Hu Yueying decided to call it a day early. After loading everything onto the cart, Hu Yueying sat down obediently. Long Aotian, I'm ready. Let's go then. He started the tricycle and headed toward the market exit. But as luck would have it, the rain, which had started to lighten, suddenly grew heavier again. Long Aotian, it's pouring again, Hu Yueying said, standing up and holding onto the cart with one hand while shielding Long Aotian's head with the other. Hold on tight, Long Aotian said, speeding up. They could find shelter from the rain, but the goods on the cart had nowhere to hide. The heavy rain soon soaked their clothes. Years later, this rainstorm would remain vivid in their memories. Years later, whenever Hu Yueying thought of this day, she couldn't help but smile, a hint of pride in her expression. When they got home, Hu Yueying jumped off the cart and quickly opened the door for Long Aotian to drive inside. After he entered, she shivered and locked the door behind them. Go change your clothes, Long Aotian said, pushing her toward the living room as she trembled from the cold. He then headed to the kitchen. Filling a pot with water, he lit the stove and began slicing ginger. Even as a grown man, he couldn't help but shiver. Once the water boiled, he added a bit of brown sugar to the ginger water. As he walked into the living room, Hu Yueying emerged from the bedroom, now in dry clothes. But even though she had changed, she was still shivering slightly from the cold. Drink some ginger tea first, then go lie down in your room. For lunch today, you'll get to taste Long Aotian's cooking. Watching Long Aotian busy himself and care for her, Hu Yueying couldn't help but smile. It felt good to be cared for. What are you spacing out for? Drink up, Long Aotian said, leaning down to see what she was so lost in thought about. As Long Aotian suddenly leaned in close, Hu Yueying's breath quickened. He was so close, too close. Her mind went blank, and she forgot what she was about to say. Her heart raced uncontrollably. In that moment, her body seemed to move on its own. She took a step forward, as if to close the distance between them. Long Aotian, still leaning down, was caught off guard as Hu Yueying's forehead bumped into his. Silly girl, does it hurt? Long Aotian chuckled, amused by her dazed expression. Just as he was about to straighten up and hand her the ginger tea, her arms wrapped around his neck. It has long been unknowingly filled here. Feeling the touch of lips against lips, a surge of electricity seemed to course through Long Aotian's body. His heart trembled violently, and the faint fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose made him instinctively pull away. Don't do this. For a moment, Long Aotian's mind was a buzzing mess, his thoughts a complete jumble. His heart raced uncontrollably, and even his breathing became unsteady. Hu Yueying looked timidly at the flustered Long Aotian, feeling the lingering warmth on her lips. Summoning her courage, she stepped forward again, rising on her tiptoes. I said, don't do this. Long Aotian took a step back, and the gentle touch landed on his chin instead. Looking at Hu Yueying before him, Long Aotian was at a loss. His hands and feet felt awkward, as if they didn't belong to him. Finally, he rubbed his forehead and said, Do you know what you're doing? Hu Yueying lowered her head without speaking, only glancing up at Long Aotian before nodding seriously. A peculiar atmosphere filled the small living room. Seeing Hu Yueying's obedient demeanor, Long Aotian wanted to say something, but ended up sighing helplessly. Frustrated, he ran his fingers through his hair. I'll go cook first. Without waiting for Hu Yueying to respond, he quickly left the room. Hu Yueying stood still, silently listening to the sound of Long Aotian's footsteps fading away. Only when the sound of the kitchen door closing reached her ears did she turn around in a daze, gazing toward the kitchen. She felt utterly lost. For a brief moment, her emotions had overwhelmed her, making her forget herself. That fleeting heartbeat had momentarily swept her away, leaving her feeling lost, unable to control herself. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Her fingertips lightly brushed her lips as she listened to the pounding of her own heart, slowly lowering her head. The rain grew heavier, and Long Aotian's breathing became rapid. Only the trembling of his fingers betrayed the turmoil in his heart. Standing in the kitchen, he took a deep breath, resisting the urge to look toward the living room, and silently continued cooking. His mind was in chaos. Even on the day he had transmigrated, he hadn't felt this disoriented. A voice deep within him kept repeating, "You've lost control. Everything is out of control." The meal was ready, but his heart remained unsettled. Taking a deep breath, he lifted the bamboo curtain and walked back into the living room. Hu Yueying sat obediently on the sofa. Though she tried to appear calm, her tightly clenched fingers betrayed her inner unease. Seeing Hu Yueying's nervous and restrained demeanor, Long Aotian awkwardly averted his gaze. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. The atmosphere was briefly awkward, yet there was an indescribable undercurrent beneath the tension. "Thanks for reading on Mananovel." After some thought, Long Aotian finally spoke. "Yueying, you're still young." "I'm not young anymore. I'm already 18. Strictly speaking, I'm an adult," Hu Yueying replied without looking up, voicing her thoughts. Long Aotian scratched his head. "What I mean is, in my eyes, you're still young. I've always treated you like a younger sister. Do you understand?" Hu Yueying lowered her gaze, recalling the moments she had shared with Long Aotian. From the beginning, Long Aotian had taken care of her like a little follower. Over time, they had grown closer. There was no denying that Long Aotian had always been the one looking out for her. After a long pause, she finally said, "I understand." Hearing this, Long Aotian breathed a sigh of relief. "Come eat. Let's see how my cooking tastes." Hu Yueying looked up and nodded. "But we're not siblings. And I heard your heartbeat too." "I heard it." Stealing a glance at Long Aotian, Hu Yueying knew she wasn't foolish. On the contrary, she was intelligent. Having lost her parents at a young age, she was particularly sensitive to others' emotions. In the past, when her heart raced in Long Aotian's presence, she had mistaken it for happiness, excitement, or even gratitude. But the words, "You're worth it," had suddenly made her see her true feelings. She knew it wasn't just that. She had also heard Long Aotian's heartbeat, racing and joyful, just like hers. In the moment she had impulsively kissed him, she had seen hesitation and shock in his eyes. Not disgust, not dislike. The two of them didn't exchange another word during the meal. After eating, Hu Yueying began cleaning up. Everything seemed unchanged. Long Aotian left the living room and stood in the courtyard, clearing his throat with a cough. "I have some things to take care of during this time, so I won't be able to come over often. Take good care of yourself." Hu Yueying, who was washing the dishes, froze. She stared blankly at Long Aotian, unsure how to respond. A sudden sense of loss overwhelmed her. Seeing the disappointment in Hu Yueying's eyes, Long Aotian turned away, pretending not to notice. From the moment he had decided to help Hu Yueying, their relationship had gradually grown closer. But she was about to start university, and he couldn't always be by her side. It wasn't realistic. At the same time, he wanted to give both himself and Hu Yueying enough time to think clearly. Gratitude and dependence weren't the same as love. Hu Yueying was still young. If she couldn't distinguish between them now, it didn't matter. Once she stepped onto a broader stage, she would eventually understand her true feelings. If, by then, she still chose him without hesitation. "Ugh, it's a bit chilly today. I should get going." Without waiting for Hu Yueying to speak, Long Aotian opened the door and left. Hu Yueying put down the dishes and hurried after him, watching his retreating figure. Her heart felt buried under the drizzle. As he walked, Long Aotian felt uneasy whenever he encountered familiar faces, instinctively avoiding their gazes, even when they merely offered him an umbrella. When he finally returned home, he immediately turned on the shower. Long Aotian let out a slow breath, pressing his hand against his chest to calm the frantic beating of his heart. His phone vibrated. Long Aotian instinctively reached for it, but hesitated for a moment. In the end, he picked it up. After wiping away the water droplets on the screen, he returned to his room. Opening QQ, he felt a sense of relief. It was a message in a class group chat. Someone was organizing a graduation gathering for the class. Bored, he tossed his phone aside and opened the curtains, quietly listening to the sound of the rain. On the other side, Huiying heard her phone buzz. She quickly picked it up, but the joy in her eyes faded just as swiftly. Silently, she put down her phone and curled up on the bed, feeling lost. The next morning, the rain had stopped and the sky was clear. Huiying woke up early and went to the kitchen to cook. Even though Long Aotian had said he wouldn't be coming over, what if he did? After preparing the meal, she opened the front door and waited quietly. Time passed slowly. The food grew cold, but Long Aotian never arrived. Huiying looked at the cooled porridge, her eyes inadvertently reddening. She didn't know what to do. Sitting on a small stool in the courtyard, she looked at the photos on her phone. Alone. It felt like she was alone again. But, Huiying pressed her hand tightly against her chest. But, this place has already been filled without me even realizing it. This naive move is truly dragon-proud Sky. Brat, why haven't you gone out today? Still lazing around at home, Old Han pushed open the door and looked at Long Aotian, who was lying on the bed staring blankly. Ever since the college entrance exams, this kid had been running out every day, leaving in the morning and coming back at night. Even when he was taking his driver's license test, it was the same. If Old Han hadn't known that he was spending time with that girl, Huiying, he would have dragged him back long ago. Today, for some reason, he hadn't gone out, which surprised Old Han. Just wanted to rest, Long Aotian said weakly. His biological clock had woken him up early, but he had just been lying there, feeling drained and unable to muster any energy. You're acting a bit off, Old Han said as he walked into the room and sat down beside Long Aotian. As a father, he could spot even the slightest change in his son. Right now, Long Aotian gave him the impression that he had suddenly lost some kind of goal. When people have goals, they have motivation. Without a goal, motivation naturally disappears. I'm not acting off. I just want to rest, Long Aotian said as he sat up in bed, running his fingers through his messy hair. Is it because of that little teacher of yours? Old Han asked softly. Don't think I don't know. You've been bringing her meat, ribs, and bones every other day, practically running to her house 8 times a day. It's not that exaggerated. Long Aotian protested, feeling that Old Han was overstating things. He definitely hadn't gone 8 times a day. Then it hit him. Old Han, you're tricking me into talking. Old Han chuckled, but didn't say anything. After all, he'd lived half his life already. If he didn't have some wits about him, how could he have raised Long Aotian all these years? If you like her, just go after her. That girl speaks softly, has good manners, and is quite likable. Old Han's marriage had been a failure, and in many ways, so had his parenting. He was a rough man who didn't know how to express himself. Sometimes he worried that saying the wrong thing would make Long Aotian angry, but deep down, he cared deeply for his son. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Ever since Long Aotian had changed his ways, the barrier between them had disappeared, and they could speak more freely. I just feel sorry for her, Long Aotian said, and he wasn't lying. From the moment he first saw Huiying, he could sense it, and he had even mentally assessed her situation. Besides, Haiwan City is too small. Huiying was like a bird trapped in a cage. But she had never given up. She had struggled from the bottom, facing countless difficulties and hardships along the way. Yet she had never lost heart. She kept pushing forward. Now that the college entrance exams were over, the cage had been opened. She would fly to a wider world, capital city, a university, and experience the beauty and freedom of the skies, meeting all kinds of talented and outstanding people. She still needed to grow and re-examine her heart, because Long Aotian believed that Hu Yueying's feelings for him were more about dependency and gratitude. She was grateful for his help, and that had led to her dependence on him. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. Moreover, he genuinely wanted to see Hu Yueying take a different path from the one in the original story. Even if it was just for a brief moment, he wanted her to forget her pain and feel a little warmth. If he had any ill intentions, he could have taken advantage of her long ago. This naive girl wouldn't have stood a chance. She had suffered too much. Now everything had changed. Next, it was time for the little girl to soar. As for why he liked teasing Hu Yueying, it was simply because she was so easy to mess with. Her cluelessness was kind of amusing. Besides, life is dull without a little fun. Old Han didn't press further because he already had a good idea of what was going on. He had half-jokingly said, "If you like her, just go after her." But Long Aotian's response was, "I just feel sorry for her." He had seen the changes in his son and knew that Long Aotian had more of a plan than he, the old man, did. But kids these days were growing up too fast, almost unervingly so. Or maybe he was just getting old. Perhaps it was best to leave the younger generation's world to them. Well, you can't just sleep all day. Once you've rested enough, go out and take a walk, old Han said before leaving the room. He had work to do. Long Aotian stretched lazily in bed. As for going out to have fun, there really wasn't much to do. The troublemaker friends the original Long Aotian had hung out with weren't his style at all. But what was that little girl up to now? At the thought, Long Aotian quickly shook his head. Rest, clear my mind. I've been working like a beast for so many years. Even after transmigrating, I haven't had a proper break. What's wrong with resting for a bit? Let's watch some TV. He lay on the sofa, staring at the screen. Slacking off feels so good. If only I could slack off forever. What should we eat for lunch? Let's check out the mall. We can shop after eating. What about you, Qingxue? Li Qingxue nodded. I'm fine with anything, but before that, I'll treat you all to ice cream. Yay! The group of young, beautiful girls drew attention wherever they went. After enjoying their ice cream, the four of them headed to a restaurant. Once seated, the gossip began. Wang Rui did most of the talking, while the other three listened. Since Wang Rui was the only one who lived in the dorm, she knew students from other classes and had plenty of juicy stories to share. First, it was about how someone from Class X had confessed to someone from Class Y. Then, there's the rumor that someone from Class Z was planning to confess to someone from Class W. Whenever someone knew something, they'd chime in. Li Qingxue, though not as gossipy as the others, listened intently. Finally, Wang Rui said mysteriously, "There's one more thing, and I bet you won't believe it." "What is it?" "You won't know unless you tell us." Wang Rui deliberately kept them in suspense. When I first heard this, I didn't believe it either. But after digging deeper and deeper, I finally confirmed it's true. Her words instantly piqued everyone's curiosity, even Li Qingxue's. Long Aotian scored 518 on the college entrance exams. Really? No way. Long Aotian, the top dog of our senior year. Wang Rui nodded solemnly. Hard to believe, right? Is it true? How do you know? Li Qingxue's eyes lit up as she asked eagerly. Ever since Yi Liangchun had called her a homewrecker that day, Li Qingxue hadn't reached out to Long Aotian. So, she was curious how Wang Rui knew about this. One of my roommates is in Class 7. A guy named Wang Shuo, who's at the bottom of the class, mentioned it in their group chat. Not just that. Long Aotian didn't just brag to Wang Shuo, the last place guy. He bragged to the second to last, third to last, and so on. So childish. Puffed. Li Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. That kind of behavior was so typical of Long Aotian. Don't talk about me. I've already deeply realized my mistakes. Dragon-proud Sky, I will fight you to the death. After finishing their meal, the girls started wandering around the shopping mall. Having just finished their college entrance exams, they had all achieved scores that were quite satisfactory for themselves. Their parents had given them a little reward, and with university registration approaching, they were eager to buy new clothes and present the best version of themselves. Those who are cared for and loved by their families are always fortunate. Each of them bought a set of beautiful new clothes. Unlike high school, university life offers more freedom in dressing. By the time they finished shopping, it was already around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. Looking at their shopping stamina, one could only say that Long Aotian had been quite efficient the last time he took Yueying shopping for clothes. The four of them walked along the road. Perhaps it was because they were about to head to different cities, or perhaps it was just the endless topics girls have when they're together. Without realizing it, they passed by the riverside and strolled along the bank. They felt the gentle breeze and the warm, not too harsh glow of the late afternoon sun. Li Qingxue walked over to the grassy area by the river, took a deep breath, and slowly sat down on the grass. "Qingxue, what are you doing?" Wang Rui asked as she sat down beside her. Listening to the sound of the water, Li Qingxue replied softly, her eyes closed. Wang Rui also closed her eyes and tried to feel it. "I'd rather listen to music," she said. Hearing this, Li Qingxue chuckled softly. There was a time when she had said the same thing. "What are you laughing at?" Wang Rui asked, confused. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. At the age of 18, with all its restlessness, it's really hard to calm down and focus. "Nothing. I just thought of something funny," Li Qingxue replied. "What kind of person do you think someone is if they like lying on the grass, sunbathing, and listening to the sound of water?" Wang Rui thought for a moment. "I think they're probably an older person," she said. "Yeah, I agree." Li Qingxue nodded in agreement. After sitting for a while, it was getting late, and they decided to leave. Li Qingxue stood up, stretched, and then gazed at the river. Her eyes flickered slightly. On the other side of the river, she couldn't see clearly, but she could make out someone lying on the grass. Her heart skipped a beat, and she didn't even realize the smile that had spread across her face. A smile of uncontrollable joy. "Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. You guys go ahead, I have something to do," she said. The others, who had been about to leave together, looked at Li Qingxue with confusion, wondering why she had suddenly become so happy. But Li Qingxue didn't explain. Instead, she walked along the riverside toward the setting sun. Her steps quickened slightly. She was a little out of breath as she made her way around to the other side. It was quite a distance. Step by step, she walked forward. The next moment, her smile widened even more. It was indeed that guy. So he didn't come in the morning anymore, but switched to the afternoon? Li Qingxue tiptoed over, planning to scare Long Aotian, who always liked to tease her as if she were a child. Long Aotian heard the sound of footsteps on the grass. He opened his eyes and looked up. Li Qingxue, who had been about to scare him, quickly covered her skirt. Ahem. Long Aotian immediately turned his head away, pretending he hadn't seen anything. The riverside was higher on one side and lower on the other, and since Long Aotian was lying down, he was at the higher position. Li Qingxue, wearing a skirt, was... Seeing Long Aotian's guilty reaction, Li Qingxue clenched her little fist. She forgot her original plan to scare him and, with a huff, adjusted her skirt and sat down beside him. An awkward atmosphere seemed to hang in the air. After a while, Li Qingxue spoke up. "Why aren't you saying anything? You're usually so talkative." Long Aotian turned to her and smiled. "What a coincidence." Li Qingxue rolled her eyes at him, amused by his guilty expression, and couldn't help but laugh. "You haven't been here for over a month. Have you been coming in the afternoons instead?" Li Qingxue finally asked the question she had been most curious about. Usually, Long Aotian came here to sunbathe during the day. Had he changed to the afternoon to avoid her? "I've been busy lately. Today I had some time off, so I came here to relax," Long Aotian said, yawning. Long Aotian's movements were casual, and his whole demeanor exuded a lazy, relaxed vibe that felt oddly comforting. Li Qingxue couldn't help but stretch and let out a long breath as she watched him yawn. "What a coincidence. I was walking back with my friends after shopping and happened to pass by here, and then I ran into you. I heard you scored 518 on a college entrance exam." At this, Long Aotian couldn't resist showing off a little. "Yeah, 518. Pretty impressive, huh?" Seeing his proud and boastful expression, Li Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. "Yeah, Very impressive, she said, playing along. Looks like we might be going to school in the same city. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember you still owe me 2 meals. Didn't you say you weren't that desperate for food? Li Qingxue said, but she still took out the small cake she had bought earlier. Here, have this. They had tried it while shopping in the afternoon, and it was delicious, so she had bought 2 extra to take home. You think a little cake is enough to settle the debt? Just eat it. Even food can't shut you up, Li Qingxue retorted. Li Qingxue had a lively personality, and she had her own way of interacting with friends. As she watched Long Aotian eat, her eyes sparkled with amusement as she gazed into the distance. This atmosphere was so nice. Even without saying anything, just sitting here felt relaxing and pleasant. Wait, this feeling seemed familiar. Li Qingxue suddenly remembered where she had heard something similar before. She immediately felt uncomfortable, unsure whether to sit or stand. She fidgeted nervously. She glanced at Long Aotian and quickly shook her head. It must be a mistake, definitely a mistake. Do you have ADHD or something? You're moving around so much, it's making me dizzy, Long Aotian said. Hearing this, Li Qingxue stopped fidgeting, but now she didn't know what to say. In her mind, Long Aotian and Hu Yueying were already together. How could she have such embarrassing thoughts? What are you mumbling about? You seem really off today, Long Aotian said, watching as Li Qingxue's face turned red. Then she covered her face and then muttered to herself. If he hadn't known her for so long, he might have thought she was having a seizure. I'm not acting weird, Li Qingxue insisted stubbornly. It's getting late. Let's go home. You eat and then just leave? Long Aotian, you're shameless. Hearing this, Long Aotian stopped in his tracks. What? Do you want me to stay here overnight with you? At the mention of staying overnight, Li Qingxue's face turned bright red. Fortunately, it was already dark, so it wasn't too obvious. Oh, who wants to stay overnight with you? With that, she quickly walked ahead of him. Hey, your skirt has a black. Before he could finish, Li Qingxue turned around angrily. Long Aotian, you really did see it, didn't you? I'm going to kill you. Long Aotian held her off with a single finger. I didn't see your black underwear. I was going to say there's a black stain on your skirt, probably from the mud after yesterday's rain. You should clean it when you get home. Hearing this, Li Qingxue decided to let him off the hook. But then she blinked, realizing something. When she turned around, Long Aotian was already walking away. She glared at his back and clenched her tiny fist, though it lacked any real threat. A little happy today. Watching Long Aotian's retreating figure, Li Qingxue also turned to leave. But her mood didn't seem particularly agitated. Realizing this, Li Qingxue quickly wiped the smile off her face. That annoying Long Aotian. Then, as if remembering something, the smile that had just been on her face faded slightly. She headed in the direction of her home. After returning home, Li Qingxue first checked herself in the mirror. Sure enough, she found a stain on her skirt. She changed out of the skirt, tossed the clothes into the washing machine, and hurriedly ran back to her room. Her long, slender, and fair legs effortlessly hopped onto her bed. After a moment of thought, she jumped down from the bed again, opened her wardrobe, and pulled out some undergarments from a small drawer. She then crawled back under the covers, and soon a pair of black panties was replaced. Her lovely figure rolled back and forth on the bed. For some reason, she felt inexplicably happy. Especially when she glanced at the black panties she had just changed out of. She buried herself under the covers, covering her face with her hands, feeling too shy to face anyone. Why is 18 always said to be the most beautiful age? Because of its purity, its innocence, and its sheer beauty. A knock sounded at her door. Li Qingxue was startled, and then she heard her mother's voice. Schwer, come out for dinner. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. The sound of the door opening followed. Li's mother looked at the girl wrapped tightly in her blanket and couldn't help but chuckle. Shue, what are you doing? Why are you wrapped up like that? Do you know you look like a silkworm cocoon? Actually, Li's mother had wanted to say maggot, but she thought that sounded too crude and unrefined, so she changed it to silkworm cocoon. Just as she finished speaking, she noticed the undergarments Li Qingxue had changed out of. Li Qingxue who had just poked her head out from under the blanket, also noticed her mother's gaze. Her already flushed face turned even redder. She quickly grabbed the undergarments and pulled them under the covers. Lee's mother couldn't help but laugh silently and quietly left the room. After closing the door, she leaned against it, trying to hold back her laughter. Has Shue finally started to understand these things? Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. Their daughter was outstanding, and as parents, they were most afraid that she might get caught up in the hormonal chaos of adolescence. After all, both she and Fatherly had been young once, and they knew how it felt. But their worries seemed unnecessary. Qingxue didn't seem to be affected by adolescence at all, and they weren't sure if that was a good thing or... But just now, the way she wrapped herself in the blanket, her flushed face, and the discarded undergarments. "Honey, what are you grinning about?" Fatherly came over and, seeing the amused smile on his wife's face, couldn't help but ask, "None of your business. Let's eat." Fatherly took a deep breath, seeing his wife's playful, coquettish demeanor, and suddenly felt a surge of confidence. He quickly followed her. Li Qingxue, now in her pajamas, also came out of her room. After dinner, Li's mother cleared her throat. "Fatherly, you do the dishes. Shue, let's watch some TV together." Li Qingxue, who had been about to return to her room, stopped and nodded, following her mother to the living room to watch TV. Not long after, Li Qingxue frowned slightly. "Mom, are you watching the TV or me? You're distracting me." "Shue, you're growing up. It's about time to start thinking about dating," Li's mother said, not knowing how to broach the topic more subtly. "But as girls, we must always maintain our dignity." Once school started, Li Qingxue would be heading to the capital, far from home. Her parents wouldn't be able to keep an eye on her all the time, and they didn't want her to be fooled by some bad boy. Perhaps this was a sentiment only parents with daughters could truly understand. "Mom, what are you talking about? I'm not even thinking about dating yet," Li Qingxue said, feeling a bit embarrassed by her mother's words. But her reaction only made Li's mother sigh. She had barely mentioned it, and already her daughter's face was as red as if she had already picked out a name for her future child. "I'm not watching TV with you anymore," Li Qingxue said, then returned to her room, feeling like her mom was acting strange today. And she also felt a little strange herself. Lying on her bed, staring at the ceiling, she rolled over and picked up her phone. Li Qingxue loved posting updates. Ever since she got her first phone and created her own QQ account, she had been posting frequently on her profile. Sometimes she would even share what she had for lunch. Even now, Li Qingxue hadn't broken this habit. Perhaps this was what people call the urge to share. Looking at her phone, she typed and deleted, and soon over 100 words appeared on screen. After reading them, she finally deleted everything and posted, "Today I'm a little happy. After posting, she let out a long sigh and lay back on her bed. Soon, Li Qingxue received many comments. The most active ones were from the girl she had gone shopping with that day. They thought her post was about their outing and how much fun they had. Li Qingxue replied to each comment one by one. For her, this was also a form of enjoyment. But suddenly, her eyes caught a comment. "As your night, I should have stepped back, but unexpectedly, my grades also got me into a university in the capital. It was from Yi Liangshan." Li Qingxue glanced at it and quickly scrolled past. The memory of Yi Liangshan asking her to lower her scores and repeat the school year with him was like a fishbone stuck in her throat. Every time she saw Yi Liangshan, she was reminded of it. The pain of that incident was too great. Someone she had known for 9 years had asked her to give up her college entrance exam. How ridiculous! After replying to all the comments, Li Qingxue was about to log off when she noticed a new post on her feed. 9 years together, never forgotten. Through blood, sweat, and sleepless nights, I've stayed true to my heart and finally achieved my wish. Once you said that high school was about the college entrance exam, and university was about freedom and dreams. Do you still remember that promise? Accompanied by a picture of a hand hidden in darkness and a bright moon. Li Qingxue had noticed before that Yi Liangshan's posts were often set to be visible only to her. But this time, there were already comments under the post, meaning it wasn't just for her eyes. She rolled her eyes, feeling utterly exasperated, and chose to log off directly. What a lunatic. Everything was predestined all along. Looking at his latest post on social media, a confident smile curled at the corners of Yulianshan's lips. Hu Yuweiing was no longer an option. Only by letting her experience firsthand Long Aotian's irresponsibility and the shackles of poverty would she completely give up and realize the consequences of rejecting him. You could have had a bright future, but you chose the wrong path. I tried countless times to save you from the flames, but you gave up on yourself. Don't blame me for this. The thought of soon appearing in front of Hu Yuweiing's stall, dressed in a suit, wearing a tie, driving a luxury car, and sporting an expensive wristwatch, filled him with satisfaction. Imagining her shocked, envious, regretful, and self-conscious expression made the anger in his heart dissipate somewhat. Shifting his gaze back to his phone screen, he reflected on his recent falling out with Li Qingxue. It had been his fault for saying those harsh words to her. This time, Yulianshan was genuinely determined to clear up the misunderstanding between them. After all, they had known each other for 9 years. While he had made mistakes, wasn't Li Qingxue also at least a little bit to blame? This situation couldn't be entirely his fault. What man could tolerate his woman mentioning another man in front of him? So, Li Qingxue should bear at least half the responsibility. Despite this, he was the one who had lowered his proud head first. To make Li Qingxue regret her actions, he had to start by resolving their misunderstanding. So, the moment he saw Li Qingxue's post, he immediately updated his own status. No particular reason, just to let her know that he could also go to Kyoto now. She had once said that she didn't want to date in high school, but at least in college, she would consider it. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Now, he had made it happen. Li Qingxue should follow through on her own words and start dating him, shouldn't she? Exiting the social media app, Yulianshan closed his eyes and quietly waited for Li Qingxue to message him. He believed that once she saw his post, she would understand his intentions. After all, he had been waiting for her all along. Just as Yulianshan was about to fall asleep, Li Qingxue's message still hadn't arrived. Taking a deep breath, he reluctantly opened their chat window. Why do you always have to be so stubborn? Fine, I admit it. I lost this round. You just wanted me to reach out first, didn't you? You win. After muttering these words to himself, Yulianshan began typing on his phone. Qingxue, I got into university in Kyoto. We might not be at the same school, but we won't be far apart. We've known each other for so long. It's time for us to finally be together. Thanks for reading on Man a Novel. He hit send and then continued typing. About what happened before, I'll admit it was my fault. I just cared about you too much. Let's make up and go back to how things were before. Though his words sounded sincere, his thoughts were anything but. He planned to let Li Qingxue bask in his affection temporarily. Once she was fully immersed in it again, he would pull away without hesitation. This would make her crumble with regret, eventually realizing her mistakes and chasing after him in desperation. There was no other way. The butterfly effect caused by his rebirth had already cost him Hu Yuweiing. But it didn't matter. With the advantage of being a reincarnator, he could change his strategy and focus on Li Qingxue and Lin Wanting. This time, he wouldn't act recklessly or overconfidently. Everything was predestined by fate. All he had to do was follow the script step by step. He could no longer afford to be kind-hearted and try to help a treasure girl prematurely, only to lose her due to the butterfly effect. Ding dong. The sound of his phone snapped him out of his thoughts. Yulianshan took a deep breath to calm his emotions before picking up his phone. But when he saw the reply, he froze. He rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand and looked again. I must be hallucinating. Otherwise, why would Qingxue call me crazy? Yulianshan shook his head, then rushed to the bathroom to splash cold water on his face. After composing himself, he picked up his phone again. His heart sank, and he took 2 steps back. If the bathroom hadn't been so small, he might have collapsed on the floor. No, this can't be happening. Without hesitation, he called Li Qingxue on video chat. When the call was declined, his breathing quickened. He quickly typed, Qingxue, are you trying to push me to my death? Li Qingxue, Yulianshan, are you out of your mind? Is dating the only thing you ever think about? What did you say back in the classroom? You said we were just friends from now on. So why are you saying these weird things now? Reading Yu Liangqin's messages, Li Qingxue couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration. What did he mean by saying she was trying to push him to his death? What had she even done to warrant such a claim? Li Qingxue couldn't help but recall how many times she had argued with Yu Liangqin during the second half of her senior year. If it hadn't been for Long Aotian, her mental state would have been completely affected by Yu Liangqin. Thinking of this, she unconsciously compared Yu Liangqin to Long Aotian. The more she thought about Long Aotian, the more her mood began to shift. Some people truly provided positive emotional value, while others only brought negativity. Yu Liangqin, Qingxue, how can you say that? Do you know what I've done for you? Do you know how much I've sacrificed for you? Even now, you still can't see your own heart. We've known each other for 9 years, been together for 9 years. Is admitting that you love me really so hard? Just admit it. Doesn't it hurt to keep it bottled up inside? Reading Yu Liangqin's messages, Li Qingxue rolled her eyes in exasperation. I used to think we were the best of friends. I genuinely saw you as a brother. Maybe I gave you the wrong impression, but I'm telling you now, very seriously, I've never liked you. Feeling her words weren't clear enough, she added, not even for a moment. Seeing the message on his phone, Yu Liangqin laughed. Tears streamed down his face as he chuckled bitterly. So, you still haven't come to your senses. Fine, don't blame me for what's coming next. It seems the only way to make you realize your mistakes is for you to see how you'll lose me. Back then, it was the treasure girl who made you feel threatened, and that's what made you regret and come to your senses. Now, I'll have to use my childhood friend Lin wanting to make you feel that same sense of crisis, to make you regret and fall for me. Don't blame me. If I don't find someone else, you'll never regret it. Only by seeing me with another woman will you feel the pain. It seems this is the suffering you must endure. Be happy. For a while after that, Long Aotian would often visit the vegetable market, whether he had something to do or not. When the market was bustling, he would chat with the elderly folks coming to buy pork. But when it was quiet, he seemed to lose all his energy, standing up every now and then to glance around the market. It was unclear what he was looking for. Son, why don't you go home and rest for a bit? The old man suggested, seeing Long Aotian's listless demeanor. Long Aotian yawned. I'm fine, I'm not tired. Go on, if you don't want to go home, go out and have fun. I can handle things here by myself. The old man insisted, urging Long Aotian to leave. Was it really about being tired? In the past, he had been leaving early and returning late, but each time he came back with a smile on his face, full of energy the next day. But now, even though he claimed to be tired and wanting to rest at home, the more he rested, the more listless he became. It was obvious that something was on his mind. All right then, Long Aotian didn't argue further. After tidying up a bit, he walked out of the vegetable market. Watching Long Aotian's retreating figure, the old man chuckled, wiping his hands on his apron before lighting a cigarette and taking a drag. Long Aotian wandered out of the market, unsure of what to do. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. When he had something to do, time flew by, and he never felt bored. But when he was idle, his thoughts would inevitably drift into overthinking. At this age, he should be carefree and spirited. Most people his age would head to an internet cafe, hang out with friends, or go karaoke. There were countless ways to pass the time. But Long Aotian's mental age had long surpassed this stage. Perhaps only those a bit older could understand this feeling. It seemed like there was nothing left worth doing for fun. Thinking about it, ever since Long Aotian had transmigrated to this world, everything that happened around him seemed to involve Hu Yueying, or at least, she was always present in some way. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the riverside of Shuiwan. This place was the only spot in this unfamiliar world where Long Aotian could find relief and relaxation. In his previous life, he had grown up in an orphanage, always alone. Thanks for reading on Man Novel. While he might have said he was used to loneliness, Long Aotian understood the silent confusion that came with it. When he first arrived in this strange world, Long Aotian had particularly enjoyed the quiet. because the brief moments of silence helped him adapt more quickly. Here, apart from the sound of flowing water, the rustling of the wind, and the scent of grass and soil, there were no other distractions. Another breeze, carrying a hint of dampness, brushed past him. Feeling it, Long Aotian suddenly felt a strong desire. A desire to confide. People really shouldn't have too much free time. It's all because I'm idle. It's not because you're idle. You just haven't found your own way to relieve stress. Long Aotian was startled and turned to see who had spoken. Did you plant a tracker on me, or something? Li Qingxue was a bit annoyed, but also a little defensive. Stop accusing me. Can't I enjoy this place too? I have good taste, you know. As she spoke, she walked over to Long Aotian. Today, Li Qingxue was wearing a simple yet elegant white dress, exuding youthful beauty. Her skin was as fair as snow, and she truly was a stunning girl. She set down the small basket she was carrying. From it, she pulled out a modest-sized blanket and spread it on the ground before sitting down. Once seated, she looked up at Long Aotian with a proud, slightly smug smile. Then, from the basket, she took out drinks, fruit, and 2 small cakes. Didn't expect this, did you? I came here to enjoy a lovely afternoon. Strictly speaking, you're the one benefiting from my company. The youthful energy radiating from her seemed to effortlessly lighten the mood around them. After laughing for a moment, she added, You're so old-fashioned. Old-fashioned? I'm still young, but you're different from most people. Especially just now, you seem so melancholic, sighing and brooding. It feels like the world through your eyes is so complicated, like you're carrying so many worries. You don't seem carefree at all. That's why you're old-fashioned. This wasn't just a casual remark from Li Qingxue. In that moment when she saw Long Aotian, she had genuinely felt this way. In Li Qingxue's eyes, at least among the classmates she knew, everyone seemed happy. Some were excited about starting university soon. Others were thrilled about stepping into society and beginning their careers. In Li Qingxue's view, she saw the vitality and dreams bursting from them. But in Long Aotian, she saw a complexity that didn't belong to someone his age and none of the fiery passion of youth. It was as if, in that moment, she could understand a little of what Long Aotian had meant when he said he understood Hu Yueying. At least for that brief moment, she felt she could glimpse a bit of Long Aotian's inner world. So what should I do? Long Aotian smiled, but still asked. Be happy. Li Qingxue replied, blinking playfully. Remembering how Long Aotian had often comforted her, Li Qingxue decided it was her turn to offer some advice. You're always so good at comforting others, but when it comes to yourself, you struggle. All right, I'll try to be happier. See, that's what I mean by old-fashioned. Even happiness has to be tried. As she spoke, Li Qingxue looked around and began picking up small stones, placing them in her basket. Come on, follow me, she said, tugging at Long Aotian's sleeve. To humor her, Long Aotian stood up and let her lead him down toward the water's edge. Hey, be careful. There's no railing down here. Below the riverbank was the bay. A heavy rain a few days ago had caused the water level to rise significantly. To be honest, Long Aotian couldn't swim, and like most non-swimmers, he instinctively felt cautious near water. But Li Qingxue seemed completely fearless, lifting the hem of her dress to avoid getting it dirty while making it easier to walk. She had seen on TV how male leads would comfort female leads by taking them to the seaside, encouraging them to shout into the ocean or throw stones. Shouting was to vent their frustrations, and throwing stones was to cast away their unhappiness. At least, that's how Li Qingxue interpreted it. I'm a girl, and I'm not scared. What are you afraid of? Can you swim? Li Qingxue paused, thought for a moment, and then said, No, but we're not going into the water, so even if I can't swim, there's nothing to fear. Long Aotian's lips twitched. You can't swim, yet you act so bold. Youth truly knows no fear. In comparison, he really did seem a bit old-fashioned. Listen to your mother. As they spoke, Li Qingxue had already led Long Aotian to the water's edge. The river flowed gently, with splashes of water creating a soothing sound. When I was little, my mom always told me not to play by the water. But now it seems like it's not a big deal at all, Li Qingxue said cheerfully. She handed Long Aotian a few pebbles from her basket. Here, throw these pebbles away and let your worries go with them. Long Aotian found it amusing but didn't refuse, knowing that Li Qingxue was trying to help him lighten his mood. He picked up a few pebbles and skipped them across the water. The pebbles bounced a few times, creating ripples, before sinking into the depths. Watching Long Aotian skip stones was quite entertaining. Li Qingxue also picked up a pebble and gave it a try, but she had no idea how to do it properly. Her pebble sank straight to the bottom. Seeing her clumsy attempt, Long Aotian couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Next time, I'll make so many ripples you won't be able to count them, she retorted. She picked up another pebble, this time taking a deep breath as if gathering her strength. From the way she held the pebble, it was clear she was putting in a lot of effort to throw it farther. But with a plop, the pebble sank straight into the water again. The surroundings fell silent for a moment. Li Qingxue glanced at Long Aotian, who was also looking at her, and she defiantly said, "I'll get it right next time." This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Her stubbornness was actually quite endearing. Perhaps it was this very trait that gave her the youthful energy to always pursue freedom and perfection. But to be honest, with the way Li Qingxue was throwing the pebbles, she could throw them all day and still not grasp the technique of skipping stones. Your starting position is wrong. To skip a stone, you need to lean sideways like this, Long Aotian explained, demonstrating with a pebble. When you throw it, you need to flick your wrist and let the pebble spin. Use a bit of finesse. Li Qingxue watched his movements and tried to mimic them. But the moment she threw the pebble, Long Aotian's hair stood on end. She must have misjudged her strength, throwing it too hard and leaning forward too much. Long Aotian cursed under his breath and, without thinking, stepped forward and grabbed her shoulders, pulling her back. He hadn't forgotten that Li Qingxue had just admitted she couldn't swim. In his haste, Long Aotian used a bit too much force, not realizing how light Li Qingxue was. Thanks for reading on Man Novel. By the water's edge, Long Aotian froze for a moment before letting out a sigh of relief, breathing heavily. Li Qingxue, meanwhile, was completely still, lying on top of Long Aotian, too scared to move, or perhaps too shocked to know what to do. It took Long Aotian a while to calm down. It wasn't exhaustion, but the fright that had his heart racing. Get up already. Even if you're light, you should consider how the human cushion feels. You're so bad at this, but still love to play. If you can't swim, stay away from the water next time. If I hadn't been quick, I'd probably be burning incense here next year, asking you to bless me with wealth and prosperity. For once, Li Qingxue didn't argue back. Instead, her eyes welled up with tears. Mom was right. I shouldn't have come to the river. Seeing her like this, Long Aotian couldn't help but laugh. Before this, Li Qingxue had been bold, confident, full of youthful energy, and a little bit proud. Now, she looked like a wounded kitten, her trembling eyelashes and teary eyes making her seem fragile, as if the slightest touch would make her cry. As Long Aotian laughed, Li Qingxue, still lying on him, could feel the rise and fall of his chest. What are you laughing at? I was scared to death and you're laughing? She instinctively pinched his waist. Ouch. Do all girls love pinching people like this? Long Aotian's teasing somehow made Li Qingxue's tears disappear. She got up from him, annoyed. It's your fault for laughing at me. Long Aotian stood up as well. I just saved your life, you know. Li Qingxue paused, then reached out to rub his waist. Then let me rub it for you. Let's go. After a few steps, Li Qingxue stopped. What's wrong? My little flower basket. She pointed to the basket by the water's edge and was about to go retrieve it. Wait, stay here. I'll get it. Be careful, Li Qingxue said sheepishly. She seemed genuinely scared now. Let's go. Back at their spot, Long Aotian picked up a drink and ate some cake. He hadn't had much appetite earlier, but now he was hungry. After a while, Li Qingxue, watching Long Aotian eat happily, peeled some fruit for him. Thank you. No need to thank me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have gone near the water. Now you know that some dangers can't be overcome with just enthusiasm. Be more careful next time. Li Qingxue had genuinely wanted to thank Long Aotian. After all, he had helped her in the end. But hearing this, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Anyway, thank you. Eat slowly. If you like it, I'll bring more tomorrow. She then hugged her knees and stared at the river, lost in thought. Hey, stop thinking about the bad stuff. You're fine now. Eat more. You're too light. Hearing this, the tips of Li Qingshue's ears turned red. The fear of nearly falling into the river was replaced by the sensation of lying on top of him. Was this an embrace? At the thought, Li Qingshue's breathing quickened, her cheeks burning. She fanned her face with her hands. This isn't good. Huh? Long Aotian looked at her, confused. What's not good? Are you okay? I need to go home. Li Qingxue lowered her head, her hair falling over her face, hiding her expression. She quickly packed up, leaving the fruit for Long Aotian, and hurried away. Hey, you're pink. Before he could finish, Li Qingxue, her face red and lips lightly bitten, said with a mix of shyness and frustration, You. When did you see that? You jerk. Then, to Long Aotian's utter confusion, she tugged at her skirt and hurried off, looking rather flustered. Long Aotian, holding a pink hair tie, scratched his head in bewilderment. If you don't want it, just say so. How am I the jerk here? I can't face anyone anymore. I'm going to die of embarrassment. Although he was scolded for no reason, Long Aotian felt a subtle change in his state of mind. After finishing the fruits Li Qingxue had left behind, he patted his stomach contentedly and stood up. Glancing at the pink hair tie in his hand, Long Aotian tucked it into his pocket. I'll return it to her when I see her, he thought. Li Qingxue rushed straight to her room as soon as she got home. Seeing her daughter in such a hurry, Li's mother said, Slow down, child. Be careful not to bump into something. I know, Li Qingxue replied, her voice trailing off as the sound of the door closing echoed behind her. Back in her room, Li Qingxue jumped on her bed, quickly covering herself with her blanket, leaving only her flushed face exposed. Her teeth clenched, and her cheeks were red. Whether from anger or embarrassment, it was hard to tell. Stupid Long Aotian, you big jerk. Being seen like that the first time had already made her incredibly self-conscious. She hadn't gone to the riverside for days because it felt too awkward. After finally convincing herself that Long Aotian and she were just good friends, that he hadn't meant anything by it, and that it was all just an accident. Now it had happened again. Li Qingxue couldn't help but wonder if Long Aotian's attention was always focused on that kind of thing. Her heart was a mix of anger and shame. Angry because Long Aotian was already with Hu Yueying, yet he still had the audacity to look at her underwear. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Ashamed because, even though she felt she should despise him for it, deep down, she didn't want to. This inner conflict left the slightly tsundere girl tangled in a web of emotions. Her mind wandered to the image of Hu Yueying sitting on the back of Long Aotian's bike, her face adorned with a sweet, innocent smile. But then her thoughts shifted to the sensation of being pressed against Long Aotian. Their bodies had been so close that she could smell the faint scent of his pheromones. She could even feel the rapid beating of his heart, and the way his laughter sent vibrations through her body. At this thought, Li Qingxue clenched her fists. She knew she had developed feelings for Long Aotian that went beyond ordinary friendship. But Li Qingxue also had her pride. At least for now, they could only be friends. With this in mind, the strange feelings in her heart gradually subsided. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. Still, she buried her face in the blanket, feeling utterly embarrassed. For a moment, she felt like she was being so bad. Just then, her phone buzzed. The blanket shifted slightly as her flushed face peeked out from under it. She unlocked her phone. Seeing the message, her already red face turned even redder. She thrashed around under the blanket, muttering, Ugh, I can't face anyone anymore. I'm so embarrassed. The message from Long Aotian read, Your pink hair tie. I'll return it to you tomorrow at the usual spot. A moment later, a pink pair of underwear was flung out from under the blanket. If I hadn't been wearing this color today, I wouldn't have overthought it, she thought. Her mind was just too dirty. Remembering the confused look on Long Aotian's face when she called him a jerk, she realized he hadn't been pretending. He really had been clueless. On the other side, after sending the message, Long Aotian stared at the photos on his phone, lost in thought. The two photos were slightly blurry, and even after wiping the small screen with his thumb, they remained unclear. His phone buzzed again. Long Aotian glanced at it. Li Qingxue, sorry for calling you a jerk earlier. How about I treat you to something delicious tomorrow? If she hadn't brought it up, Long Aotian would have forgotten about it. Li Qingxue, please don't refuse. I really want to thank you. If it weren't for you, today would have been a disaster. Long Aotian looked at the hair tie beside him and replied, the cookies were pretty good. Li Qingxue, okay. Long Aotian exited the chat and took one last look at the photos before turning off his phone and heading to take a shower. Li Qingxue sighed in relief. What a huge misunderstanding today turned out to be. She shook her head and pulled out a piece of lingerie from a small drawer in her wardrobe. As she held it, her body stiffened, and she quickly checked the item she was wearing. Her hair clip was black, her phone case was pink, and she decided to wear blue jeans tomorrow. No color clashes with the purple she was holding. After putting it on, she walked out of her room and sweetly said, Mom, can you make me some cookies? It's late. How about tomorrow? No, I want them now. Please, please, my dear mommy. Unable to resist her daughter's acting spoiled, Lee's mother gave in. All right then. Yay, thank you, Mom. How many do you want? Thinking of how Long Aotian had devoured the cookies earlier, Li Qingxue decided to ask for more. A lot. Can you finish them all? Li Qingxue nodded confidently. Yes, I can. Mom, can I try making some too? Seeing how effortlessly her mother worked, Li Qingxue felt it couldn't be that hard. Of course. It's really simple. Under her mother's guidance, Li Qingxue washed her hands and started trying her hand at cookie making. I'll make a bunny shape. Looking at the bunny her daughter had crafted, Li's mother's lips twitched slightly. Good thing she hadn't let Qingxue take up drawing. But not wanting to crush her daughter's confidence, she said, what a cute little bunny. Praise from her mother made Li Qingxue even prouder. To her, her creation seemed flawless, as if viewed through a filter. After finishing, she packed the cookies into a box to bring to Long Aotian tomorrow. Once everything was done, Li Qingxue took a shower and got back into bed. Perhaps it was the satisfaction of her mother's praise or the freshness of her shower, but Li Qingxue wasn't sleepy yet. She opened her phone and started scrolling through her social media feed. But as soon as she entered, she frowned. Till mountains crumble and heaven and earth merge, only then will I part from you. Caption, a shadow under a streetlight. How can you lose something you never had? Caption, a shadow under a streetlight, looking up at a 45-degree angle. I finally opened my heart, only for you to shatter it completely. A caption, a shadow under a streetlight, looking down at a 45-degree angle. She scrolled up, passing by various posts, but they all seemed to stop at caption, a shadow under a streetlight, lost in melancholy. Li Qingxue frowned. Why are there so many of these? She clicked block. Instantly, the once gloomy feed returned to its colorful, lively state. Feeling much better, she happily browsed through her friends' updates, liking and commenting on their posts, something that always brought her joy. Successful people are lonely. Drinking hurts the stomach, but not the heart. Yi Liangshan's eyes were bloodshot, his expression listless, and even his usually meticulously styled hair was now disheveled. Faced with Gao Quan's attempts to console him, Yi Liangshan simply smiled faintly and shook his head. He thought Gao Quan would never understand how he felt right now. It didn't matter. No one in this world truly understood him. He was like a butterfly, flapping its wings and changing the fate of the world, setting everything into motion. Who could truly comprehend his helplessness? Thinking this, Yi Liangshan let out a self-deprecating laugh. Indeed, the successful are always lonely. That line has some depth to it. He hurriedly took out his phone and started typing a message. Brother Liangshan, stop posting. You've already shared so many updates today. Your social media feed is filled with your posts. Yi Liangshun took a deep breath. What do you know? The more I post now, the more regrets certain people will feel later. They'll realize just how deeply they hurt me. These posts aren't just posts. They're my emotions, my most innocent and sincere feelings that ended before they even began. Gao Quan pursed his lips. Earlier, Yi Liangshun had claimed that after the college entrance exams, Gu Yueying would become his girlfriend, and Li Qingxue would chase after him. He had sounded so confident back then that Gao Quan almost believed him and even agreed to a bet. But now, all he could do was hide in a dark corner, posting nonsensical updates. Sigh. At least he was treating Gao Quan to some barbecue. Better not say too much, lest he hurt Brother Liangshun's feelings further. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Yi Liangshun slowly stood up, picked up a bottle of alcohol, aimed it at the moon, and took a photo. I'm leaving now. A lonely night, a desolate heart. Who could possibly understand? As Yi Liangshun left, Gao Quan focused on finishing the food on the table. After eating his fill, Gao Quan patted his stomach and prepared to leave as well. Just as he stood up, the waiter approached. Your total is 103 yuan. Gao Quan was stunned. Didn't Brother Liangshun already pay? Sorry, no, he didn't. Hearing this, Gao Quan's face turned red. The night market was crowded, especially during summer evenings. With so many people watching, he fumbled through his pockets and forced out a smile that looked more like a grimace. Just give me a moment. He took out his phone and called Yi Liangshun. The call wasn't declined, but no one answered. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. After several attempts with no response, Gao Quan had no choice but to call other friends. Summer was already halfway over, and Gao Quan had spent all his allowance, not to mention his friends who often hung out at internet cafes with him. Under the waiter's scrutinizing gaze, Gao Quan called Wang Rui. Sister Ray, you've got to help me this time. He explained the situation and promised repeatedly to pay her back the next day, finally settling the bill. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, he fled the scene. In his heart, he cursed Yi Liangshun to no end. Early the next morning, Li Qingshue's phone rang. She glanced at it curiously. Since she knew Long Aotian wouldn't be at the riverside until the afternoon, she hadn't planned to go out in the morning. Rui, why are you calling so early? Gao Quan almost got stuck washing dishes at the barbecue place last night, blah blah. Can you believe someone would invite others for barbecue, then run off halfway? Gao Quan, that fool, got held hostage there like a dummy. After listening to Wang Rui, Li Qingxue twitched her lips. She had thought Yi Liangshun was shameless, but she never expected him to stoop this low. Gao Quan had been his childhood friend, but the next second, she let it go. She had known Yi Liangshun for 9 years, and yet he had tried to convince her to give up on the college entrance exams. Compared to that, how he treated Gao Quan was almost insignificant. All right, Qingxue, I'm telling you this so you can see Yi Liangshun in a new light. I'm going to find Gao Quan now and get my money back. Okay, I understand. After hanging up, Li Qingxue sighed helplessly. Truthfully, Yi Liangshun used to be a decent person. She had no idea what could have caused such a drastic change in him. At least she no longer had any ties with him. She pulled herself together and prepared to face the new day. She dressed in the outfit she had prepared the night before and opened the curtains to look outside. Seeing the rising sun, Li Qingxue took a deep breath and decided to stay in for the morning. She'd enjoy the air conditioning, watch some TV, and head out in the afternoon. Thinking this, she glanced at the handmade cookies on her bedside table and smiled sweetly. Fatherly was at work, and Li's mother was managing her shop. Li Qingxue was alone at home. Humming a tune, she opened the fridge, checked the fruits inside, and happily jumped barefoot onto the couch to watch TV. She alternated between watching TV and checking her phone, occasionally glancing at the handmade cookies. Unconsciously, her smile never faded. Perhaps because she had put effort into making those cookies, she was eager to share them and receive the recognition she desired. Time passed slowly. Li Qingxue turned off the TV. She stood up, opened the fridge, took out the fruits, and happily brought them to the kitchen to cut into a fruit platter. With the fruit platter, snacks, handmade cookies, and drinks packed into a basket, She decided to ride her bicycle this time because the load was too heavy. Under the sunlight, the girl rode her bicycle with a radiant smile that was impossible to look away from. Parking her bike, she spotted the familiar figure of a boy in the distance. She grabbed her basket and ran over. "Long Aotian, aren't you hot?" Long Aotian asked, eyeing Li Qingshue's jeans. Li Qingshue's legs were shapely, and the jeans accentuated the curves of her hips and thighs, especially the perfect lines between them. "Not really. These jeans are breathable," Li Qingxue replied, unpacking the items from her basket. She arranged everything between herself and Long Aotian, creating a cozy little setup. "Here, these are the cookies you wanted to try." "Thanks. And here, you left this behind last time," Long Aotian said, handing her a hair tie. Taking the hair tie, Li Qingxue stole glances at Long Aotian. "You should try them. Let me know if they're good." Long Aotian opened the container, took a cookie, and ate it. The cookie wasn't overly sweet, with a crispy texture that became more fragrant as he chewed. It was quite delicious. This one's pretty unique," he remarked. Hearing this, Li Qingxue bit her lip, trying to stay composed, though she could barely contain her smile. "Is this one shaped like a pig?" "A woven bag." The smile on her lips froze, and Li Qingxue said with a half-smile, "But why does it feel more like a little rabbit to me?" Hearing this, coupled with Li Qingxue's ambiguous expression, Long Aotian seemed to realize something. "You know what? It really does." With that, he bit into it, and the air fell silent for a moment. Li Qingxue looked at Long Aotian expectantly, waiting for his evaluation. Long Aotian increased the pressure of his bite, then finally laughed. "Such a cute rabbit. It's such a pity to eat it." As he spoke, he took the rabbit-shaped cookie out of his mouth. Li Qingxue didn't think much of it, feeling only a little embarrassed and awkward. While Li Qingxue was distracted, Long Aotian glanced at the cookie in his hand and then smashed it against a small stone shard nearby. The stone shard cracked immediately, but the cookie in his hand remained completely intact. "Damn!" He took a deep breath, calmly put it in his pocket, and thought to himself that something strange must have gotten mixed into the cookie jar. With that, Long Aotian lost his appetite. If he accidentally chipped a tooth, it wouldn't be worth it. After finishing the remaining fruits and drinks, Long Aotian lay on the grass and said comfortably, "All right, we're even now." "MHM," Li Qingxue replied, resting her chin on her hand. Although she hadn't eaten much, seeing Long Aotian enjoy himself so much had lifted her spirits. Just then, familiar voices came from not far away. Li Qingxue couldn't help but look up. On the path above, she saw two figures, one thin and one fat, talking. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. "Quan, don't you trust me? I was just drunk last night and forgot. Do you really think your brother Liangshan is that kind of person?" Yi Liangshan looked at Gao Quan seriously and said, "You know I'm not that kind of person." Gao Quan's face was bitter. "Brother Liangshan, I know you're not that kind of person, but last night, let's just split the bill, okay? I need to pay someone back." "Come on, Quan," saying that is really being too formal. "Would your brother Liangshan ever let you pay when he invites you out?" Hearing this, Gao Quan nodded repeatedly. Then, "Brother Liangshan, don't bring it up again. I'll give you the money, don't worry. When your brother Liangshan says he'll take you to new heights, he means it," Yi Liangshan said earnestly, patting Gao Quan's shoulder heavily. "But brother Liangshan, no buts. Don't you trust your brother Liangshan? It's just $100. We need to think bigger, understand? I can tell you straight up, that $100 you're giving me today, I'll repay it 1,000, no, 10,000 times over in the future. That's the kind of person your brother Liangshan is." Thanks for reading on Man Novel. Though Yi Liangshan spoke confidently, deep down, he was seething with resentment. If it weren't for that bastard Long Aotian scamming him out of $300, he wouldn't have lost face in front of Gao Quan like this. And Gao Quan, too. He hadn't answered his calls yesterday, which should have been a clear enough hint that he didn't have money. Yet, here he was today, chasing him down for it. Ugh, how shameless, how disgusting. Li Qingxue couldn't help but mutter under her breath when she saw this. It was just too brazen, speaking so grandly while Gao Quan was genuinely in debt for over $100. That's your old friend, right? Honestly, your taste in friends isn't great, Li Qingxue said, having seen and heard everything. Long Aotian, naturally, had also seen and heard all. Long Aotian didn't have any strong feelings about Yi Liangchen. Even though there had been some unpleasantness at school before, Long Aotian hadn't taken it to heart. But since Hu Yueying disliked him, Long Aotian had somehow started to dislike him too. Yeah, I didn't expect you to remember him, Li Qingxue said, feeling a little embarrassed. Truthfully, her taste in friends was usually pretty good. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made so many friends. But Yi Liangchen's behavior over the past 6 months had been questionable, to say the least. Of course I remember. I scammed him out of $299 not long ago when I was selling clothes. Mentioning this, Long Aotian couldn't help but recall the moment he handed the money to Hu Yueying, her eyes curving into crescents and her bright smile. Unconsciously, a smile spread across his face too. You used to sell clothes? Li Qingxue was skeptical. There's nothing I haven't done. Li Qingxue pouted. But you're so mean. Though I am surprised, he actually had $299 to give. You're surprised? Even a little girl was surprised at the time, Long Aotian thought to himself. With that thought, Long Aotian's smile widened. It's getting late. Time to go. I met him. Li Qingxue replied, standing up and starting to pack her things. Take care on your ride back, Long Aotian said, waving as he walked away. Okay, bye, Li Qingxue said softly, watching Long Aotian's retreating figure. Then, remembering something, she quietly took out her phone and snapped a photo of Long Aotian's back as he waved. The setting sun cast its warm orange glow across the horizon, bathing the earth in light. The young man's silhouette was full of vigor and defiance. Looking at the photo on her phone, Li Qingxue smiled contentedly, then turned and rode off into the warm orange-lit road. When Long Aotian reached the residential building, he didn't stop. He passed the market without pausing and eventually slowed his pace as he entered a familiar alley. Standing in front of the door, he took a deep breath, then exhaled heavily. He knocked on the door. No response. Peeking through the crack in the door, Long Aotian could see the tricycle inside, but the goods that had been piled on it were gone. Out, huh? Long Aotian withdrew his gaze and sat down on a stone slab by the doorstep. After a while, as the sky darkened further, Long Aotian stood up and walked east through the alley. He remembered this path. Hu Yueying had taken him this way before, and they had crossed a railway track along the way. Climbing onto the railway platform, Long Aotian walked toward the exit on the other side. He didn't stop, unsure of where he should go, so he decided to wander for a bit. Maybe he'd run into the little girl by chance. As night fell, the city lights began to shine, transforming the dark world into a kaleidoscope of colors. It was noisy, but full of life. The city inspectors are coming, someone shouted. Long Aotian turned to look. He saw the street vendors scattering in all directions. Some rode tricycles, others electric bikes, and some were dragging burlap sacks, panting as they ran. The last whisper, running while glancing back to see if the city management officers were still chasing her. Just as she turned her head, she bumped into someone, and the woven bag in her hand fell to the ground. She quickly lowered her head and whispered an apology. Sorry. As she spoke, she reached down to pick up the bag, but a large hand had already grabbed the woven bag from the ground. Hu Yueying was momentarily stunned, her gaze slowly following the hand upward. The anxiety on her face instantly turned into delight. The girl smiled, the faint crimson at the corners of her eyes almost overflowing, as if she wanted to etch this smile into the very bones of the person before her. He gently tapped her head. What are you standing around for? Let's go. As he spoke, he hoisted the woven bag onto his back. Looking at his retreating figure, Hu Yueying's previously dim eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. She nodded emphatically. Okay. The two of them ran one after the other through the bustling streets, under the kaleidoscope of neon lights, until they reached the vicinity of the train tracks. Only then did they stop, gasping for breath. Long Aotian set the woven bag down and took deep, ragged breaths. He looked up at Hu Yueying, whose gaze had seemingly never left him from the start. Their eyes met, and both burst into laughter. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. The laughter was soft but serene. Though they were clearly happy, it felt almost too gentle, like a fine wine that had aged for years, complex and layered, yet ultimately distilled into a simple, shared smile. Sitting on the platform, Hu Yueying couldn't sit still for even a moment. She pulled out a bottle of water from the woven bag and, along with it, a piece of cardboard to fan Long Aotian. The evening wasn't as hot as the morning or midday, but the intense running had still left them both drenched in sweat. Long Aotian, what do you want to eat tonight? She didn't ask anything more, simply wanting to know what he felt like having. This kind-hearted girl, with her pure smile, made Long Aotian feel warmth and ease. Porridge, lean meat porridge, he replied without asking how Hu Yueying had been these past days. He knew how tough it was to compete in the street vending business, always on the run from city management. Thanks for reading on Man a Novel. When the officers came, everyone scattered. When they left, they scrambled to find a new spot, especially when he saw Hu Yueying struggling to drag the woven bag, tried her best to move faster. Thinking back to how lazy he'd been at home these past few days, Long Aotian felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest. Okay, Hu Yueying replied, always so obedient and compliant in front of Long Aotian. Whatever he said, she would do. She took a deep breath, glanced at him cautiously, and then asked softly, then, shall we go home? She hadn't been this timid even when chased by the city management earlier. Now, in front of him, she was so careful. Long Aotian couldn't help but laugh. Am I that scary? Not scary at all. Hu Yueying shook her head with a smile. Let's go, Long Aotian said, hoisting the woven bag onto his back and jumping off the steps. Hu Yueying followed closely behind. Long Aotian, let me help you. Go away, or people will think I can't even carry a woven bag. Then let me fan you. No need. Do you want to rest and have some water, Long Aotian? Keep yapping, and I'll smack you. We've only just started walking, and you want me to rest? Are you mocking me? I wasn't, Long Aotian. Hu Yueying blinked her innocent eyes and pursed her lips, falling silent as she obediently walked beside him. Under the streetlights, she secretly moved closer to Long Aotian when he wasn't looking, until their shadows overlapped. Seeing this, Hu Yueying's lips curled into a smile, her eyes crinkling with a mix of joy and silliness. When they returned to their place, the moment they stepped through the door, Long Aotian felt a sense of relief wash over him. Hu Yueying quickly rushed over to help him set the woven bag down. Long Aotian, go wash your hands. I'll make the porridge. With that, she dashed into the kitchen and turned on the living room lights. After washing his hands, Long Aotian walked into the kitchen and opened the fridge. He nodded to himself, not bad. There was meat and vegetables. She hadn't been neglecting herself. Little did he know, Hu Yueying prepared fresh vegetables every day, because she knew Long Aotian would come back someday, and she didn't want to be caught unprepared, leaving him without a decent meal. Watching Long Aotian's actions, a hint of pride flickered in Hu Yueying's bright eyes. Soon, Hu Yueying finished making the lean meat porridge. Long Aotian ate 2 bowls. It had been so long since he'd had it, and it still suited his taste perfectly. Seeing that Long Aotian had finished, Hu Yueying quickly polished off her last bite and began clearing the dishes. After putting them in the kitchen, she went into the bedroom and returned with a small notebook. Long Aotian, this is my earnings from these past few days. Inside the notebook were a few crisp bills. Hu Yueying said sheepishly, I didn't sell much. Keep the money. It's the fruit of your hard work. Long Aotian handed the money and notebook back to her. Before Hu Yueying could say anything, Long Aotian stood up and looked at her solemnly. You've worked hard. Hu Yueying's body trembled slightly. Long Aotian's affirmation was like a gentle breeze, blowing into the depths of her sealed heart. All the strength, all the effort, all the defenses she had built up over these days crumbled in an instant under the weight of those simple words. All the suppressed grievances came pouring out, like a child who had finally found her way home. Tears streamed down her face, and her longing overwhelmed her. She threw herself into Long Aotian's arms and sobbed. I thought you didn't want to care about me anymore. Long Aotian stiffened for a moment, looking down at the crying Hu Yueying. He sighed softly, his hand resting on her head as he tried to keep his tone light. Nonsense. I finally found a little follower. Why would I abandon you? Stop crying, or you'll get ugly. Keep crying, and I'll really smack you. Hu Yueying sniffled and looked up at Long Aotian, her eyes red and misty, evoking an inexplicable sense of pity. Then I won't cry. Don't smack me, Long Aotian. Facing those wet, innocent eyes, it was clear she was just pleading with him. Perhaps it was the sudden redness of her eyes, or the hint of grievance in her voice. But Long Aotian turned his head away, trying to mask the strange feeling in his chest. Because I believe, life is often unsatisfactory, 8 or 9 times out of 10, and one can only grow by constantly breaking free from adversity. You're already doing great, Long Aotian said softly. At the very least, you've shown me your resilience and independence. The bitterness in her heart came and went quickly. Hu Yueying sniffled, no longer crying or feeling wronged. Will you come for dinner tomorrow, Brother Long? Hu Yueying gradually loosened her grip around Long Aotian and asked in a small voice, stealing glances at his expression as she spoke. The sudden shift in topic was a bit too abrupt. One moment she was tearful, and the next, she was worried about whether he'd come for dinner. Still, Long Aotian replied, we'll need to report to the university soon. These next few days, let's clear out the remaining stock first to free up some time. Don't you still have to go home for a bit? Hearing this, Hu Yueying nodded gently. Thank you, Brother Long. What for? Long Aotian chuckled. For remembering, Hu Yueying said earnestly. Seeing her serious expression, Long Aotian lightly tapped her head. Don't be so naive, and don't let yourself get carried away just because someone shows you a little kindness. Never underestimate the ugliness of human nature. Then is Brother Long a bad person? Hu Yueying asked, her eyes glimmering with amusement. The question made Long Aotian pause. Faced with the trust in her gaze, he hesitated before saying, I have my bad side too. But I believe in you, Brother Long. There was a touch of endearing innocence in her voice as she expressed her pure, unwavering trust. Long Aotian found it somewhat amusing that she could trust him so completely. What if I sold you off one day? You'd probably still naively count the money for me. That's fine. I just run back myself. What if you couldn't? This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Then I'd wait for Brother Long to come find me. Are you stupid? If I sold you, why would I come looking for you? Hu Yueying smiled sweetly. Because I believe in you. Long Aotian didn't know how to respond. He could feel Hu Yueying's unconditional trust in him. In a way, it wasn't good. Trusting too much could be dangerous. Yet, in another way, it was comforting being trusted so completely. Humans are such conflicted creatures, constantly torn between choices, tangled in their own contradictions. Get some rest early. Tomorrow, we start our money-making plan. Okay. Hu Yueying clenched her fists, full of determination. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. Goodbye, Brother Long. She waved vigorously as she watched Long Aotian's retreating figure. See you tomorrow. He waved back before disappearing into the alley. This time, his departure felt different. There was a sense of lightness, as if a weight had lifted. I'm back. Pushing open the door, Long Aotian saw the old man munching on braised pork. You shouldn't eat greasy food before bed. I've already eaten, so I'll just wash up and sleep. The old man hesitated mid-bite, then burst into laughter. Brat, you seem to be in a pretty good mood today. After showering, Long Aotian lay in bed, frowning slightly at his phone. Why hasn't she asked if I got home yet? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a message arrived. Li Qing Xue, I just checked. T University isn't too far from a university. How are you planning to get there? My dad's driving me. Since we're heading the same way, we could ride together. It's our first time in a city so far from home. It'd be nice to have someone familiar around. Long Aotian thought for a moment before replying. Thanks, but no need to trouble you. We'll catch up once we're in the capital. He appreciated the offer, but accepting a ride would mean adjusting to their schedule. Since Li Qingshue's family was driving her directly to the capital, they'd likely leave days early, enjoying the journey as a trio, sightseeing along the way. Even if she meant well, he couldn't just tag along with a Yueying in tow. I've already looked it up. There was a direct train from Haiban City to the capital. He and Hu Yueying would take that. Li Qingxue, no worries. It's just nice knowing someone in a strange city. After sending the message, she hesitated, fingers tightening around her phone before finally adding, "Oh, by the way, have you finished the cookies? I could bring you more tomorrow." The moment she hit send, Li Qingxue dove under her blankets, cheeks inexplicably warm. She didn't know why, but asking something like that made her feel shy. Reading the message, Long Aotian smirked. As if reminded of something, he pulled a rabbit-shaped cookie from his pocket, squeezing it lightly to test its firmness. Maybe another time. Tomorrow's all about work. Gotta clear out the remaining stock before we leave. Under her covers, Li Qingxue heard her phone chime. Peeking out cautiously, the flutter in her chest gradually settled. Selling clothes? Yeah, selling clothes. Where? A bit far, Pingchong Town. Oh, she pouted slightly. Pingchong Town was quite a distance. I've been to the market there once, but it was ages ago. I barely remember it now. I'll take pictures for you tomorrow. Seeing this, Li Qingshue's lips curved into a smile. Promise. When have I ever lied to you? She clenched her fists. You always tease me like I'm a kid, like you think I'm silly. After sending it, she huffed at her screen. I'm not silly at all. Exiting the chat, she opened her photo gallery, scrolling through today's snapshots. Her gaze lingered on one, a silhouette of a boy against the sunset, arm raised high. Unconsciously, her eyes softened into crescents. Long Aotian set his phone aside, pulling a blanket over his stomach as he prepared to sleep. Just as he closed his eyes, another notification chimed. He reached for his phone. Hu Yueying, good night. Good night, he replied. In the dark room, the glow of the screen illuminated a youthful yet faintly alluring face. Sweet dreams, Brother Long, the girl whispered into the darkness, her voice tender and lingering. That night, it felt as though everything had returned to how it once was.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.